Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. I advise members that I have received correspondence from Deirdre Hargey advising of her resignation as Deputy Chair of the Committee for Justice, effective from 9th of May 2024. I further advise that the nominating officer for Sinn Féin has appointed Deirdre Hargey to replace Conor Murphy as Minister for the Economy. Ms Hargey accepted the nomination and affirmed the pledge of office in the presence of the Principal Deputy Speaker and Clerk to the Assembly on the 9th of May. I wish her every success in her new role. First item on the paper is first item on the order paper is member statements, and the usual rules will apply. I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak today, and hopefully the Health Minister will have officials that are listening in today, and this will be brought to his attention around the strike action being taken by social workers right across the north. And this strike action is being taken not primarily around paying conditions, although paying conditions for our social workers is an issue, but actually primarily because of staffing issues and the fact that we currently have extremely unsafe staffing levels within some of our social work teams, with children, particularly around children's services. And one team actually that should be a team of 10 is working with 2 social workers. And that is not acceptable. And I'm concerned by some of the comments made at the Health Committee meeting on Thursday by the BMA, representing junior doctors and consultants, where they said the starting point of the negotiation with the Health Minister was no, without any negotiation. So I'm hoping that that will not be the starting point with the social workers. I would like the Minister to take this matter extremely seriously, with the gravity that it should be taken, because we are currently failing children and families, the most vulnerable children in our community and their families, by not having the correct number of social workers and safe staffing levels. But we're also putting the social workers at risk by having them working in these conditions. So I want to see from the Minister a plan on how he's going to address this. He needs to come forward to the committee with a plan, to this Assembly with a plan on how he is going to address this, and he needs to do that urgently, because we cannot allow social workers, vulnerable children and families to go on in the current situation.
Well done, Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and today I rise in this chamber to put on record my huge congratulations to Kilkeel Hockey Club on their incredible success at the weekend. Kilkeel Hockey Club made history on Saturday with both of their ladies' first and men's first teams playing in the Irish Hockey Cup finals at Lisnagarvey. The ladies' team played exceptionally well and fought to the end, narrowly defeated in a penalty shootout to Bangor. A huge honour and a success for the Kilkeel team to win the runner-up medals in the tournament, and congratulations to the ladies. The men's team also played exceptionally well, and they won 6-2 against North Down, taking the cup home to Kilkeel. A huge congratulations to the men's team, and I thank them for calling with me on their way home to share in the celebrations. There's nothing quite like a blattering on your door from a celebrating winning team on a quiet Saturday evening. But it was brilliant for me to get the chance to join with them, raising the cup and celebrate with the team. It was a momentous day and occasion for the club, which is so much more than just these teams. It is the family, the friends, the supporters and the entire community that share in this success. It takes a lot of hard work, training, sponsorship and dedication from everyone to deliver these results. Kilkeel Hockey Club are central to our local community. They work closely with our school teams, and Kilkeel High School recently celebrated much success as well. They're building a great legacy, and with many legends associated with the club, I thought of my old friend, the late John Charnton, this weekend, who on Saturday would have certainly been leading in the celebrations. So once again, I'm delighted in this Assembly chamber today to record my congratulations to Kilkeel Hockey Club on their success, making history and setting the standards for others, wishing them every success and many more in the future.
Donny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge International Nurses Day, which was celebrated yesterday on the 12th of May. It is a great opportunity to highlight the invaluable work of our nursing workforce across Northern Ireland. During my nursing career, I saw every day the hard work and dedication of our nursing staff and how our health and social care service could not begin to function without them. Last year there were 26,063 nurses registered in Northern Ireland, doing a wide variety of roles within our hospitals, our care homes, health centres, prisons, schools and people's homes. They worked in the front line throughout the COVID pandemic and continue to work under extreme pressures within our health service. There are currently around 1,725 nursing vacancies in the HSC and a similar estimated vacancy rate in the independent and nursing home sectors, with nurses reporting high levels of stress and burnout. We've recently seen nurses having to resort to strike action to get equal pay with their colleagues across the UK. This is not an acceptable or a fair way to treat this proud and compassionate profession. We must address the serious issues impacting the profession, or it could deteriorate further and patient care will suffer. We need to make sure our nurses are respected and valued. Two key issues must be addressed by the department during the remainder of this mandate. The first is the issue of fair pay for nurses. We have seen pay levels falling behind the rest of the UK again, a consequence of political failure in this place due to lengthy periods without a minister or an executive in place. The current pay offer is an improvement, but does not fully achieve pay parity. Another important issue is safe staffing. Nursing is a safety critical profession, but too often nurses have been forced to deal with unacceptable workloads which can impact their stress and mental health. It is not acceptable that patients whose needs cannot be met effectively. It is for this reason we need new legislation on safe staffing, which the Minister has indicated he intends to bring before this Assembly before the end of the mandate. I encourage him to make this a priority, and I look forward to working with him as a member of the Health Committee to ensure that we deliver a fair deal for our nurses. Thank you.
Tom Elliott.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker, but I rise today to put on record commiserations for I was at the 40th anniversary service of Mr. Ivan Hillen yesterday. Ivan Hillen was murdered 40 years ago to the day yesterday, and just outside Oher. The service was in Ballygawley Presbyterian Church and was attended by the Deputy First Minister as well. Ivan was a farmer. He was out tending to his livestock on that morning when the IRA came and cowardly murdered him and obviously ran across the border, which was nearby to the Republic of Ireland, to get into their hiding. Mr. Hillen was a community activist. He worked for many local farmers, helping and assisting his neighbours. He was also a member of the Ulster Unionist Party and a delegate to the party from the South Tyrone Association. So my commiserations to Ivan's family, his late wife and son who were there yesterday. I have to say, a very moving service that recalled obviously the life of Ivan. Yesterday was 47 years from Douglas Deering was murdered in the village of Rosslea, the last business owned by the Protestant in Rosslea village. In the decades leading up to that, there were at least 5 businesses in Rosslea owned by Protestant people, all forced out in the ethnic cleansing by the IRA in that community, and there was also a controlled school in the village, and that was bombed as well, and it basically eradicated the Protestant community from the village of Rosslea. Terrible deeds and terrible times, I have to say, and not an apology for any of it. Nobody has shown any remorse from that Republican movement to those individual crimes and cowardly, brutal murders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, members may have seen or heard in the news today the heartbreaking but depressingly familiar story of a family being passed from pillar to post, living out of suitcases on an emergency housing merry-go-round that is anything but merry. Not a day passes that I am not contacted about emergency accommodation, whether it be by a family made homeless, an individual in crisis staying far from family, a constituent living near a hostel worried about an increase in antisocial behaviour, or a service provider desperately seeking GP access for clients who can't afford to wait through red tape and bureaucracy. The situation isn't just desperate, it's dangerous. Accommodation, which was once deemed a last resort, has become the norm. The growing reliance on non-standard accommodation, such as hotels and bed and breakfasts, should be a concern for each and every one of us. The rapid escalation in emergency accommodation expenditure has seen costs soar to an eye-watering £7.6 million in 2022-23. That's a particularly bitter pill to swallow when we consider that the Department for Communities seem unable or are unable to fund homelessness prevention initiatives currently operating at a deficit of £7.4 million. There's much more to tackling homelessness than putting a roof over someone's head. A huge concern to me and to my constituents is that while they are at times being told there is no accommodation in Derry and being sent further afield, they're being passed on the motorway by people being sent to Belfast from Derry for emergency housing. Spend in Derry has increased sixfold in the same period. Homelessness is a health issue, a multifaceted and complex predicament which requires an urgent cross-departmental response. We're witnessing extremely vulnerable people with complex needs being discharged from healthcare facilities or released from prison, placed in emergency housing away from their hometowns and support network. Individuals are left in a vacuum, untethered and grasping for support, which either isn't there or is woefully under-resourced. Often, these are people suffering from trauma, addiction, serious mental health issues and poverty, pushed even further to the margins of society by a system that clearly isn't working. Their exclusion and marked isolation leaves them at risk of abuse, neglect and exploitation, but it also leaves communities in fear and at risk of harm, given the volatile nature and its sometimes violent past of some of those individuals availing of emergency housing. Of course, the answer to this is to build more homes, but in the short term, we need a focus on local connection, assessment of a person's long-term needs, and on-hand support services to improve provision.
Call Liz Kimmins.
Today marks the start of Dementia Action Week 2024, and as chair of the newly formed all-party group on dementia, I know that dementia is one of the biggest health and social care challenges of our time, yet it still isn't given the priority it requires in terms of decision making. This Dementia Action Week, Alzheimer's Society has published new research today revealing the cost of dementia care in the North has now reached a staggering almost £1 billion per year. This figure is set to rise by more than £2 billion by 2040 unless urgent action is taken. More than 24,000 people are living with the condition in the North, and I know that many Assembly members here have experienced dementia in their own families and local communities, my own included. For many, dementia is viewed as simply a natural part of ageing rather than being recognised as a devastating terminal illness. Time is not on our side. The North is predicted to have the largest increase of people living with dementia by 2040, with an over 51% increase to approximately 43,000 people. Over 9 in 10 people living with dementia said getting a diagnosis had benefited them by allowing them to plan for the future, allowed them and their families to receive practical advice, feel a sense of relief in knowing what the diagnosis is, and to get medication to help manage the symptoms of dementia. Over a third of people in the North are living with dementia every day without a diagnosis that could give them access to the right treatment and support. Thousands are waiting years for a diagnosis, and we would not tolerate such a long wait for cancer diagnoses. Research released by the Alzheimer's Society today has shown that spending on diagnosis makes up less than 1.4% of the total healthcare expenditure across these islands. We need to make sure that all people can have access to an early and accurate diagnosis of dementia, no matter where they live. If we don't address diagnosis rates, we have no hope of addressing the major dementia challenges that lie ahead. Any delays to dementia diagnosis or improvements to care add considerable costs to the already overburdened healthcare system and our local communities. The research revealed today, in line with increasing numbers of people living with dementia, the need for unpaid care, often provided by loved ones or friends, will grow significantly with 40% more people expected to require unpaid care by 2040. This is a major concern when already 1/3 of unpaid carers spend more than 100 hours caring per week, and 16% have had to give up work to care. We are at a turning point for dementia treatment and research, and therefore we must act urgently to capitalise on this. For the first time, there's hope of detecting and treating dementia by diagnosing people with a simple blood test. Dementia's devastating impact is colossal on the lives of those it affects, on the healthcare system and the economy. Now is the time to prioritise dementia, and that starts with getting more people diagnosed.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer my heartfelt thanks and congratulations and those of the people of North Belfast to Mr. Stephen Baxter, BEM, as he marks his retirement as manager of Crusaders Football Club, bringing to an end the tenure of the world's longest-serving football manager. Appointed manager in February 2005 at a time of great difficulty for the football club, he went on to etch his name into the club's history books in such a way that simply seemed unimaginable back then. 19 years, 953 games and 12 trophies later, he leaves Seaview as their most successful manager of all time. Since taking over at Seaview, Baxter has seen it all and won every trophy in Irish League football, transforming Crusaders Football Club into the successful community-based club it is today. It is fitting, Mr. Speaker, that in his last game in charge, he secured Crusaders yet again a European qualification game. In the modern day of transactional football, the dedication that Stephen has given to Crusaders Football Club, I don't believe will ever be repeated again. Going from playing for the club to being its most successful manager, to becoming a world record holder and becoming an adopted son of North Belfast, Mr. Baxter has seen it all. I offer my best wishes to him for a long and happy retirement for all he has done for our North Belfast team.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognise the recent anniversary of the EU Treaty, which led to the enlargement of the EU on the 1st of May 2004, when what were referred to then as the A8 countries joined and changed things positively for many millions of people across Europe. It has been well documented, Mr. Speaker, that following that date, citizens of the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia and Slovenia integrated into the EU, and many people from those countries availed of the movement and opportunities offered to them, as did at that time citizens of Malta and Cyprus as well. Of particular and local relevance today is that later this afternoon members of the Polish community in Northern Ireland will be hosting an event in Parliament buildings to mark this anniversary, which coincides with Polish Heritage Day, an event held annually across the UK and held in the month of May. It will be a pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to join with them later to thank them for involving me in the preparation for the event, as well as taking the opportunity today to share the special day with them. Like other members, I'm sure, I've been lucky to have worked with members of our Polish community through my role as an elected representative and also in my previous employment before joining the Assembly. I welcome the opportunity today to say thank you to them for how they have enriched our community here in Northern Ireland and assisted local employers as well as creating local employment themselves. I want also to say today to the Polish members of our community and to the Polish consulate in Belfast that the Northern Irish welcome remains as warm as ever, and your event in Parliament buildings is much appreciated. I'm sure members will join with me in saying also that when there are challenges or when a small number of people seek to be unwelcoming or undermine that welcome, we stand with our Polish community and we will be here for them. I wish the organisers well for today, and I support their efforts to enhance relationships through establishing an informal all-party group which might meet twice a year. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mike Nesbitt, who isn't here and can't be here for member statements this morning, but he's been closely involved, led on contacts and correspondence for today, and kept in touch with us all. He will, I understand, be present later. I want to mention also Deborah Erskine, who has liaised with us both before today's event, and other members who have also been involved. Thank you.
Ciara Ferguson.
I want to firstly thank those from the Development Trust NI who came to brief our MLAs last week on community asset transfer, and to do so in the context of housing need, not only within my own constituency of Foyle but across society here in the north. Obviously there is an inextricable link between community asset transfer, community wealth building and the issue of housing, surrounding the vital importance of delivering a socially productive use of land and property and to achieving equality of housing for all. Across our executive, departments should be updating and publicising their asset register as allowing for full transparency on the use and location of all government assets will also make it easier to identify land, whether that's surplus or underutilised for housing development and community use. I would emphasise that on this point, government bodies should be legally required to map and publish a register of all their land and buildings. This information could be collected and published by Land and Property in a consistent and accessible manner. Third sector organisations are often to the forefront of delivering essential services and helping to improve people's lives and well-being. They should be given the right to purchase, lease, manage or use public sector land and buildings unless it is in the public interest not to do so. A paramount area of consideration here must be the extent to which their proposed use of the asset can contribute to our previous programme for government objectives, particularly around reducing housing stress. If we are to get serious about eradicating homelessness in our society and reducing both housing stress and the continued over-reliance on temporary forms of accommodation, as we've all heard today as headline news, this is a vital area of work and needs to be progressed for our families. I want to acknowledge that although the primary aim of department officials is often to maximise capital receipts from assets, there are clear circumstances wherein the social benefit and social value that stands to be realised must be examined. I would once again call on the Minister to publish the housing supply strategy in the first instance and then to work with the Department to deliver on the recommendations included in the Department for Communities October 22 report on recommendations to advance community wealth building, particularly with respect to working with our largest social housing landlord to develop and implement a community-led housing framework. Thank you.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a very exciting day as we mark 20 years of the Polish community coming to Northern Ireland to make this beautiful part of the world their home. And we say thank you to the contribution that many of those people have made. And later today, as already has been outlined in Parliament buildings, there will be an event to launch the Friends of Poland cross-party group, which will have the aim of maintaining the relationship between the Polish community in Northern Ireland and elected members of the Northern Ireland Assembly. This group aims to increase awareness of the Polish community and its contribution to Northern Irish culture, economy and daily life here. It is hoped that through the group, Polish communities living in Northern Ireland will feel more connected to political life and feel able to contribute more to society through political means here. The Friends of Poland group has been supported by the Consulate General of the Republic of Poland in Belfast and many other Polish groups. And I want to put on record the work carried out by Maciej Bator, who many will know in this chamber. Maciej has been a real voice for the Polish community in Northern Ireland and has done excellent work in communities. In the last 20 years, the Polish community has established itself here in Northern Ireland, and now over 25,000 Polish people live here. They have added to our social and cultural tapestry and are the largest ethnic minority group, with Polish being the second most spoken language in Northern Ireland after English. Poland is the only European country with a full-time diplomatic mission in Northern Ireland, and perhaps a little unknown fact is that Polish airmen were based here in the Second World War in a defence role, with several Polish Second World War graves located in several parts of the country. As a local representative, I really appreciated the Honorary Consul of the Republic of Poland, Jerome Mullins' attendance at Remembrance Sunday events in Enniskillen down through the years. He faithfully attends, which is recognition and a symbol of some of the bonds and ties that bring our communities together. So I look forward to today's events, and I thank other members in the chamber as well, like my colleague John Blair, Mike Nesbitt and others across the chamber. And hopefully we can all collectively work together for a better Northern Ireland for everybody who chooses to live and work here.
Kate Nicholl.
Mr. Speaker, Nora, who is a mother of one, wrote on the Melted Parents social media site, "I've had to take a temporary withdrawal from my nursing degree as I can't afford the childcare to finish my last year and don't know if I'll ever be able to finish within the time frame. So disheartening. It took me a long time to get into university and to get through the first 2 years of the degree, and now because I started a family, all the work and effort is all gone. I've taken a year out. Hopefully, interim support for parents will be delivered by then." Mr. Speaker, it's been said time and time again in this chamber that childcare is in crisis, and we have all reiterated our support and the need for investment within it. But parents' expectations have been risen. They were expecting delivery, and I've heard anecdotally from some people who have expanded their family in the hope that there would be some more support coming, only to wonder how they're ever going to be able to afford it. We made those promises, and we really need to deliver on it. We need to see the detail for what that 25 million for childcare is going to entail. We need a timeline for the childcare strategy. We need detail on the cross-departmental task and finish group. We need to know who's involved in it, what has been discussed around interim measures. We need costings for an affordable childcare scheme, but more than anything else, we need urgent interim support for parents and providers who are quite frankly on their knees. So I just wanted to bring that voice of that parent into the chamber today, because there are so many more like that. And to finish with a concerned parent who wrote, "The empty promises and zero signs of immediate interim solutions are soul destroying. People are losing faith in our institutions, and it's so important we give them some information and something deliverable very soon." Thank you.
Jonathan Buckley.
West 200 showcased the very best of Northern Ireland. Glorious weather meant that thousands flocked to the north coast to enjoy some fantastic road racing. Our own local riders, particularly in this instance Glenn Irwin and his 11th super bike win, really was a gem in the crown of what was a fantastic week of racing and indeed community spirit on the north coast. Over 120,000 supporters attended with their families, with tens of millions watching online. If ever there was a case for our wee country to be broadcast around the world, into rooms across the world, this is it, members. And I pay tribute to Mervyn White and his team of over 200 volunteers who put together that race, who do the hard yards to ensure that the spectators and indeed the riders can have a safe day out, and indeed so much is done for the Northern Ireland economy. It takes £1 million to run the North West 200, the vast majority of which is supplied by private sector. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that if ever there is a case for increased central government funding, it is for this event. Of the £1 million spent, over £12 million is generated for the local economy. It's quite a spectacular figure, and if we were to be able to get behind that from a central government perspective, I have no doubt we could reach even greater heights. As it approaches its 100th year, I would really call on central government to review its approach to the North West. There was a motorsport task force which looked into issues that could tangibly be brought forward from government to ensure that the event prospered in the future. And I would now call for an implementation body to ensure that those recommendations are lived through and ensure that the North West continues. And again, my congratulations to those organisers and those that partake in the races for what was truly a magnificent event as the largest outdoor sporting event on this island. Thank you, sir.
Daniel McCrossan, you've got 2 minutes, Mr. McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity today to welcome the Alzheimer's Society and Dementia NI to Parliament buildings. I had the pleasure of visiting the dementia bus at the front of the building, and I have to say it is a fascinating experience and gives a real insight into the challenges that are being faced by dementia patients right across Northern Ireland. I also want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the family of Sean McGrain from Strabane, who are also in the building today, his wife Sheila and daughter Denise, who do huge amounts of work in raising awareness and offering hope to people that are facing the tremendous challenges that are caused by dementia. I also speak as a grandson of a grandmother who was diagnosed with dementia just after the death of my grandfather a few short years ago. And we know as a family very, very well, actually, the huge challenges that come with the diagnosis, and obviously the difficulty in the journey in getting the diagnosis in Northern Ireland. We're aware, Mr Speaker, of the huge and growing numbers. There's 20,000 people now in Northern Ireland, and the trajectory is upward in terms of dementia diagnosis. And we do need more support for people, but also greater awareness as to how families deal with the ever-changing circumstances and challenges that happen. It is not just the patient that is suffering. The family suffers greatly alongside their loved one when they see a huge deterioration in their well-being, and the person that you love and know disappear almost instantly before your eyes and deteriorate further as each day passes. But in my office, Mr Speaker, on a weekly basis, we hear from families that are struggling to find the support that they need for their loved ones, and adaptation and support, financial support, and also services generally. More needs to be done to support people right across Northern Ireland. This is a huge challenge for our society and for this Assembly, and we all must do more to raise awareness and to support those across our communities that are suffering from this terrible, terrible disease. Thank you.
Thank you. A member crossed the floor of the House in front of the Speaker's chair, which was inappropriate and shouldn't happen. And I would remind members that if they need to cross the floor, they do it behind or around the other way, but you never cross the floor in front of the Speaker's chair. We now move on to the next item of business, and the next item on the order paper is a motion from the opposition on a programme for government. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly notes that the devolved institutions have now been restored for 100 days, recognises the challenging financial situation facing the Executive, acknowledges the need for an improved fiscal framework that recognises the underfunding of public services in Northern Ireland. Further notes that the parties now in the Executive engage with the Northern Ireland Civil Service on programme for government commitments for a sustained period prior to the restoration of devolved government. Regrets that the Executive has yet to confirm a date for the publication of a programme for government in its first 100 days in office, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to commit to publishing a programme for government or a summary of key planned programme for government outcomes before the Assembly summer recess.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposal of motion of 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published in the marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today is our third opposition day and we intend to use it to focus on delivery. But before I move on to my substantive remarks, I do want to wish Conor Murphy well, who has obviously temporarily stepped down from his role as Economy Minister, and I think all of us would wish him a speedy recovery and to see him back at his desk and in the chamber soon. I also want to associate myself with remarks made by both Deborah Erskine and John Blair in relation to marking the 20th anniversary of the accession of 8 Eastern European countries and the role they have played in broadening our society in Northern Ireland and increasing our diversity. Is hugely welcome, and I too will be at the event later on today, organised by the new Friends of Poland group. Mr Speaker, since taking up the role of opposition, we have been consistent in saying we intended to be constructive. We recognise that after years of collapse, austerity and deteriorating public services, that not everything could or would be fixed overnight, or indeed fixed in the course of this mandate. From the health service to housing, to our infrastructure, to the childcare crisis that was just alluded to in the previous item, to our stubbornly high poverty levels. The incoming Executive was faced with challenges that aren't easily resolved, but are in fact deeply embedded and in some cases structural. We know, for example, that the health service requires more investment, but also a multi-year programme of reconfiguration of services around specialisms, longer-term recruitment strategies for all healthcare professionals, more use of cross-border services, and ultimately a broader societal shift towards a greater emphasis on prevention and upstream public health improvement to limit the burden of managing chronic conditions for an ageing population. Now, Mr. Speaker, I use that example of health to acknowledge the complexity of the challenges we face and the solutions that are required. It would be utterly wrong of me to stand up, bang the lectern and insist that we had all of the challenges in the health service sorted overnight. That's not possible. It's not possible in any society, let alone ones where we have allowed the health service to get to the state that we have in Northern Ireland. So I do acknowledge and will acknowledge today the complexity of the challenges that the Executive faces, and we have done since we've entered into opposition. But, Mr. Speaker, the public of Northern Ireland aren't unreasonable and they aren't daft. They know these challenges will take time and effort to resolve. But they do expect a plan. And if the plan itself isn't yet ready, which it doesn't appear to be, at a bare minimum, they deserve to be told when the plan will be published. 100 days from the restoration of the institutions, and we have now had 28 motions from executive parties, promising action on everything from waiting lists to childcare support to the MOT backlog. In many cases, these motions are presented as if they substantively changed the law or allocated funding. They don't. A casual observer watching the First Minister publicise motions calling for improved childcare or support for holiday hunger might naturally assume that since the person speaking is the joint head of government here, that these motions come alongside a meaningful plan involving legislation or allocation of funding. But they don't. And while motions in the Assembly by governing parties can be a legitimate way of putting items on the agenda and airing issues, what they can't be is a substitute for practical action and for delivery. Otherwise, the executive parties collectively risk inviting even more of the cynicism that we have seen that our politics has generated in recent years. So our motions today, starting with this one, focus on delivery. We would like to see a programme for government delivered soon. Is that so unreasonable? We haven't had one in nearly a decade, and we do know, as our motion highlights, that the executive parties were meeting for, I think, more than 18 months with the head of the civil service to agree the key parameters and outlines of a draft programme for government ready to launch when an executive was formed and our devolved institutions restored. I don't know how many of those meetings happened. I don't know specifically what the outcomes or outputs, as management consultants say, are or were. But I do know that those meetings happened. There have been now countless meetings about strategies and priorities, but we haven't yet seen a programme for government, nor do we know when we're going to get a programme for government. So we do want to know when we're going to see a programme for government. If we can't see the document itself, when's it going to be published? What's it going to say? Will it come alongside some meaningful form of multi-year budget? And if the executive's position is that a multi-year budget will have to wait for a multi-annual spending review from a new UK government, what are the types of targets? What are the indicative spending plans? What are the key targets for the rest of this mandate that the public can expect to see prioritised and delivered against? Is that so unreasonable? Is that such a mad, unreasonable ask from a government? It was disappointing recently to be told by the First Minister that we shouldn't collectively be in a hurry to see a programme for government. I would remind the leadership of the Executive that we haven't had an operational programme for government in nearly a decade. Now here I see the Deputy First Minister shaking her head. I'm happy to take an intervention from her at this point if she wants to correct me on that statement, but my understanding is we haven't had a fully signed off programme for government since the 2011 programme for government, because the 2016 programme for government was only ever in draft form, and indeed during the brief 20 to 22 period of an executive, there was no formally signed off programme for government. So I don't think we have had agreed, updated programme for government targets in a decade. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for that, because how else can the public judge what the executive is or isn't delivering for them. Now, executive parties do face the challenge of navigating multi-party mandatory coalition, and yes, the constraints that are imposed by a devolved settlement with limited control over revenue and an austerity-obsessed Tory government. So our motion acknowledges the extremely difficult financial position that we are all in and an incoming executive is in. Nobody should be in any doubt about that, or in any doubt that the UK government should agree a better and more reasonable funding settlement for this place. But none of that is an alibi or an excuse for parties that have sought power, and in many cases people whose faces were on most lampposts across this country, for those people to set a plan, to set some priorities, and to tell the public, to be honest with the public, about the choices that they need to make. And, Mr. Speaker, those limitations that I acknowledged, whether it's the limitations in terms of the devolved spending settlement or the limitations of being in a power-sharing coalition, they're all the more reason why we need a roadmap, a programme for government, something that will tell us as an Assembly and the public more broadly what the plan is and what is being delivered. Because without it, as we've seen in the past, the executive is simply improvising from week to week and running on glossy PR and positive vibes, which are welcome, but they cannot be a substitute for actual delivery in government. Now, let me say this. I am not simply carping here. I'm sure I'm going to be accused of that, but I am not, nor is my party, simply carping from the sidelines. I'd like to acknowledge positive signs, and I'd like to acknowledge where the executive has, since it's come in, made specific progress. I would say genuinely that the positive symbolism and the strong imagery between the First and Deputy First Minister is welcome, and that has to be acknowledged, and I do acknowledge it. I would also say that the Economy Minister, who, as we know, is now hopefully away for a brief hiatus, set out some clear themes that he wants to pursue in his economic policy around regional balance, greater promotion of the all-island economy, and I think that's welcome. I also think that the Communities Minister has made some progress and has acted swiftly to help deliver legislation around defective premises. So I am willing to acknowledge where there is progress. But what I'm not going to do is simply accept that we can have government without a plan, without a roadmap, drifting along week by week simply on the back of PR, which is, I'm afraid, what appears to be happening at the minute. So I acknowledge I don't have very much time left, so I won't give way, but I'd be happy to give way later on in the proceedings. So, Mr. Speaker, all we're asking for is a plan, a roadmap. We're not asking for the earth, and we're not asking for miracles. The public of Northern Ireland have a right to expect that parties who have sought power and successfully been elected to seek power have a plan, and they're going to tell them the choices they are going to make to rescue our public services. That's all we're asking. And if the parties who have sought that power and have that power can't sign up to this motion, then I don't know why they're in power in the first place. Thank you.
Call Harvey to move the amendment.
Moved, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harvey, you have up to 10 minutes to oppose the amendment and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to speak on the opposition motion and will be supporting of the amendment. The opening sentence of the motion references the challenging financial situation being faced by our constituents and by us all. The cost of living crisis continues to bite hard on the family finances and on government finances as well. Following the return of the institutions early this year, I have been heartened to see the energy within the Executive to meet the challenges head on by taking immediate action in several key policy areas to begin making a tangible difference to people's lives. The immediate focus has been on the settling of pay disputes for public sector workers, and rightly so. Civil servants, health and social care workers and teachers have been some of those to benefit from the £3.3 billion financial package emanating from our negotiations with the government, and I am pleased to see the benefit beginning to be felt in people's pockets. I also think of some of the recent announcements by my colleague, the Minister for Education, for instance, who is driving on some of the key priorities for us as a party. The need for school building programmes is acute. The funding he has now allocated to new SEN Capable programme will make a massive difference to the lives of so many families struggling to meet the needs of an SEN child. The delivery of 8 entirely new schools over the next 10 years, alongside extension and refurbishment programmes for mainstream schools, will be welcomed by a sector which urgently needs support to meet the ever-growing demand and prevalence of SEN within our children and young people. Other recent announcements, such as 9 million for access to dentistry, alongside wider executive agreement on a budget for 24-25 and agreement on the setting of the regional rate, all demonstrates a willingness to ensure that swift action is taken to meet the need and priorities being faced. The motion goes on to call for a programme for government document. This is, of course, something that we're all supportive of. Government has an obligation to set out its vision and priorities in a strategic fashion, and I welcome the opportunity of the newly formed opposition to scrutinise such. However, a document doesn't produce results and certainly doesn't equate to delivery. Many's a document produced in this place has sat on the shelf gathering dust. Whilst I wouldn't wish to make light of the necessity of a programme for government, I would caution a fixation around it. The public aren't particularly interested in policy documents. They're interested in delivery and positive outcomes emanating from this chamber and tangibly impacting their lives for the better. It is on an outcomes-based approach that the public will hold the executive and individual ministers to account, and I believe that is where our focus should lie, and that of the opposition in terms of accountability. As I have already outlined, the absence of such a document hasn't prevented executive action and decision-making in several key policy areas so far. In addition, it should also be noted that neither has it hindered the executive from outlining some of the key priorities within this mandate. Those have included the likes of affordable childcare, the need for international economic investment. Yes, I'll give way.
When he mentions childcare, would you like to comment on the fact that this executive, on the Barnett consequentials, was allocated £57.2 million for childcare, but in its wisdom or otherwise decided to only spend £25 million on childcare? How does that show a priority for childcare provision?
For his contribution. We also think of the pollution in Loch Neagh and more generally combating pollution amongst others. It is important that time is taken by the executive to draft a programme for government that not only addresses all of the fundamental issues, but which garners the consensus required to produce a focused and agreed set of priorities. Agreement takes time, and agreement will be required if a programme for government is to have a meaningful and lasting impact for good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call the Chair of the TO Committee, Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, I rise initially to make a few remarks in my role as Chair of the Executive Office Committee. This motion is naturally of particular interest to the committee in its oversight role. We need to stop the notion that we have to agree on every semicolon before we can publish a programme for government. We need to have a document urgently which outlines priorities, clarifies objectives and sets out a series of actions to achieve these. The Department's first day brief referred to the lack of a programme for government as a knotty, KNOTTY problem. But frankly, we are all here to provide leadership and we need to get on with it. Mr. Speaker, I do need to put on record of view that the Executive Office is not yet functioning as it should be. 100 days after restoration, we were supposed to see agreement on a published programme for memorials for the victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse of children, public consultations on issues from truth recovery for mother and baby institutions to refugee integration, agreement on an international relations strategy, a draft investment strategy and much else. The vital strategy for ending Domestic Violence Against Women and Girls is not yet approved. Promised amendments to the Ministerial Code have not appeared, and the review of TBUC is not yet available. Mr. Speaker, additionally, a vast range of appointments are still awaited. We are making public appointments without a Public Appointments Commissioner, trying to address victims' issues without a Victims Commissioner, and allegedly progressing the Identity and Language Act without the relevant Language and Identity Commissioners, which is perhaps unsurprising given that the department is still being run without a permanent secretary, despite the vacancy having occurred in September and interviews apparently having taken place in February. As a committee, we are also scrutinising the work of the department frequently without papers having been provided in advance. We do not yet know the role of the junior ministers. Frankly, it is all still rather dysfunctional. The fundamental point here relevant to this debate is that the absence of a programme for government is frustratingly consistent with performance of the Executive Office since February, and the ministers who head the Executive Office are responsible and accountable for that. Despite this, we know that there have been discussions around what should be in the programme for government. It should be human rights compliant, it should have measurable outcomes, it should promote good relations, it should be trauma informed, and it should reflect the voices of young people.
For giving way. And we know that a programme for government can be difficult with many competing priorities, particularly in the financial climate that we find ourselves in today. But can I ask, from a committee perspective, has the committee had an opportunity to review and indeed research the average length of time for a programme of government across legacy executives, going back even, for example, to the time in which the leader of the opposition's party occupied the position of Deputy First Minister?
The member's next minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your intervention. We are awaiting confirmation when the First and Deputy First Minister are going to return to committee, and also when the junior ministers are going to appear, and it will be at that stage that we will hone in on the issue around the lack of programme for government. Thank you. This counts for very little, however, until it is actually published as the focus for policy and legislation for us as a committee to scrutinise. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say make a few remarks as an Alliance MLA. I have to say, I think the specific call on the First and Deputy First Minister is fairly framed. We support it without reservation. The amendment is not entirely without merit, but it removes the specific call for the programme for government to be published. We do want to see it published urgently. Go ahead.
Read the amendment. It doesn't interfere with the timescale. It still commits that the draft programme for government should be published by the summer. So it is only asking for recognition of the work which has been advanced. It does not change the timescale, which is the specific action within the motion.
I will reflect on it again. I didn't think that that's the way it read, but I do think that by picking out some specific issues, there are others that we know that the executive themselves have looked at that have not been included. And I think that that's what our point is. We would like to see it in its entirety published, even in draft form, so that we can actually look at everything that they're laying out in front of them. The challenging fiscal situation referred to in the motion is something we have rehearsed several times in this chamber, but we need to be very clear about two things. Firstly, if anything, such a situation only makes a programme for government more urgent, as we need to be very clear about what our priorities actually are. And secondly, if we want to make the case for more money for services, we need to be clear about what we will do with it. Let me expand on this latter point. What we are hearing from the COVID inquiry is that our system of government has learnt nothing from RHI, and what we are hearing from countless inquiries and reviews of our health and social care system is that we are learning nothing from the major patient safety failings. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the parties who provide the relevant ministers are the same parties which opted to crash the executive since 2017 and have kept it crashed for most of the time since. They are responsible and accountable for the consequences of that too. The people of Northern Ireland are no longer prepared to be thankful for ministers merely for providing an administration. They want, need and demand good government. There's a lot of work to catch up on. There are a lot of decisions to make, and this requires clear prioritisation, best delivered by a programme for government. Thank you.
Concordia and I raised today to support the motion and welcome
the text of the motion. I think that it's important for us all as MLAs to take stock of what it is that we want to see achieved in this mandate, and to set very clearly what our priorities are, and obviously a programme for government is fundamental to that. And I suppose at the beginning of this mandate in February past, we were in the context of a very challenging situation where all representatives in our local areas, we all are put here by the people, and we work for and with the people, and we know the issues that face our constituents. And we're human beings, so we see human suffering, and most of us will be moved by that and want to do something to help people. So the first thing that we achieved as a four-party executive was the delivery of a fair pay settlement for public sector workers. And obviously that was in the very challenging context of the Tory austerity that we've been living with for 14 years now. And as an Irish Republican, my particular frustrations with that system and how this place is funded does not need to be rehearsed. But obviously we know that we are funded below need in the north, and that has been the case for a significant number of years, and that's the context within which we're operating. But as four parties working together, and with the help which I welcome from the opposition benches, and we do welcome constructive costings and reflections and considerations. We know the things that face our constituents. We know the problems that people are bringing to us every day, whether that be passports or potholes, more challenging situations, and the things that we want to give particular focus to. So that's solving the problems in our childcare sector and making childcare affordable for our working families. That's increasing SEN provision so that the parents that are coming to us at their absolute wit's end every summer telling us that their young child hasn't got a nursery or primary school place, that's no longer the situation. It's ending violence against women and girls. We've all stood at the vigils. We've all bemoaned the fact that this is the second most dangerous place in Europe to be a woman. We want to end that, and we want to see the work there delivered. We want to build fair and appropriate housing. We want to solve the problems in our waiting lists. We all have constituents coming to our offices approaching us waiting for years and years and years for routine surgery that is massively damaging their health, and we want to work collaboratively with everyone around the executive and all MLAs in this chamber to solve those problems. We want to transform our public services, and we want to build a better economy. So any suggestions that people have regarding that, and any work that we can do, Sinn Féin is committed to delivering for the people that put us here, and we want to work collaboratively with all MLAs to do that. And I think this is an important motion and a good opportunity for us all to rededicate ourselves to the public service that we're all operating on. Gormaili Maigov.
Thank you. I call Doug Beattie, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why can't you support the motion is a question you have to ask, because it's factually correct. The executive has been restored for 100 days. There are huge fiscal challenges facing the executive. We have been underfunded and continue to be funded below need. They're all factual. And there was extensive engagement between the executive political parties and the Northern Ireland Civil Service around a programme for government. So we will absolutely excuse me, support the motion. And as far as the amendment is concerned, the amendment is absolutely factually correct as well. It lays out what we did say in those negotiations would be our priority. So we can easily support the amendment, and it doesn't actually affect negatively the main motion. So we've no problems either way. However, it's clear that a programme for government should be a foundation document for what we want to achieve as a coalition government with a long-term vision. It should be strategic, outcomes focused, and not projects focused. So it really does need to be looked at in depth. The Ulster Unionist Party have always had a stance that we believe that when you come to form the executive, it's better to wait and form the executive and do the hunt once you have a programme for government already agreed. Therefore, people are going into government already knowing what the outcomes are going to be, so there's no more silo mentality. And we could have achieved that.
We literally could have achieved that, funnily enough. We disagreed with the boycott, but the boycott gave us 2 years to approve a programme for government before we went in. So we did have the ability to have a programme for government up and running really, really quickly. In fact, if you look back to 2021, it's not that long ago, 2021, the last programme for government also went out for public consultation between January and March of 2021. That should have been a programme for government then with longevity for the future. It should never have been a 1, 2, 3 year programme for government. It should have been a 5-year or 10-year programme for government. And the First Minister was the Deputy First Minister at the time, and her signature's on the bottom of that consultation document, as is Arlene Foster's signature is on the bottom of that. And then the consultations that we had between the political parties and the Northern Ireland Civil Service really did go on from June 22 until January 24. There was ample time to come up with a programme for government. Fiscal challenges, absolutely there are. But every time anybody hints at trying to deal with them, every time somebody hints about revenue raising, it's closed down pretty quickly, I've got to say. So if you agree an underfunding budget, you accept an underfunding budget. We didn't, we couldn't, it won't work. So all of those issues that have been mentioned by the DUP, and I agree with all of them, every single one of them is going to require a resource. But we don't have that resource, and we don't have that level of engagement within the executive that we need now. I think the executive has met about 6 times since it got re-established. But there's been absolutely no focus whatsoever on our programme for government. There's been some side issues talking about it, but absolutely nothing. And there is a sense that TEO at this moment in time is a bit dysfunctional. And I think you outlined really, really well some of the issues that create that dysfunctionality. There are multiple documents about a programme for government. I have them sitting here, very glossy, and actually would have given us the ability to get up and running pretty quickly. I think there's even a document here which is called the Strategic Programmes Timeline, which says a programme for government should be out for consultation after 7 weeks of an executive being up and running. Here is my concern, if I can finish on that. My concern is that we will end up with a makeshift 1-year programme for government that will deal with projects only. It will deliver projects, and there will be good projects and right projects. Childcare is absolutely right. Special educational needs is right. Dealing with waiting lists, absolutely right. But they have to be part of so much bigger than just a project to deal with one or the other. And I think that's where we are lacking. I hope the programme for government comes out soon, because the programme for government should have been the thing that informed the budget, not the budget informing the programme for government. We've got it the wrong way round. But I'll happily support the motion. I think it's a good motion, and I will happily support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Doug. I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion. It is imperative that we have a programme for government that provides clarity, direction and transparency on the road to be travelled by the Northern Ireland Executive within this shortened mandate. After the unnecessary and damaging suspension of the institutions came to an end earlier this year, the opportunity for collaborative working between our executive ministers was restored. And there is no doubt that the challenge facing every minister is substantial: ensuring fair pay for public sector workers, cost of childcare, health service transformation, delivering a first-class education for our children, addressing the impact of historical underfunding of our justice system, and addressing the environmental crisis in Loch Neagh. But we have been back now for 100 days. A budget has been announced, but we do not yet have a clear statement of what the Executive will prioritise and what outcomes will be sought to measure that across the departments. This is not the context that we should be operating in for the people of Northern Ireland. As the motion highlights, it would of course be remiss not to recognise that we are in dire need of a fiscal framework that delivers the necessary resource for fit-for-purpose public services to be delivered. The Northern Ireland Fiscal Council showed that Northern Ireland's funding formula needs to be set at 124% per head in comparison to England for us to deliver equally effective services. And Alliance has consistently argued that due to a range of factors that this figure should in fact be adjusted to 127%, not least to properly account for the cost of funding policing and justice in this place. but a cycle of repeated short-term cash injections, providing a sticking plaster as we continue in a cycle of collapse and restoration, is not going to be enough to sustain our finances. We need a proper funding settlement, we need a multi-year budget, and we need the ability to plan, and that must mean no more stop-start government. But whilst our executive will, I hope, continue to push for this transformation of our funding model at a Westminster level, we need to see the ambition from our First and Deputy First Ministers clearly set out with clear signposts and indicators which will allow for proper accountability on delivery. And a failure to set out a long-term vision for public policy in Northern Ireland, it only hurts those who need it the most. It undermines the work needed to help the most marginalised communities. We haven't had a confirmed programme for government, as has been referenced by other contributors, in over 10 years. And this is not good enough, and it is sadly symptomatic of the instability of these institutions and indicative of the need to reform them to stabilise government in this place. And it takes leadership to set out a strategic direction for the executive, not just an articulation of how much money it costs to deliver public services. The public have a right to know what this executive seeks to achieve collectively, how we will get out of departmental silos and collaborate meaningfully to deliver for the public. We need a programme for government, or we run the risk of compounding silo mentalities, and we will see budgets being distributed within departments in a context that is disconnected from any overarching strategic priorities. So, very happy to lend my support to this motion, and I would call on the First and Deputy First Ministers to prioritise this work now, so that this already shortened mandate does not become a missed opportunity to transform how we do government in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Nick. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The reinstatement of the devolved institutions here in Northern Ireland was a significant achievement, and it marked a critical moment in this region's journey towards stability and progress. And as the Assembly commemorates the first 100 days since this milestone, it is absolutely imperative to acknowledge the strides that we have made, and many of those have been recognised by the speakers so far. But we are operating in a financial landscape, and it confronts the executive at every turn. It's a formidable challenge, and particularly because it straddles every single sector that we have. But acknowledging the underfunding of public services in Northern Ireland is not just merely an observation. It's a clarion call for action, which I believe this motion today also does. Our communities deserve access to high-quality healthcare, education, infrastructure, and all other essential services. The crisis in health funding and educational inequalities, however, have been exacerbated by the pandemic, stop-start politics, and systemic issues that demand immediate address. So waiting times for critical procedures, overstretched staff and under-resourced facilities in healthcare, alongside disparities in educational outcomes, rooted in socio-economic difference, that are hurdles that this executive and this assembly must not overlook. The spectre of crippling poverty, especially child poverty, looms large over Northern Ireland's future. The executive must prioritise policies and initiatives aimed at lifting families out of destitution, furnish them with the support and resource requisite for flourishing. Addressing the root causes of poverty and encompassing access to affordable housing, employment opportunities and robust social support systems is indispensable for fostering a more equitable society, which I believe a programme for government should be at the core of. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to also mention disability inequalities that represent another poignant challenge that warrants immediate attention. Persons with disabilities confront obstacles to employment, education, healthcare and societal inclusion, which perpetuate cycles of disadvantage and exclusion. The Executive's duty is to dismantle these barriers and cultivate a society where every individual can participate fully and equitably. And I know that we've had motions and I know we're taking measures, but I do believe we need a printed, agreed programme for government to achieve this. Furthermore, environmental failures exemplified by the Loch Neagh algae bloom catastrophe underscore the pressing need for environmental stewardship and sustainable development. The Executive must take decisive steps to mitigate pollution, safeguard natural habitats and advocate sustainable practices across all domains. Therefore, investing in renewable energy, conservation endeavours and environmental education is pivotal for safeguarding present and future generations. And I know we have a compressed mandate with only maybe 2 years left. However, it would be remiss of us not to ensure that these are included. Amidst these challenges, the Executive's foremost task is the formulation and execution of a focused programme for government that recognises the compressed mandate. And such a programme should espouse an overarching ethos of well-being and prosperity across every priority and outcome. It must not only identify key objectives, but also delineate concrete strategies and allocate resources judiciously. Every policy initiative and decision must be scrutinised through the lens of fostering well-being and prosperity for all citizens of Northern Ireland. One critical area where the Executive has faltered is ensuring that the social housing stock and its quality meet the burgeoning demand. The failure to adequately address this issue has left many families languishing in inadequate or unaffordable housing, exacerbating issues of homelessness, poverty and social inclusion. And I'm sure if any of you were listening to the radio this morning, we will have heard testimony of that. It's imperative that the Executive redoubles its efforts to expand and improve the social housing inventory, ensuring that it meets the needs of all citizens and contributes to the well-being and prosperity of Northern Ireland as a whole. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, as Northern Ireland and its people reflects on the restoration of these devolved institutions, it must confront the formidable challenges that lie ahead with resolve and determination. By delivering a focused programme for government rooted in an ethos of well-being and prosperity, addressing pressing issues such as health funding, educational inequalities, poverty, disability disparities, environmental sustainability and social housing, this Executive can chart a course towards a brighter and more inclusive future for all. Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And thank you to the Opposition for bringing forward this important motion. A programme for government is not just desirable, it's vital. It allows our Executive to set out its future vision, to establish a set of key priorities, and to give the public and MLAs a basis on which to judge the success or otherwise of our Executive. In a shortened mandate, it must be acknowledged that there have been a wide range of immediate pressures and challenges for all Executive Ministers in the first 100 days since restoration. However, it is deeply regretful that we are only into the first 100 days of this place being up and running. If we had been able to form a government in the days following the 2022 Assembly election, when this mandate should have begun, we would have been 2 years into a functioning government, 2 years further into making the transformative change that our public services require and that our constituents deserve, 2 years further into delivery on a wide range of very important issues. On that, the amendment lists a range of issues which urgently need to be progressed, but there are also a huge range of other issues that must be prioritised, including adequate funding for DERA to deliver on the Climate Change Act and the significant underfunding of justice relative to other departments for many years. For Alliance, the fact that we are only 100 days into this mandate further underlines the need for reform of our institutions, as my colleague outlined. We must never find ourselves in this position again of having been without government for 5 out of the last 7 years. It is totally unacceptable and has created a very challenging environment for all ministers, given decision-making has been put on hold for the last 2 years. Nobody in this place is under any illusions. We can't do everything we would like to, and this is especially true in a shortened mandate, with 2 years of wasted time already behind us. However, there is hope that if we are able to take the serious steps required to transform services and deliver real impact for the people we serve. Our programme for government cannot simply be about putting more money into every department. While it is essential that we see services funded according to need, and the UK government lives up to its own analysis in relation to the lack of funding received by Northern Ireland, we also need to see serious plans for the long-term transformation of services right across government. Connected to this, we must also become much more serious about ending silo working. Government by silo has failed all of us, and it must be brought to an end. We must be bolder and more ambitious about the kind of cross-departmental working and collaboration that is possible. If we are truly going to be outcomes-driven and genuinely focused on delivering the best results for Northern Ireland, we must be able to step outside the narrow confines of our departments and see the bigger picture. I see this most clearly in my work every single day on education and delivery for our children and young people. It is particularly clear when we look at the early years education, childcare, and the ongoing crisis for children with SEND. The Independent Review of Education states that the life of a child from 0 to 4 years old and beyond does not operate within public service boundaries or silos. It is essential that health and education services and others work hand in hand for these vital years. This means collaborative working on policy development, service delivery and funding. The Children's Services Cooperation Act 2015 is there as legislation that can be activated and utilised to pool resources and funding for the purposes of delivering children's services. The legislation is there, but its potential has never been realised, and that is shameful. The Act also includes a requirement for the Programme for Government to consider these issues raised in the report on the operation of this Act. This must be part of the incoming Programme for Government. The Independent Review of Education states that early years services are an investment by society in its future. It further states that we have a duty to see investment in the early years as an investment for the long term. If we are serious about improving outcomes and delivering for a better Northern Ireland, we need to get serious about investing in our children, which includes ambitious programmes around high-quality, accessible and affordable childcare. I firmly believe that if we are going to make a success of the time we have remaining in this mandate, we need to bring a renewed focus in areas where we can have the most significant impact. Investment in genuinely collaborative working for the sake of our children and young people will not only deliver better value for money, but the research suggests that this will also improve outcomes for the next generation. If our programme for government is going to be ambitious about anything, I firmly believe it should be about creating a better society in which our children and young people can grow, learn and thrive. Our programme for government must come forward at a pace and set out a clear and comprehensive vision for the future transformation of public services in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, I know that we have many shared priorities and those will be reflected today, but we must deliver more. We must deliver more on affordable childcare to support workers and families, and more on social and affordable homes, because everybody has the right to call somewhere their home. We must transform our health and social care system and ensure that children with additional needs have first-class support. They're not my words. They're the words of the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, when she took up the role of First Minister on the 2nd of February. We can agree that too many mummies and daddies are having to give up work because childcare is too expensive. We agree that our teachers need to be supported and equipped to teach, and that our public sector workers need to be properly paid. They're not my words. They're the words of Deputy First Minister Emma Little-Pengelly when she took up the role of Deputy First Minister on the 2nd of February. Strong aspirations, great ideals, and a collective spirit and willingness to get work together for a shared outcome. And it was exactly what the people of Northern Ireland need at this difficult time, when our politics was stagnant for 2 years, and when we had just emerged from a deadly pandemic, and when the cost of living crisis remains in situ. There was just one thing that was missing from those contributions, or from the contribution of any of the executive parties, and that is a plan, a roadmap, somewhere to get us from A to B, on how we would actually see those priorities being delivered. Now, I will be the first to say that photo opportunities were important. People needed to see our executive as a singular unit. However, there must reach a point when the executive decides to park the photo ops and get on with the job of delivering for the public, or actually serving the public and meeting their aspirations and their ideals. Just over 2 years ago, the 4 executive parties set out their priorities in their manifestos. Building a better Northern Ireland. Together we can. Real action on issues that matter to you. Time for real change. So, is Northern Ireland any better after 100 days? Together, did you? Has there been any real action on the issues that matter to the public, or the ones that matter to the executive parties? Time for real change, or has it been more of the same, and let's not be in a hurry? For 2 years, the executive parties were meeting, and we all believed that they were discussing the budget and a programme for government. And when that became apparent, the SDLP left those discussions because it would not have been proper for an opposition party to be part of budget discussions. It's not the job of the opposition to do the executive's work for them. Yet here we are today, doing that. We have laid bare the issues that the executive parties promised on. They promised delivery on it. They promised for parents, for public sector workers, all of them, and the working families right across the north. To date, they have failed to deliver on them. And who's to blame? Well, it must be the Tories' fault because they haven't given us enough money, surely. Yet in the last 100 days, executive parties have collectively racked up a bill of around £1.5 billion in the motions that they have put forward. And I see in my local newspapers executive party representatives demanding everything in the area, including the full restoration of everything in our local hospital, yet they know that they don't have the money to be able to deliver on that. Deputy Speaker, in 100 days' time we will be at the tail end of August, with children preparing to go back to school. What does this executive say to those parents trying to sort out their childcare? What does this executive say to those public sector workers trying to afford school uniforms? What does this executive say to the working families from all across the north whose children need a special educational needs placement? The public should not have to wait a single day longer. Delivery aside, it's time for some answers from this executive.
Time's up, Colin.
Where is the programme for government?
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague has rightly articulated the real challenges that are faced by the people across Northern Ireland and the continuous wishful thinking from some of the executive parties in this House. There has been a litany of promises made to the public time and time again, and through one crisis or another, all manufactured by this place, of course, it has distracted from the fact that this executive has continually failed to deliver on the priorities faced by the people right across our communities. We know the state of the health service, we know the challenges that exist and the huge impact it is having on people right across our communities. There is real human suffering as a consequence of the political failures of this place. And in the return of this institution, after 2 years of collapse without any proper justification for an absence of government in this place, there is still no sight of a programme for government or any indication of the direction of travel for this executive. So what is happening? Simple conversations, photo shoots, motions, wish lists, all of the things that make people look good on videos, but no substance whatsoever. This has bore huge frustration that is playing out in the community. And this executive may think that they continue and can continue bluffing the electorate that they're working hard to deliver on their needs, when in reality nothing is really changing on the ground. Poverty is a big, massive, huge challenge for our community, and it has touched many, many families in my own constituency and indeed in the constituencies of every member of this House. Yet we do not see any meaningful action whatsoever or a clear plan, indication or otherwise, as to how we're going to resolve the most simple of demands in terms of ensuring that our children can be fed, that they can live in a good, warm home and have the necessary support to meet the basic needs in society. The reality is that this executive isn't interested in those things, because if they're not fighting with themselves and causing continuous crisis and collapse, then they're finding excuses or someone to blame for the absence of delivery. And colleagues in this House are very quick, and have been for 10 years actually, quick to blame the Tories. And yes, there is an issue in relation to how this place is financed. There is a huge shortfall in how we tackle some of the challenges that we face around the health service and education and housing, and they're well rehearsed. But a basic necessity is the existence of a government that is working in tandem to resolve problems, not to create them. The cost of collapse has been astronomical. It has worsened an already very serious situation in Northern Ireland. It has worsened the levels of child poverty. It has worsened the impact on special educational needs children. It has worsened the issues we hear today in this House for dementia patients across Northern Ireland. It has worsened the housing list. And we hear colleagues in this House, executive parties in this House, the First Minister, in fact, tweeting instead of talking to executive colleagues about challenges that exist around education. This is petty. Government, this executive is a coalition, is a coalition of 4 parties that are there to work together to resolve problems. And what we have is a First Minister within the first 100 days tweeting at another executive minister about a failure to deliver on an issue. And then we're seeing things from the most senior officials, ministers in the executive, tweeting about what they would like to see happen. They have the power to deliver on these promises and priorities. And let's get a reality check, folks. Not everything can be a priority. Strange as that may seem. We need to ensure that the basic needs of our society are met and that we put an end to the continuous suffering of our people. And today, really, if we stand in this House, nobody from the executive parties can sit here and honestly outline what they've delivered to the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland since the Assembly has been re-established. It's not good enough just simply to be here. It is not good enough just simply to be seen to be working together. People expect more, they deserve more, and must have more from this executive. I'll give way to Mr McNulty.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree that a programme for government is essentially a prioritised, time-bound to-do list for the governing parties, or a roadmap with a timeline for where they're going and when we're going to get there? Without a programme for government, would the member agree that the question for the governing parties is who's on the bus, who's driving the bus, and where is the bus going?
Sorry, your time's up. Even though you're supposed to get an extra minute, but it's normally done before the minute's up. So, sorry about that, Daniel. You'll know the next time, I'm sure. I called Alistair. I didn't want to say that. It would be churlish, but you did. Mr. Alistair.
Given the unbridled hype that accompanied the return of this executive, I'm sure the gullible who expected 100 days to mark a celebration of delivery will be greatly disappointed. Can't say I'm at all surprised, because we've been here so many times before. Always high on promise, but low on delivery. That is the epitaph of every executive there's ever been in this place. No legislation since we come back, no budget, no programme for government, no strategy. Oh yes, plenty of aspirational motions and demands for money, but nothing of substance from those who call themselves government. And maybe there's no surprise in that, because when you look at the unredacted, undeleted messages of Mr. David Stirling from the COVID inquiry, who's maybe in a better position than most to see how our executives work. This is one of the things he said of the same people, the same parties in the last executive. He said they were not capable of analysing and understanding complex issues. Not capable of understanding and analysing complex issues. Oh yes, good at fiddling the minutes, but hopeless in government. That's the essential verdict from that source. And then there's openness and transparency. What's that? The executive officers, executive ministers might say. What is that strange foreign idea? Openness and transparency. Away with that. We don't want any of that. We're the people who told the civil servants, don't take notes because they'll only be FOI'd. But of course, it's not all failure. On photo ops, it's an A-star. Oh yes. With the unelected Deputy First Minister winning the BAFTA for excelling at camogie. And the opposition shouldn't be surprised that there's no policies, There's no strategy. There's no programme for government. My goodness. When you have endless photo opportunities to attend to, you have no time for those lesser things. Of course you haven't. Also excelled at begging bowl politics. 10 out of 10 on that score. Blaming the Brits. Another BAFTA with the DUP as the best supporting actor when it comes to blaming the Brits. Implementing EU colonial rule. First class serfs when it comes to that. With any chance of scrutiny scuppered by the expunging of the scrutiny powers of this Assembly over the Irish Sea border. And meanwhile, that false of all false promises that brought the DUP back here, 0 checks, 0 paperwork, rings out as a seismic reminder of just how dishonest that party was prepared to be in order to get back into this failed executive. But when the programme for government comes, no doubt, it will exalt the Casement Park project, spending endless money with no return to the taxpayer. An asset for the GAA, but no return for its future use to the taxpayer. Will that be what? Yes, I'll take it.
Sorry, the members just said there'll be no tax or no gain for the public. That's fundamentally not true. There's 20% tax and VAT on every ticket, which doesn't happen in other parts. There's rates that doesn't happen in part of the UK. So would he care to elaborate on how there's no tax back?
I certainly will. 100% return for the GAA on every concert and outside event that's held in the Casement Park. No return to the executive who put in hundreds of millions maybe before this is over. No return whatsoever. An asset which bestows that money-spinning opportunity on the GAA and no legacy whatsoever for football. That will be the abiding legacy of this hopeless, failing executive.
Are you finished? Okay, thank you, Mr. Allister. I'd like to call the Deputy First Minister, Emma Little-Pangilly, to respond. And Minister, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. On taking office, the First Minister and I pledged to work with all parties across the Executive and this Assembly to confront the challenges we face and capitalise on the many opportunities on offer to deliver a better future for everyone living in Northern Ireland. When we did so, we were fully aware of the challenges we also faced, particularly in relation to the difficult financial position that all of the departments and the Executive would have to deal with. But I am pleased to say that over the past 100 days, we have been delivering on this promise. And I welcome the fact that my words were referenced, because I am in this post to support people throughout Northern Ireland, hard-working families, to try to support the necessary transformation that we need in relation to our public services, to fix health, education, to make sure our public services work for the people of Northern Ireland. So what have we been doing in the last 100 days? Well, immediately we started to work. We had discussions around key priorities, and I am very pleased in that very first executive meeting we set out our 5 key priorities, and that did include the reference made to what I said in my acceptance speech here in this House. It was about recognising the hardship faced by those families in relation to affordable childcare. So what did we do? We tasked the Education Minister to establish a task and finish group immediately of officials. That has been done, and we await very, very shortly key initial actions to support those hard-pressed families in relation to childcare. We recognise that right throughout Northern Ireland, our hard-working public sector workers did not and were not getting the pay that they needed. So what did we do? We didn't dither. We took action immediately by working at the #1 priority to set a financial package of some £688 million, a fiscal envelope set quickly to enable ministers to go out and negotiate and settle those pay disputes. And indeed, that is what has happened on the vast majority of those pay disputes. And I welcome that, because do you know what that is? That is £688 million into the pockets of the hard-working public sector workers throughout Northern Ireland, some of which, I am glad to say, will have seen that additional pay in their pay packet this month. And that pay will be used to support other industries and businesses and families throughout Northern Ireland. A really important first step. It could not have happened without the additional money being secured through those negotiations. And it could not have happened this quickly without quick and decisive action by the Executive to ensure that that envelope was put in place and those settlements could be made. I also want to acknowledge that ministers have been quick to move to ensure that those pay settlements could be made. But we recognise that there are still a small number outstanding, and we give a commitment to continuing to address that. Before I take any interventions, I want to run through a number of the things. It is not an exhaustive list, but I do want to highlight some of the things that we have done. Yes, the pay settlement of £688 million for public sector workers throughout Northern Ireland. We have agreed a budget. In a difficult situation within our executive, we agreed a budget for 2024 within that executive. We have been to the USA, where we have promoted Northern Ireland and promoted business in Northern Ireland, and a very successful visit it was. We have established and indeed attended the East-West Council for the first time in London. The North-South Ministerial Council has already met. We've agreed a meeting and a meeting date for the British-Irish Council that will take place in June. An announcement of some 9.4 million of payments to environmental farming scheme participants, which is already commencing. Immediate action in relation to the Victoria Square apartments. We have pushed and succeeded in getting Northern Ireland included in the post office scheme in terms of the Horizon scandal. We have allocated an additional £1 million for libraries, £3 million of additional funding in the Supporting People programme. A £20 million energy support payment has been made to businesses. Action in relation to flooding payments. A £5 million programme has been launched for entrepreneurs and high-growth startups. £1 million of additional financial support for students in hardship. Our Education Minister have made announcements, particularly in relation to special educational needs, and tackling and ensuring that those who need those school places will have them in terms of September start, but also in relation to special educational needs capital bills, which will make a real difference in terms of the delivery of education where it is needed. We have opened the Limavady Shared Education Campus, and indeed the Executive has agreed and secured the funding for Strual Shared Education Campus. Measures have already been taken and announced in relation to MOT waiting times. More may well need to be done, but that action has already commenced. An additional £8 million towards potholes. And we know how difficult that is throughout Northern Ireland, but an additional £8 million secured, and that already starting to roll out. I can go on and on and on, because there have been many things that we have secured. And while we have been doing that, we have also been working on our programme for government. Of course, it is an important and an essential step in what we need to do. But of course, we also must be fully aware of the challenges we face. In terms of our budget, our priority is clear. Our priority, of course, must be to ensure our public services are working, our core public services of health, of education, and what we are currently doing. And we know, we've all discussed it here, how difficult the budget has been and will be in terms of those core services. Yes, there is much, much more we all want to do. And while the Leader of the Opposition references motions, of course, it was ever thus. Of course, we are supportive of the thrust of those motions, but we are also realistic. When we talk about prioritisation within our budget, keeping our core public services going will be the priority. And we know how difficult that is when we look at the education budget, when we look at the education budget, when we look at all of the budgets across that executive. So yes, we have taken action. This has been an executive of delivery. And yes, perhaps we do need to explain that more, we need to say it louder, but I have touched on just a number of those issues, and that has been significant delivery in just 100 days. And I want to turn to respond to some of the points raised by those in the course of this debate, and I will start with the Leader of the Opposition. And of course, a programme for government is essential, and that is what we are working on. And the programme for government will represent where there is consensus across the executive. But I would also gently say to the Leader of the Opposition that perhaps when we look at the history of this place, there has never been a programme for government produced within the first 100 days. And indeed, when his party were in my position in terms of Deputy First Minister, of course, there was 1999 in terms of the restoration. There was some instability, but from June of 2000, no, when I say instability, and it came back in 1999, there was 3 months of a suspension, but it was restored again in June of 2000, and in June of 2000, SDLP, Ulster Unionist-led executive. But the draft programme for government was produced in March of 2001, and the final programme for government was agreed in September the 24th of 2001. So there was considerable time taken, and the reason for that is because we need to get these things right. Yes, I want to see a programme for government quickly, of course I do, but it has to be the right one. And the Leader of the Opposition has mentioned about until there is a programme for government, we are improvising. We are not improvising. We recognise that we must dedicate that time and energy to improving our core public services. We know what they are. It's not improvising. We know that they are about education and health. It's about our roads. It's about our schools. It's about special educational needs. And above and beyond that, an additional area of prioritisation is around affordable childcare, because that is putting such pressure on families. We need to get up to the point where we have at least the same standard of support as the rest of the UK. But of course, we want to go further than that. But again, we are all realistic about what it is that we can do. My colleague mentioned a range of issues in terms of prioritisation, and I welcome that he recognised that there were 5 priorities that were set. Special educational needs, health waiting lists, in relation to settling the public sector claims, the action on Loch Neagh, which I didn't mention, but the executive agreeing to put aside an additional just under £2 million for immediate actions on Loch Neagh this year. First Minister and I visiting Loch Neagh to hear directly from those most impacted. And I absolutely agree with him that in terms of childcare, this is a big challenge, but why is our budget so difficult in terms of prioritisation? Because we all know this. We've debated this around this chamber. In terms of our health costs are higher per head of the population than anywhere else across this United Kingdom. We have higher levels of special educational need than any other place across these islands. And that, of course, has to come from our budget. So it's understandable that we have to make difficult decisions, but of course we have to prioritise those core needs as well. The chair of the TEO committee made a contribution wearing 2 hats, including as chair of the committee. And indeed, in terms of the work happening within the department, which he touched on, I absolutely will say, look, when we look at any of the analysis of public policy making in our departments, there may be a criticism in terms of getting things out the door very, very quickly. But I would, again, gently say to the chairperson of the TEO committee that scrutiny role is absolutely essential. And I will not be ashamed to stand here and say that the appropriate time must be taken to ask the right questions, to get the right responses back, to ensure that those policies and procedures and what we are doing are absolutely the right ones. Because the thing is not about the quickness of getting something shoved out the door so we don't get criticism from anybody. The key thing here is that what we're doing actually makes a difference. What we're doing is actually right. And I will absolutely defend taking the time to ask the right questions in terms of that policy development, because this is the stage to do it, and I know that the committee will be helping us do so. I'll take an intervention.
Giving way, Deputy First Minister, but would you defend the fact that we as a committee very frequently, including last week, are not getting any paper so that we can scrutinise and look at the work that is going into the policy development?
And I absolutely agree that you must be given that information in a timely way, and that is something that we will address and ensure that you do have that. But there are a wide range of issues, as the chairperson is aware, in relation to even the executive department. And those issues will have to be scrutinised. Some of those issues are very, very tricky. You know, you mentioned in terms of expecting on announcements in relation to the memorials in historical institutional abuse victims, but the chairperson has also corresponded with us to indicate that you recognise the challenges in terms of consensus on that issue. And we want to make sure that we move forward in a victim-centred way, ensuring that it is the victims and survivors and those most impacted that are content with the way forward, and that does indeed take time. Doug Beattie mentioned in relation to full support of the motion, but that he didn't simply want a one-year PFG, and I absolutely agree with him. I do think it's important that we have immediate actions, though. But while we can announce our key strategic priorities and perhaps early actions within a draft document, we are also fully aware that what we need is longer-term transformation. You know, our health service, our education system, the way we do public sector policy, the way we roll out our public service here will require significant transformation. That will require getting the right interventions and ensuring that those interventions and that programme of transformation and transition is rolled out in such a way to get the outcome that we want. I welcome the recognition by Nick Maddison that this should be a priority for First Minister and Deputy First Minister, and I can assure him absolutely that it is. We are working on it week in and week out, and our intention is to get a draft out as soon as possible, and certainly before the summer. We've said that to this House on many occasions before, and that is the intention. I welcome the comments from Robbie Butler, my Lagan Valley colleague, in relation to, again, a wide number of issues, but particularly in relation to ensuring that the programme for government works for everyone. Those that suffer discrimination, those with particular challenges, those with additional needs. And I think it is important that that is fully integrated within all of the actions. Throughout Northern Ireland, we must ensure that our public services work for everyone, that growing the economy here works for everyone. I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to conclude by simply saying that I want this executive to be known for delivery. It is not about photographs or photo ops. That is about supporting people and getting out there and ensuring that people know that this is an executive that is determined to work in a positive way for everyone. But this executive will be one about delivery, and I will ensure it is one about delivery.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Brian Kingston to wind on the amendment. Brian, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank all members for their contributions to this debate. And I would ask members to note that our amendment replaces just one clause of the opposition party's motion, doing so in order to highlight that the Executive has agreed on many of the key priorities for this mandate, and those agreed priorities include childcare, reducing hospital waiting lists, tackling violence against women and girls, special educational needs, housing, developing a globally competitive economy, and the reform and transformation of public services. So indeed, a number of allocations in the recent budget will enable delivery on these commitments, including £25 million towards childcare and £300 million towards reducing hospital waiting lists. So I hope that the Leader of the Opposition will accept this factual amendment to the motion, in keeping with their pledge to provide positive opposition, not just negative criticism. Again, I would point out that our amendment does not alter the key action point in the SDLP motion, which is calling for the publishing of the programme of government or summary of key planned programme for government outcomes before the Assembly summer recess. So indeed, this is expected to happen with a view to consultation taking place over the summer months. So work is continuing on the drafting of the programme for government. It is fair to point out that in the absence of a final documentation, that has not prevented the Executive from agreeing a budget settling pay disputes, as my colleague Harry Harvey set out, and also establishing a public sector transformation board. It's also fair to say that many countries take much longer to produce programmes for government, such as the Netherlands, Belgium and Italy, to name a few. My colleague, Deputy First Minister, pointed out that when the SDLP were in the executive, a leading party along with the Ulster Unionist Party, it took 21 months to get to the stage where a draft programme for government had been published, albeit that there was a 3-month suspension during that time period. So it is important to get these things right, to build consensus and to produce a focused and agreed set of priorities. But we are well down that route. For my own party, the DUP, we're seeking to prioritise the priorities set out in our manifesto for the Assembly election in 2022, and we made a strong commitment to increasing childcare provision to help working families, and that has received increased resourcing in the Assembly budget. We also committed to addressing the rising level of special educational needs in our schools, and as members will be aware, the Education Minister announced 2 weeks ago his plans to support additional SEN units within schools, and in addition to building a number of new dedicated SEN schools. And the Communities Minister will shortly be bringing forward a housing supply strategy, which I know is a priority for all members, not just those of us on the Communities Committee. So just to comment briefly on some of the points made during the debate, Matthew O'Toole, again, he accepted that progress has been made on defective premises legislation. He did say they wanted to provide positive opposition. I have to say, after listening to a couple of his colleagues, I think it remains to be seen where the SDLP will pitch themselves, if they just want to be critical all the time, or if they actually genuinely want to recognise where progress is being made and play a more positive role. It's easy just to always, as Mr McGrath and Mr McCrossan, double act of continuous criticism, but we want to see more of that in working in this Assembly. Doug Beattie, I welcome his confirmation that the Ulster Unionist Party will support the DUP amendment, and recognising it doesn't change the timescale, which is the critical action in the motion. Nick Matheson referenced the difficult financial circumstances that we're all trying to operate within, that Northern Ireland is not funded at a level commensurate with need. Kate Nicholl reminded us of the need for transformation of services which can increase outcome delivery from the same financial input. So again, we would ask that our amendment be supported, which does not change in any substantial way the actual purposes of the motion.
Thank you. Matthew, this relates to you probably, but you have 10 minutes to wind and there isn't 10 minutes left, so I'm proposing to suspend until after question time to ensure you get your full 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm also going to propose by leave the Assembly to suspend until 2 o'clock, so the Assembly is therefore suspended. I can read the clock, Mark, even with my glasses on, so Gormy, I'll get action. Okay, the Assembly is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Order, members. We move to questions to the Executive Office, and I call Mr. Stuart Dixon. Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Commission on Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition, otherwise referred to as FICT, concluded its work and provided its final report to Ministers on 17th of July 2020. A series of next steps, including a FICT implementation plan, were approved by the Executive on the 25th of March 2021. On the 1st of April 2021, initial engagement of departments was approved by Ministers. On the 22nd of April 2024, officials met with junior ministers to discuss matters in relation to the report and the possible way forward. Officials are now preparing a submission on the back of that engagement, which is expected to set out a number of options for consideration regarding the next steps in relation to the report and its recommendations.
Mr. Dixon.
Minister, for her answer. Deputy First Minister, given that the Commission doesn't support the status quo with flags and emblems on public property, what action, given that you've now had over 4 years since the initiation of that report to take action, what action is your department actually going to take to deal with the issue of flags on public property?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. There will be a number of recommendations that there was consensus on in relation to the Commission, and we hope to be able to move forward with consensus with some of those, but we await the submission and advice from officials. But I think inevitably there will be other aspects of the report where there is no consensus, but we will engage in terms of all of the recommendations and assess how we can move forward. But the key thing is waiting for that submission and recommendation and advice from officials at this stage.
Carolyn Killian.
The Deputy First Minister for a response. So, just in short, you are waiting on the submission coming regarding the FICT implementation plan. When do you anticipate that coming forward, Deputy First Minister? Will it be before the summer recess or will it be after?
Minister.
Yes, I'm always acutely aware when I am responding to questions on that this area deals with a number of tricky and contentious issues of which there's been no consensus since the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, nor was there consensus before. But we are aware that the officials' advice is at a very advanced stage, and we are anticipating getting that in the very next short while, and we will work through that and have those discussions in absolutely good faith. So we do anticipate getting that prior to the summer recess.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to ask the Deputy First Minister, how important is it to be respectful of our various cultures and identities in Northern Ireland, particularly as we move into the main parading season?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. And of course, the right of freedom of expression is a fundamental human right, and one that must be respected and respected by all of us. It is something that is precious in our society in terms of all of our identities and the right to be able to explore those, to learn about them and to express those, including in the public space. So I absolutely believe it is essential. The Executive Office is an office which has responsibility in relation to a number of those issues around those fundamental human rights, and I hope that we can all move to a space where we show that respect to each other, including for our parading and other traditions.
Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, what does the Deputy First Minister have to say to my constituents that have unwanted flags flying outside their homes for the whole of the summer process? And also, would you commit including a legal framework to remove these within the programme for government, whether we get it this summer or not? Minister.
I thank the member for his question. He will be aware of a debate on this issue just in the last number of weeks, that there is no consensus in relation to that recommendation from the FICT Commission, but of course the FICT Commission themselves did not have consensus around that recommendation either.
Matthew Till. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working at pace with executive colleagues to develop and agree a programme for government. We hope to publish a draft for consultation in the coming weeks, which will be brought to the Assembly for scrutiny. It will reflect the need to reform and transform our public services and will set out our collective priorities for this mandate. We are keen to bring forward a draft programme for government as soon as possible.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We could spend all day talking about your definition of pace, Deputy First Minister. It might not be quite the same kind of pace that we saw at the North West 200 this weekend, by all appearances. But can I ask, since the debate we've just been having on the Opposition Day motion is about publishing either a programme for government by the summer or summary of actions and outcomes, will you commit now that we will have one of those two documents by the time of summer recess, either the full programme for government or the summary of outcomes?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. As indicated, our intention is to publish a draft programme for government as soon as possible, and certainly before the summer recess.
Cathy Mason.
And I welcome the Deputy First Minister's confirmation that work is ongoing at pace with executive colleagues to develop and agree a programme for government. Can the Deputy First Minister confirm that the provision of affordable childcare still remains a core executive commitment?
Minister.
Absolutely. As outlined just in my remarks in the previous debate, childcare, undoubtedly affordable childcare, is a priority not just for the First Minister and myself, and we've said that many times, but I believe indeed for the entire of the executive. There are challenges in terms of the budget situation that we are currently in, but it is absolutely right that that development of an affordable childcare strategy started immediately, and it did. It was discussed at the first executive meeting. The task and finish group led by the Department of Education was established within those first number of weeks. That is due to publish, respond, make their recommendations to the Education Minister, who will be bringing those forward very, very shortly in terms of immediate actions. But of course the longer term strategy will require co-production, co-design. Has to be the right strategy with the right interventions, but we want to do that as quickly as we can.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for answers so far. Work is happening, and work is happening in the Executive on a number of matters. And even in the absence of a programme for government, a number of important decisions have been taken by the Executive. Can the Deputy First Minister outline what some of those are?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and indeed I will echo what I said in the previous debate. You know, almost £700 million worth of funding out in terms of public sector pay settlements going into the pockets of hard-working public sector workers that deserve that pay rise before, and I'm glad that they will now be getting, and some of which will have received some of that in this month's pay as well. We have made decisions in terms of ring-fencing £1.9 million for Loch Neagh and immediate interventions. We've secured £8 million of additional funding in relation to potholes. We have secured inclusion of Northern Ireland in the Post Office Horizon payment scheme, and many other issues, including securing executive agreement to a budget despite the very difficult circumstances we find ourselves in. This has been an executive about delivery thus far. We will continue to do so while properly taking the right time to develop and to ensure it's the right intervention, but we will be about delivery, and I will ensure that that is the case.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I welcome your commitment to childcare within the programme for government. Can the First Minister confirm that preschool is not childcare, and any schemes that are developed will take learnings from the failed 3 hours model in the UK?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. Affordable childcare is an area that I've been working on for many years. It has been a frustrating journey, but there's no doubt that preschool, nursery care and other interventions can support families in relation to the affordability of their childcare. We need a comprehensive affordable childcare strategy, and it's important that there are many different elements of that fit in, and that includes around child education and child development. I think all of these elements can be helpful, but of course we do need that comprehensive childcare strategy, and the First Minister and I are determined to ensure that this is an executive that delivers that.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 3.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Building on the success of urban villages, our officials have had regular engagement with Thrive as we recognise its positive impact on good relations and how it could be used as a model when it comes to taking a more collaborative approach to improve outcomes. Representatives from Thrive have spoken to a number of cross-departmental groups to highlight their experience to help inform our approach to place-based working. TEO has joined other departments in contributing funding to Thrive and becoming a member of its programme board. Good Relations officials are currently reviewing that return on investment, which does look positive, I have to say, with a view to considering further funding in 2024-25 financial year.
Mr.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer, and having visited the Thrive project recently, I would highlight it as an exemplar of good practice in place-based collaboration. With that in mind, can the Deputy First Minister detail how your office will learn from the Thrive project to ensure that there is genuine collaboration between executive departments in this mandate, including the pooling of resources to deliver on key projects?
Mr.
The member for his question. I was a very early convert and enthusiast for place-based interventions, particularly through the Urban Village Initiative. I think there's been really good and positive work done through urban villages and including in projects like Thrive. We absolutely must learn the lessons from this, that joined up and collaborative approach, working hand in hand, and the incredible Monkstown Boxing Club that I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago as well. But like great community organisations rolling out fantastic projects, we must learn from this and build on it as a way forward.
Patrick Lorgate.
You can't fully appreciate the Minister's already touched on this, but can you give some more detail around any consideration that's been given to the future delivery of the Urban Villages project?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. And indeed, the Executive Office budget has been incredibly difficult. We had requested over £7 million of additional revenue, particularly to support our good relations and our ending violence against women and girls strategies. Unfortunately, we were only able to secure £1 million of additional funds, and when you take into account inflationary increase and other pressures, it doesn't leave a significant amount of headroom. But of course, our good relations strategy and our interventions are vitally important, and urban villages has been one where I think we've had some very good learning. We are actively considering the way forward, particularly around this based intervention model, and we're hoping to come forward with some proposals, and we'll consult with the committee on those to forge the new programme and the way forward.
Mr. Speaker. First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our officials in Brussels engage with the EU on issues relating to the provisions of the Windsor Framework through its governance structures. The movement of veterinary medicines from Great Britain to Northern Ireland is now subject to the direction and control of the Secretary of State, as provided for in Regulation 3 of the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations of 2024. Northern Ireland officials attend fora, including the Specialised Committee on the Implementation of the Windsor Framework and Joint Consultative Working Group and structured groups as part of the UK delegation. Under the respective rules of procedure, these meetings are confidential, but where officials have had informal discussions with the EU officials, this has also been to provide factual and technical background information relating to this issue.
Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Deputy First Minister. I do appreciate that the matters are confidential or a lot of them, but just wondering, there was a resolution found to the human medicines issue at an early stage, and I'm wondering if there was any opportunity at that stage that it has been missed to do the same for veterinary medicines.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think undoubtedly that the European Union has taken a particular stance in relation to veterinary medicines. I can assure the member that at every opportunity in terms of the UK groups that I have participated in terms of intergovernmental, interministerial groups, I have raised this issue as an absolute priority. I know that the farming community, I know that vets are very concerned about this. This has to be resolved, and I don't think any member in this House, no matter what party you're from, should underestimate the significance of this issue not being resolved. This is an absolutely urgent issue, and I hope that everybody will raise this at every opportunity that they have. We need a resolution, and we need it now.
Philip McGuigan.
Can I ask the Deputy First Minister if she agrees with me that the International Bureau provide a key function representing the priorities of the Executive overseas?
Minister.
Absolutely, not only to spread better understanding about this place of Northern Ireland, but I think it's important because in order to grow our economy, which is a joint objective, not just of the First Minister and I in terms of our prosperity agenda, and trying to ensure that the economy of Northern Ireland grows and works for everyone throughout Northern Ireland. But we know that an essential element of that is that foreign direct investment and support, and we can only do that by utilising those bureaux and ensuring that Northern Ireland's voice is heard on that global stage, and that all of the fantastic things that Northern Ireland has to offer is very clearly put out there to the international community, that Northern Ireland is open for business, and we're here to discuss that with you.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Minister, for responses. Given the serious issue of the veterinary medicines, has the Executive discussed this issue, and has the Dear Minister made any efforts to resolve this as far as she's aware?
Thank the member for his question. Yes, of course, we've discussed this with Ministerial colleagues in relation to the Executive. As indicated, at every opportunity I emphasise the seriousness of this issue. The member will know from his farming background and his role in terms of the agricultural policy brief how important this issue is to the entire of the farming community, but also to vets, not just in terms of agriculture, but in terms of domestic pets as well. And he will be fully aware of how urgent this issue is in terms of trying to get a resolution. And we would call on the United Kingdom Government as well to work closely with us in urging the European Union to find the resolution. And if they do not, to operate the mechanisms under the command paper to take unilateral action, which they have committed to do, to ensure that Northern Ireland is not left behind when the transition period ends as set out in the Windsor Framework.
Jim Allister.
Her party chose to go back into government without resolution of the veterinary medicines issue on the premise of some promise in the Safeguarding the Union document. But today in the High Court we've had an even greater implosion of a promise in that document, a promise that the Irish Sea border only applied to trade, when today the Rwanda bill has been struck down because of the supremacy of EU law. Does she agree with Lord Dodds, who says that this confirms the detrimental anti-union constitutional ramifications of the Windsor Framework? And if so, why is she still supporting the Windsor Framework?
Minister.
The member will be aware, and speaking in a personal capacity, that the Safeguarding the Union addressed many issues and focused in relation to trade primarily. However, he will also be aware, and it is a matter on the record, that speaking personally, my colleagues raised the issue time and time again, both in the House of Lords and the House of Commons, of concerns in terms of the scope of Article 2 of Windsor Framework and the no diminution of rights issue. The UK government and the UK government lawyers took a different view, and they maintained that robustly. I think the High Court has been very clear today. The UK government, in my view, now this matter may well go to the Supreme Court, but the UK government must, in my view, take cognizance of what the High Court has said and move to urgently address these issues, because the UK Parliament has sovereignty over these issues. They've asserted that sovereignty over these issues, so they should use that sovereignty to address these issues emerging from the no diminution of rights, a wider scope and implications as set out in the judgment today.
Ciara Ferguson.
5.
Thank you,
Sir.
Mr. Speaker. Communities in Transitions is designed to build safer, empowered communities free from criminality and coercive control of paramilitarism. To date, 82 projects worth over 19 million have been delivered across the 8 designated areas. 52 of these projects have been completed, with the remaining 30 contracts continuing into this year. CIT has improved community resilience through targeted interventions to address issues such as child and financial exploitation, the impact of drugs, including addiction and poor mental health, community safety and policing, and the negative impact of paramilitarism on the physical landscape. Paramilitarism remains a residual problem in some parts of our society here. Focusing on a policing and criminal justice system solution is important, but we also know that it's not enough and that we need a wider holistic approach that includes working with communities.
Ferguson.
First Minister for our answers thus far. Does the Deputy First Minister agree that the Community Transition Programme has made a difference to tackling paramilitarism and that this work should be expanded going forward?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. Yes, the feedback and the evaluation has been very, very positive, particularly around that resilience within communities. We know that that is incredibly important, that communities have that resilience. And I would highlight that, during the COVID crisis, we really saw that resilience within our incredible third sector and community sector come to the fore, where they were able to operate very quickly to help and support so many living within those communities. So we have a third sector here that we should be very proud of, and I'm glad that this project has contributed in such a positive way to increasing that resilience even further.
Just McNulty.
Concorla, thank the Minister for answers thus far. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister, in relation to tackling paramilitarism, how can you reconcile the reality that half of the Executive Office, and including her party, continues to cheerlead paramilitarism right up to the current day?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I've always been very, very clear that every person across this House, every member in that executive should be very clear that paramilitarism is wrong. It was always wrong. There was always an alternative. I have said that very clearly here. And of course, the signing up to policing and justice and the rule of law was an important change that was brought about by St Andrews. But of course, we all must go further and ensure that every single day that we do not glorify terrorism, but indeed call it out and ensure that we are taking the rightful path of law, justice and order.
Claire Sugden.
Deputy First Minister, how successful have we really been in tackling paramilitarism when we're hearing nearly weekly of incidents in Bushmills last week and other incidents of criminality right across Northern Ireland? How successful can we be in the absence really of a programme for government that hasn't been fully realised since 2016?
Minister.
I thank the member for her questions. Of course, the departments and the executive operate in a number of different ways, as the member is aware. It's not just about the programme for government commitments, it's also about the strategies within those departments that the executive and indeed this House endorses, and those strategies very often go well beyond the lifetime of an executive or a particular programme for government. I think that is deeply important. I think we have come a very, very long way in terms of tackling paramilitarism, but we also need to acknowledge the complexity of the issue, that very often what we call paramilitarism here is simply criminality, and I know the member will be aware of that from your work generally, but specifically in relation to the justice brief. Where there is that criminality, it has to have a robust criminal justice approach. Let's make absolutely no doubt about it. We will support communities to have that resilience, but criminality is wrong. It was always wrong. It needs to be called out, and it needs that robust approach.
Mark Durgan.
Speaker, with £19 million having been awarded through Communities in Transition, it's important that the public is guaranteed value for money. How exactly are projects measured for effectiveness, and can the Deputy First Minister point to an example of best practice?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And of course, like in any department now, in terms of any of these projects, there is that obligation, rightly so, of an evaluation process, and that will measure the outcomes. So we'll look at the outcome set at the beginning of the project, it will look at the indicators, it will look at what was baselined in terms of what it was that the project was designed to improve upon. And then, of course, we then curve back around, sometimes periodically throughout the project, sometimes at the end of that project, to assess how effective it has been. In my view, we haven't always been great at taking those most effective programmes as so evaluated and ensuring those are mainstreamed and moved forward. We need to get better at that. But I will highlight, I attended just here in the Great Hall a great event for one of the CIT projects in relation to restorative justice, and we heard from members of the police, we heard from teachers, we heard from community people using those restorative justice practices funded and supported through this programme, and how that de-escalates situations in the classroom, in schools, within the community, and how that avoids in that situation getting to the point where it is much more serious, including in consequence for those involved in it and those pupils. So really, really fantastic project, but of course I always emphasise we could not do this without our fantastic community partners, those who are on the front line rolling these out and really delivering.
Donnelly.
I'd like to ask the Minister if there's any recognition, given the inability of authorities to deal adequately with the display of symbols promoting prescribed organisations in breach of the Terrorism Act, that there remains a fundamental failure in removing the scourge of paramilitary gangs from too many of our communities.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. Paramilitarism has absolutely no role in the Northern Ireland of today. It has absolutely no role in our past, and it has no role for our future. As indicated, paramilitarism and it's quite frankly the criminality involved in current activities needs a robust criminal justice response.
Michelle McIlveen. Minister.
Thank the member for her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, Junior Minister Cameron will answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The draft strategic framework was developed following a successful co-design process involving over 50 stakeholders with representatives from departments, statutory agencies, a range of sectors, including the voluntary and community sector, and those with lived experience. A public consultation took place last summer, during which officials held a series of public sessions and targeted engagements seeking inputs from groups facing additional barriers, including LGBTQ+ community, migrant women, deaf and disabled and rural women. To ensure the voices of young people are reflected, youth panels were also held in collaboration with the Education Authority. In February, the First Minister and Deputy First Minister met with the co-design group, and Junior Minister Riley and I visited a number of women's centres and organisations to engage directly with stakeholders. We will continue to engage with our co-design partners and stakeholders to ensure their lived experience and expertise is reflected in the design and delivery of the framework.
Ms McIlveen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Junior Minister for a response thus far. As the Junior Minister is aware, tackling violence against women and girls will involve societal change from very early on. Can the Junior Minister give some more detail just in relation to how young people have been involved in the development of the framework?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and the member for this additional question. And the involvement of young people, this has been raised with us during the engagements with stakeholders, and violence against women and girls in all its forms affects each and every one of us. And in order to tackle this challenge, there is an urgent need to focus on our children and young people. A series of youth panels were established in partnership with the Education Authority, whose input informed the development of the draft strategy. In September, our officials facilitated a youth engagement event at Parliament Buildings with young people from the Eliminating Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, or EVOG. Youth panels engaging in a range of creative and innovative activities. The input of young people is key to successful implementation of the framework.
Emma Sheeran.
Orlia, and I thank the Junior Minister for her answers thus far. Junior Minister, can you advise how the recently developed framework on ending violence against women and girls will help to deal with the immediate pressures and challenges?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. The work is already underway to establish the foundations necessary for the whole of government and for the whole of society approach needed to tackle this problem. And partnership working is key, and we're working together on prevention across education and in the workplace when socialising and with our children and young people. This includes developing campaigns to influence and change attitudes and behaviours for the whole of society, supporting partners to develop training packages, to equip people to do the right thing, and to ensure that there is good policies and tools to protect women and girls wherever they are. Violence against women and girls is everyone's problem, and solving it will need collective action by everyone in our society.
Paula Bradshaw.
Junior Minister. Junior Minister, going back to the issue of engagement, can you outline whether sex workers and trans women, both very vulnerable and marginalised sections of society, whether they were engaged with? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I don't have that information available, so we'll come back to the member in writing.
Cara Hunt.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank the Junior Minister for her answers so far. We are the only part of the UK where women's aids groupings do not receive guaranteed state funding. Do you believe this is acceptable given the incredible work that they do to support vulnerable women and girls in our society?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the member for her question, and it's a very important question. In terms of the funding for the likes of Women's Aid, NI, Nexus and other organisations, they obviously did lose that funding. We know we're operating in a very difficult budgetary situation, and we're aware that the impact is being felt across not just government departments but within our communities and across the community and voluntary sector. Core grant funding obviously remains the responsibility for the Department of Health, but we'll continue to engage with the Minister of Health on this issue in the context of the recently agreed budget position.
I call Declan McAleer. Minister.
Mr Speaker, we recognise the immense economic, historical and reconciliation potential of the site and look forward to working with recently appointed board to maximise the potential. We are hoping to meet with the board over the next number of weeks. You will be aware that the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society continue to develop this area, and of course it's the fantastic Balmoral show this week, so I hope that everybody is intending to come down and show the Balmoral show some support, not just an absolute jewel right on the heart of my constituency, Lagan Valley, but of course it's a fantastic showcase for the entire of Northern Ireland.
Briefly, Mr McAleer.
And I agree with the Deputy First Minister and her reference to the fantastic Balmoral show. And I was there this morning, just at Nairn there this morning, and they're getting well prepared for it. Does the Minister agree that we now need to see a plan to maximise the economic, historical and reconciliation benefit of this site?
Briefly, Minister.
For his question. Look, absolutely, I want to see the potential unlocked for that site. We've always been very clear that whatever the way forward, it has to be done in a way which is absolutely sensitive to the victims and survivors and those who are most impacted in relation to the issues. But there is huge economic potential as well, and as long as it's done in that context, we will be having those discussions to try to see if we can find an agreed way forward, and I hope that we can.
We now move to topical questions. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Deputy First Minister, the theme of our opposition day today is delivery. So can I ask, when will we see an Irish Language Commissioner appointed?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The First Minister and I have received the submission in relation to the appointments process, and we hope to make an announcement on that very shortly.
Mr O'Toole. I welcome the Deputy First Minister's clarity. She says very shortly she will appreciate that I asked a question of their office in February and received an answer a couple of weeks ago that we would be kept informed of the process. But can I ask that this is expedited and that there is clarity before summer recess on how the provisions of the Identity and Language Act 2022 are going to be delivered? This was the reason for, in my view, a spurious and unacceptable fight for many years it would be helpful to have that clarity before the summer.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. He will be aware that it's not just one commissioner, there are indeed 2 commissioners and a body. So these will move forward together, the British Commissioner, the Irish Language Commissioner and the Office for Identity, and we hope to and we intend to go out for the appointments process for all 3, those 2 commissioner posts and the new body. Yes, it is our intention to make that announcement very shortly.
Tennyson.
Ask the Deputy First Minister for an update on the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme, please.
Minister.
Member for his question. I'm pleased to say that the disablement scheme has now given out over £40 million worth of settlements and awards in terms of those who have applied to the board. I'm also aware, though, that there is still a significant level of frustration with the length of time that it is taken. As indicated to this House previously, the process was that people would put in their application, and indeed then the reaching out for further information would take place after that application has gone in. That, of course, has added to the time taken because of the complexity in relation to a number of these cases, and also that a number of these cases took place, the incidents involved in them took place some considerable time ago. So I understand the frustration entirely, but I think it is positive that we have now got over £40 million out to those who need it most.
Mr. Tennant.
Thank the Minister for that answer. The Deputy First Minister will be aware of calls from victim support organisations for an extension to the deadline for applications for backdated payments. Can I ask, does the Minister support that call, and what representations has she made to the UK Government to that effect?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Yes, I absolutely support that call, and we've made those representations to the UK Government. We had a draft letter to go. I will just check and confirm with him that that letter has issued, but certainly it is something that the First Minister and I are in agreement with, and we are intending to write formally, but we have raised this through other channels as well, directly to the Secretary of State and to the UK Government.
Sherry Kelly.
Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that it's Tory austerity and sustained underinvestment over the last decade or more, which has limited the ability of this executive to deliver quality public services?
Minister.
I think that there will always be a challenge to fund our public services adequately. The current budget settlement has been very, very challenging over the course of the last couple of years. I think the assessment from the Finance Department is that we fell below what is deemed as assessed need. Now, that assessed need is 124% of what the per head spend is in England. I think many here would dispute that it's 124, and we would argue that it is more. Now, some of those costs are logical costs. So there's economies of scale, of course, but there's also issues of increased spend in relation to policing. Because of the ongoing security situation. We've got infrastructure such as our water and sewage, which costs a lot of money because it needs that investment to make it more efficient. But we've always made the point that in order to transform our public services, that also requires the investment of funds to ensure that those efficiencies can come through. We can't do that within the current fiscal envelope that we have been given, and that is why we've made those representations, not just holding out a begging bowl. That is not what we're about, but asking the UK Government to help support us do the necessary transformation to put Northern Ireland's finances on a sustainable footing.
Mr. Kelly.
I thank the Minister for her answer up to now. As a member of the Policing Board, may I just start in about the funding to the Justice Department and the numbers of police officers which we need. But further on to what she has said, I presume the Minister will agree with me that a new funding model, as described by yourself, based on what is essential and what is needed to deliver the public services that our people deserve and need.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and of course many people sometimes they do ask why it is that we have such demands on public sector funding, but the reality is, as we know, that it's not just that our public services are structured in such a way that it is costing more and that requires that fundamental transformation, but we do have those additional needs. We've got high levels of chronic illness, 50 plus, and that requires medical support and intervention. We've got higher levels of special educational needs, higher levels of mental health challenges that need to be addressed. So we do have those additional needs. We've got, and we're all very aware, a very high level of economic inactivity, and we need to support those people being able to get back into the workforce. But at the moment, they need that support as well. So there's additional pressures on our budget. That, of course, makes funding our public services here challenging, and that's why we need that additional support. But ultimately, we want to get to that sustainable, absolutely sustainable public finance situation.
Forsyth.
Mr Speaker, the Deputy First Minister will be aware of my work with the voluntary and community sector, especially last year when the sector faced a cliff edge with no united voice to challenge it. And in response, I was pleased to establish a new all-party group for the sector here in Stormont, where a primary concern raised is whether the government truly recognises the value of the sector. Can the Deputy First Minister outline how the draft programme for government will capture and acknowledge the value of the community and voluntary community sector here?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and to me it's not necessarily confined to a programme for government answer, in that I think at every stage and at every level within all of our departments we need to recognise the important role of our community and voluntary sector. Increasingly over the years, our community and voluntary sector actually rolls out core public services, and we need to recognise that and recognise how important that is and what an important and essential role that they do. And very often when budgets get tight, they are the first to be hit hard in terms of those reductions, not recognising the incredible value of their work. That does need to change. They need to be protected, and as I said earlier on, they do such a fantastic job. Our third sector, community sector here in Northern Ireland, in my view, is the best in the world. And I think when people come here and they see it, they are amazed about how incredible they are and what they're able to deliver and the connections that they have within the communities that they serve.
Ms Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the UK Shared Prosperity funding is due to end in March 2025, with a huge number of organisations in the sector due to place staff on protective notice from December 2024 if no clarity is sought for them. Could the Deputy First Minister outline any steps already taken or planned to be taken from the Executive Office to secure this funding going forward?
Minister.
Thank the member for a question. We've already made representations on this issue. We need the highest level of certainty we possibly can. We don't want to get to the stage where we are looking into that cliff edge again without that certainty either to quantum or what those projects, schemes will look like. But more than that, I believe that the Northern Ireland relevant departments and the sector here should be part of the process of developing whatever it is that replaces sort of the phase 2 of that shared prosperity fund, to ensure that it is fit for purpose for what it needs to do here. We also have the British Irish Council coming up in June, and therefore that also provides an opportunity at the highest possible level for us to make those representations to ensure that there is that support there in the next phase of the shared prosperity or whatever it is that will replace it.
Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister for assessment of the North West 200? And does she agree with me that it really is a world-class event that brings huge benefits to our shores?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I absolutely and wholeheartedly agree. I was up on Saturday. It was a fantastic day and a fantastic event to see so many volunteers working with those in the North West 200 to make this, as you said, not just a Northern Ireland event, but a world-class event. Absolutely fantastic. Thousands and thousands of families, of spectators enjoying it, world-class competitors as well. It really is a jewel in the crown of Northern Ireland. It's something we should be really proud of, and I will be pushing for the case to have that additional support and the right support for North West 200 and road racing and other type events that are really, really positive for Northern Ireland.
Mr Robinson.
Very much value the comments of the Deputy First Minister here today, and I'm pleased that she will commit to this House that both her that she and her department, in conjunction with the Sports Minister, will certainly promote this event. Can I also ask the other major sporting event next year, the Royal Open at Portrush? Will you also give that the maximum opportunities available to that too?
Sir.
I thank the member for his question. Absolutely. I think for too long there has been a frustration with events like the golf events, like our road racing events and other sporting events, trying to secure the right funding and support from the right sources. That is something we need to crack in terms of the executive. These are events that shine a global spotlight on Northern Ireland and some of the most beautiful places that we have up on the north coast and many, many others. This is something that we should be rightly proud of. It is something that we all should be promoting, and of course we need to offer that support, not just that funding support, but other support in other ways through our departments. And I know that our Communities Minister will be at the forefront of championing the golf, but also in terms of the North West 200, road racing and our other great sporting events.
David Hollyford.
Mr Speaker, can the Deputy First Minister give us an update on how TBUC is using sport to help develop positive community relations throughout Northern Ireland?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and of course sport was one of the signature projects of the first TBUC. We're undergoing a review at the moment, but I have no doubt that sport will feature heavily as we move into the revised strategy. I've had the great privilege, as I know he has, and many people around this chamber have had, to go out and see some of those sporting activities that bring people together. It is absolutely right and proper that not only do we enjoy the sports, identity, culture expressions pertaining to ourselves, but that we can also enjoy those that other people here in Northern Ireland experience and enjoy and love as well. It's a core piece of it, and I've no doubt it will be moving forward as well.
Mr. Hoyford.
First Minister, for her response. I really welcome that she visited St Paul's and Tricamogie, and that sends such a positive media message about breaking down divisions. Locally, St Pat's Gaelic Club in Lisburn do incredible work, also bringing community together. But unfortunately, until now, she hasn't supported or signed their support documentation for them to purchase their pitches from the MOD. Can the Deputy First Minister, as Deputy First Minister, now reassure the club of her support?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. He will be aware as a constituency issue. I have been working with the club as well and speaking with them, as have my constituency colleagues. It is an MOD site, so of course that is out with the devolved powers, but of course I'm happy to continue to have those conversations with the club.
Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister what consideration the Executive is giving to making sure that all departments are properly prepared and resourced to provide the necessary advice to the Democratic Scrutiny Committee to undertake its role?
Sir.
I thank the member for his question. There's no particular interest in this matter. Yes, it is a new area of policy for the departments. I know he will be acutely aware of that. I have been speaking to the officials within the Executive Office who will work to have that coordination role to ensure that the Democratic Scrutiny Committee has that support that they can get. But I know that this is a new area which will require some evolution, in terms of the expertise, ensuring that the right skills are there in order to support you in the work, because this is an incredibly important role to understand how these rules and regulations will impact here in Northern Ireland. So I have no doubt that these conversations will continue, and I'm happy to do so.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Deputy First Minister may be aware that the committee in the last week or two has experienced some pushback from departments around issues that are technically reserved matters, but for which the expertise in this place and in Northern Ireland sit with their departments. I'm sure she would agree with me. It's in the interests of the Executive as a whole to work with us to ensure we are monitoring and addressing any risk to Northern Ireland and its interests.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Absolutely. This mechanism was put in place to ensure that there would not be automatic or new rules, regulations and laws impacting on the people of Northern Ireland without some type of scrutiny or say in relation to those rules. That is a core democratic principle, and therefore it is absolutely right and proper that all departments should be doing their best to support the Democratic Scrutiny Committee in their work, because that is in the interest of all people in Northern Ireland to make sure that those rules, regulations and laws that impact us are properly scrutinised and that the right advice is being given.
That brings to a conclusion the time for questions to the Deputy First Minister. We now move to questions for the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. May I call Mr Dugbedy.
Please.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Beattie. At the outset, at the beginning of this question time, I want to pay tribute to Jennifer Fulton following her sad passing last Sunday. Jennifer had a long and successful career, including that of Chief Executive of Ulster Wildlife. She was an exceptional person and will forever be missed. My thoughts and prayers go to Norman, Sarah, Peter, James, the wider family, her friends and colleagues. And I think I speak for everyone in this House that she will leave a powerful legacy, and our thoughts are with everyone after her sad passing. In terms of Mr Beattie's question, I recognise the challenges that the agriculture sector faces, particularly in dealing with volatility in prices and incomes, and also with the weather conditions at present. However, I don't agree with the premise of the report that the farming sector is on the verge of collapse. Whilst I accept There is undoubtedly challenges, and I know those. I believe the outlook is positive for agriculture and that young people and new entrants will continue to be attracted to it. The proposal put forward, which is referenced in his question in the article for guaranteed farm gate prices, is not feasible, and neither would it be contemplated for other sectors of a market economy. It would make our exports uncompetitive, for which a sector dependent on exports would be disastrous. Furthermore, to prevent our domestic production being replaced by imports, controls on economic grounds on food imports from GB, EU and rest of world would be required, and they would be very controversial, if not actually something without the remit of this Assembly. My department does provide extensive support to the farming sector. Direct income support payments to farmers are around £300 million per year. In addition, CAFRE have provided support to farmers through business development groups, training through farm family key skills, regular press articles, management notes and a number of open events, including slurry management events in early February 2024. In closing, I would like to say that I welcomed attending the event because it's good to hear a difference of views in relation to this, and we do have to have a discussion going forward how we can best support our farming community.
Mr. Beattie. I thank the Minister for his question, which was twofold. One is to disregard the report, and I have to say I'm disappointed that you're disregarding the report. But it is clear that our farmers are under severe pressure, and family farming does need support. But you've already outlined that you're not willing to legislate to require wholesalers and retailers and processors to pay at least the cost of production, plus inflation-linked margins beyond that. So how else are you going to be able to protect them or support them in the coming months and years? Minister.
Mr. Beattie, well, I'll be making an oral statement to the Chamber tomorrow in terms of the future of farm support programme here in Northern Ireland, and that work has been going on for the last number of years, and it's important we support our farming community. This is a big week for the farming community with the Balmoral show, and it's important that we do whatever we can to support them. In terms of the issue at hand, and the figures are quite clear in terms of the level of exports that we have here in Northern Ireland. What I wouldn't want to do is making the farm community uncompetitive, and that's my worry, is that this legislation would do that and would inflict what would not be intended but unintended consequences upon them.
Thank
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I want to be identified with his comments in relation to the passing of Jennifer Fulton and be extend sympathy to Norman and the family at this time. Minister, a recent survey from the Rural Support Charity in Cookstown has indicated that an increase in referrals to the charity as a consequence of financial distress. Is there any assurances you can give the farming community in terms of future agricultural funding?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. There's two parts to that, and I'll take the second part first. In terms of future funding, I can't give guarantees about that because that's predicated upon the next government and what funding they provide. But you can be assured to members in this House and wider that I'm making strong representations both to the current and potentially the next government around the funding that needs to be provided here in Northern Ireland, and that's something I will be doing over the days ahead in this week. In terms of mental health, I'm very conscious of this, and within my term as Minister, is coming up to 100 days, I've engaged with lots of different people from the farming community and rural areas, and one thing I do see is a significant issue in terms of mental health and how we can support people, and that's something that I want to pick up in terms of our future rural development policy.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's attitude towards farmers to date sadly does not fill our farming community with confidence for future family farming sustainability. The issue of TB continues to have a devastating impact on local farms, with some 89,000 beef and dairy cows culled in the last 5 years. What urgent interventions will the Minister take to grapple with this issue, and will he give the assurance to local farmers that he will not cut the much-needed compensation to already distressed farmers?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. He's clearly got his Facebook clip ready, prepared for this. I will answer your question.
Order. Minister be heard.
So I am working with the farm community, and I'm engaging on something I've been doing quite consistently, and I'm very committed to this in my job role. In terms of TB, that's a significant issue for the farm community and also for my department. I bid for funding within my department to be able to continue the compensation rate at 100%, and I receive no funding whatsoever for that. What I'm doing is engaging with officials to see what we can do in terms of going forward around the compensation rate, and I'm also engaging with my new Chief Veterinary Officer in terms of the interventions we can make, because I recognise this is a significant issue for the farm community, and I'm determined to act. But what more, I'm also prepared to listen, and listening is something we don't do very much in this place.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Returning, if I may, to the support and income and sustainability theme of the original question, can I point out to the Minister that there's been considerable discussion around the subject of minimum farm gate prices, and can I ask him then what consideration he's given to these and whether or not these would be effective?
Mr.
Thank the member for his question. The majority of Northern Ireland's farm produce is sold outside of Northern Ireland. Artificially increasing farm gate prices would be to the detriment of the competitiveness of agriculture exports to Great Britain, Ireland and to the rest of the world. On the domestic market, higher farm gate prices for Northern Ireland farm produce would encourage retailers and food processors to increase their imports of cheaper produce from overseas. Proposals to put controls on imports in the Farm Welfare Bill are not something DAERA could do or enforce, and it would cause real issues with supply chains. In addition, if farm gate prices are guaranteed to cover the cost of production plus a margin, farm suppliers could increase the cost of their goods, knowing that the government would have to adjust farm gate prices accordingly. Furthermore, the regulation of anti-competitive practice and agreements and the abuse of dominant position in the market are reserved matters. As such, the Northern Ireland Assembly and DAERA has no remit to introduce minimum price legislation on farm gate prices.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, another element of that on-life support report was the reflection that the Going for Growth strategy was not just environmentally hugely destructive, but also worked against small family farms to the advantage of large corporations. Can he confirm that no official in his department is working to deliver outcomes in the Going for Growth strategy, and that is not operative policy?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I'm very aware of this policy, and it's something I've been looking at in terms of the impact it has upon my department, and I'll be making statements in the weeks and months ahead in terms of the future direction of this policy. There's one thing that is to be clear, that standing here now in terms of Going for Growth, is this something I would have signed off? No.
John Stewart.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the coming into force of the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations 2024, implementation of the requirements of animal health law in Northern Ireland, including those relating to disease prevention, is something that no longer sits within my ministerial responsibilities and now comes under the direction and control of the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. There is a significant list of areas that falls within that. It includes foot and mouth disease, African swine fever, avian influenza, rabies, blue tongue, bovine TB, bovine viral diarrhoea and many more, and I'm happy to lay that list in the library for the member. I'm aware of the concerns he has in relation to this. I believe that I should have direction and control under these areas. I've been engaged with the UK Government around this. The Minister of State, Steve Baker, has informed me his desire is that these regulations only cover internal market and trade issues, and I made it clear that we need to get resolution of this so I can fully answer your questions in relation to this and the other areas I've cited.
Mr. Stewart.
I thank the Minister for his answer and for the update on that, and I'll point individuals to that. Minister, many people like myself, many thousands of people across the country have recreational flocks and are very proud of those and very worried about the impact that avian flu is going to have. And I was just wondering if you'd be able to give even some direction to those small amateur and part-time flock keepers in terms of how they can protect both their flock and the greater wildlife in the area.
Minister.
So as I've outlined, I do not have direction and control over this area, and I've outlined my views and the need to rectify that. In terms of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Affairs, they have full information in relation to this on our departmental website, and the latest update, which was the 7th of February 2024, states that avian influenza is a highly contagious disease caused by influenza type A virus, which affects a wide range of birds. Primary introduction of the virus is normally considered to be through wild bird contact, while secondary outbreaks are normally associated with formal spread of infected material. Whilst with highly pathogenic avian influenza, clinical signs of infection are normally expressed through observation of high mortalities, although other signs may also be observed. In January 2024, it is considered the likelihood of a notifiable avian influenza incursion into poultry during the winter is medium, as winter migrants are continuing to arrive from areas with known HPAI cases, and environmental conditions are favourable for virus survival. The level of uncertainty is considered high due to the uncertainty around the timing of migration, the known immune status of resident wild birds, and increasing frequency of drift in the area. The impact of an incursion of notifiable HPAI to the poultry industry would be moderate. Overall, the risk of notifiable HPAI incursion in the NI flock is moderate, with high uncertainty, with biosecurity playing a key role in the risk posed to each individual flock. I would state I'm not satisfied with the content of the answer I'm giving you, but that's because it's not all fall under my direction and control.
Jim Allister.
Though some of the Minister's powers in this important issue of veterinary medicines has been gazumped under the DUP deal returning to this Assembly by the implementation regulations, he is the Minister of Agriculture. Surely, with that hat, he is making representations on the whole issue of veterinary medicine. So what has he done on that issue since he came to office?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I'm the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. In terms of the issue of veterinary medicines, I have been making representations to the UK Government. I asked to join the Veterinary Medicines Working Group because I want to be proactive in terms of trying to find solutions in relation to this. This is primarily a matter for the UK Government to negotiate with the EU, but I have been making representations and be very clear there needs to be a veterinary agreement in regards to this.
Paul Fruit. Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I'm keen to immerse myself in the local agricultural show season as much as my diary allows, and have plans to attend at least 6 local shows right across Northern Ireland over the coming months. Unfortunately, I'm unable to attend the Ballymoney show this year, as I have already accepted a kind invitation to the Lurgan show, which also occurs on Saturday the 1st of June. I have intention of attending the Ballymena show on Saturday the 15th of June, and I'm very much looking forward to what will be a very enjoyable day.
Mr. Fruit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Can I remind the Minister that there's also the Friday night for Ballymoney show, and he'd be made very welcome on the Friday night, which is a social gathering as much as anything. The Minister will be aware of the shop window that these shows are in promoting biodiversity and sustainability, as well as assisting in health and well-being. So will the Minister give a commitment to this House that he can reinstate the funding enjoyed by the previous Minister, Edwin Poots?
Sure.
Thank the member for his question. My diary is challenging on the evening of Friday the 1st of May, but if that's an invite, I will take it up and I will see you there. Okay? Second of all, in terms of the funding, you know the budgetary situation for my department, so I'm working with officials because I'm also trying to meet the compensation rate, for example, in relation to TB. So I've got difficult decisions to make. And what I would say in terms of the show organisers, there's other funding streams I would encourage them to apply for as well.
Salmon Hull.
Thank you, and I'll be delighted to welcome the Minister to our constituency on the Friday night as well. I believe Hugo Duncan does a great wee set. Can I ask the Minister to outline what other funding avenues may be available to show organisers?
Minister.
Thank you very much. There is significant other funding opportunities available to shows. And just get you the particular answer in relation to that, particularly in relation to the food support, the Northern Ireland Regional Food Programme. It is possible for local show organisations to avail of financial assistance via this avenue, as part of the programme provides funding to support food and drink promotion at regional fairs and exhibitions.
Justin McNulty.
With Concordia. Minister, will you be going to the Newry show or the Armagh show? And when you attend, will you be expressing some empathy with the agricultural sector who feel disproportionately targeted in terms of climate change targets when they witness on a daily basis global multinationals like Amazon and the climate burden they place on society who seem to get off scot-free, but all the pressure is heaped onto farmers?
Minister.
I think he's walked a bit of a distance from the SDLP with that question. Just in terms of shows, I do have a lot of empathy. I have it all the time because I see the people I'm engaging with as friends and colleagues, and I intend to attend the shows in Lurgan, Armagh, Saintfield, Ballymena, Omagh, Castlewellan and hopefully Clocker Valley, and the big show this week of the Balmoral show.
Colm Gildry.
Cash Diverick, Hall, question number 4.
Minister.
The Northern Ireland Environment Agency receives a wide range of complaints in keeping with its hugely varied remit. These complaints can relate to water pollution, protected habitats, impacts from industry and criminal activities, to name a few. The member will be aware of budgetary pressures which do have an impact on any regulator responding to complaints from residents. However, the agency will continue to prioritise its response to complaints from residents and works closely with other stakeholders, such as the local councils, to resolve residents' concerns. I welcome the member's engagement with my officials in resolving concerns from residents in his constituency relating to 2 regulated facilities, and my officials will continue to work with all stakeholders to play our part in helping resolve the residents' concerns.
And I thank the Minister for his answer, and thank you for your reference to the residents in the Kilishal, Cabra and Granville area are suffering significant ongoing odours as a result of odours emanating from 2 factories, and the agencies are telling them that they are struggling to react quickly enough. In order to protect residents' interests and ensure people can breathe clean air, is it now time to consider a fully independent and fully resourced environmental protection agency?
Minister. I thank the member for his question. It's something I'll respond to in the motion that's coming up after this. There is a need for independent oversight around these issues, and I'm aware of the concerns around that. In regards to any Pacific residents' concerns, I would encourage the member to continue to engage with myself and officials, and we'll work in relation to those issues in the short term.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers thus far. On the issue of environmental complaints, can the Minister update me on the progress in terms of the Environmental Protection Plan, and if there have been any complaints thus far on failure to adopt?
Minister. I thank the member for her question. There is a statutory duty to publish the Environmental Improvement Plan, which would act at Northern Ireland's first environment strategy by the 25th of July last year. Thus far, the Office of Environmental Protection has received 2 complaints about the failure to publish. I'm very keen that we adopt and publish this plan, and I've been engaging with executive colleagues to receive approval since March of this year. This plan is relevant to the environment in Northern Ireland, and particularly in relation to Loch Neagh. In the context of the catchment area of Loch Neagh, it's something that I will ensure is shared on my departmental website in the time ahead, so people are very conscious of that. There's many aspects in the Environmental Improvement Plan, such as the Nutrient Action Programme and the River Basin Management Plan, are all absolutely key to addressing the issues in regards to Loch Neagh.
I call Mark.
Mr. Speaker, is the Minister aware of any occasions or examples when the Northern Ireland Environment Agency have declined or been unable to respond to environmental complaints made by constituents due to a lack of resources?
Minister. So obviously the role of the Northern Ireland Environment Agency also sits alongside district councils, particularly in relation to fly tipping. So there's obviously a signposting that needs to occur in relation to that. If there's an issue or examples whereby individuals have raised issues and they haven't got a response from the relevant authority, I would ask the member to bring that to my attention and we can follow that up.
Question 5 was withdrawn after the deadline, so we move to question 6. Liz Kimmins.
Yes, to share question 6, please.
Minister.
Again, following the coming into force of the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations 2024, implementation of the requirements of animal health law in Northern Ireland, including those relating to bovine TB, is something that no longer sits within my ministerial responsibilities and now comes under the direction and control of the Secretary of State of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. I have been doing work in relation to this up until the point where these regulations came into being. I do want to take forward actions in relation to TB, so that's why I also think it's unfair to criticise me around this, because I want to do something around it, but it's not sitting within my area of responsibility. I have been engaging with officials up until the point of these regulations in terms of the interventions that can be taken, and I'm also looking to see what way we can take forward in relation to the compensation rate for Northern Ireland.
Ms. Kimmins.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and just to be clear, there's no criticism in my question, but I do thank him for the update he's provided. The Minister will be aware that the bovine TB rate is almost double what it is in the south of Ireland, which is obviously an issue for many of our constituents, and he mentioned that he is hoping to do some work, so can you give us a wee update on what that package of measures may be and how you expect to see that being brought forward?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for supplementary. No criticism was intended. Apologies. I'm conscious that our rate of infection is approximately 10% here in Northern Ireland, where it's 5% down south, and I'm particularly aware of the issues for an example in Fermanagh. There's a number of interventions that can be taken around this. I'm aware that a wildlife strategy is part of this, and I would want to be making announcements about this in the time ahead, providing the UK government sort out this mess.
Speaker, and thank the Minister so far, and I would like to put on record my sympathies to the Fulton family as well on the death of Mrs Fulton. Could I follow up on that question just around TB and ask the Minister to confirm, Mr. Speaker, that he has no responsibility whatsoever for policy issues or legislation around animal health, including TB, but that he continues to pay for the issues around TB and animal health. This sounds a hugely depressing situation. I'm asking what he's doing to get responsibility back.
Minister.
So I've been making representations to the UK Government. Minister Steve Baker sent a letter to Minister Steve Baker. Officials have been engaging with the UK Government. There's a list of diseases which are covered as part of this. It's quite a long list, so I will place that on the libraries so people are aware of this. I don't think the situation is tenable for much longer and it needs to be rectified.
Question 7 is withdrawn. I call Tom Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan's not in his place. I call Colin McGrath, rather. I call Colin McGrath.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. On the 25th of April, I published a joint policy statement alongside ministers and other UK nations. This provided an update on positions where we have reached to aid interoperability and smooth running of the DRS schemes throughout the UK. This update was very much informed by input from stakeholders, which has been undertaken in the last year, and learning from other operational schemes. The DRS implementation date is now October 2027 rather than 2025. I would have preferred that the delay was avoided, particularly as the DRS in Ireland went live in February this year, but I fully understand the complexities of trying to put in place a scheme of this scale and make it interoperable throughout the UK nations and also with the South. Regulations to bring DRS are now being finalised following highly focused and collaborative engagement with industry over the past 12 months. The regulations are currently going through EU and World Trade Organisation notification and timetabled to be laid in Westminster in autumn of this year.
Mr. McGrath.
Thank you very much. Thank the Minister. Can I ask, given that there's a bit of extra time, will there be some engagement that would take place with counterpart ministers in the South to ensure that the schemes are equal so that we can avoid a lot of the confusion of having two different schemes either side of the border?
Minister.
Yeah, so I'm very keen to ensure that there is that interoperability, and my officials are in regular contact with counterparts in Ireland, along with their scheme administrator, to take lessons learned from its experience in setting up its scheme when launched in February. Stakeholders and business representatives from across the island of Ireland have been actively involved in our DRS regulations to identify any avoidable consequences of the two schemes. The schemes will align on the material type and size within scope, but it is important to recognise that they are two separate schemes in different jurisdictions, and measures will be required to prevent fraud between the two schemes, such as separate labelling. I'm quite keen to make sure that interoperable, and also have a desire to go down and see the scheme in operation down south.
Mr. Buchanan's not in his place. I call William Irwin.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Thank you. We're making good progress today. Despite having policy and legislation in place to divert resources up the waste hierarchy, too much of our waste ends up in landfill. From households, it's around 23% of all waste, and from businesses, it's even higher. I want to reduce waste generation through effective waste prevention, promoting reuse, repair and redistribution. We must reduce our reliance on landfill as far as possible, not only because it's the right thing to do for our environment, but also to help achieve our challenging targets, in particular that less than 10% of all waste is sent to landfill by 2035. One of the biggest issues is with biodegradable material entering landfill. This material enters landfill and emits methane for decades. To counteract this, my officials are exploring options to divert as much of this material as possible away from landfill sites to treatment methods further up the waste hierarchy. On the 7th of March, I launched a consultation on proposals to improve recycling and divert more waste from landfill. For households, these proposals, if implemented, would see residual waste capacity reduced by 25% at the curbside, with a move to 3 weekly collections or smaller receptacles. Details of the consultation are available on the DARE website, and I encourage everyone to respond.
Mr. Irwin.
Thank you. You can thank the Minister for his response. Given the challenges associated with landfill, and I believe that we create a bigger problem for the future generations by dumping stuff in landfills. We have landfill sites all over Northern Ireland. There has to be, does the Minister not agree, there has to be a better way of disposal of
Minister.
waste?
Totally agree, and I've got a consultation underway in relation to recycling and also the consultant in terms of waste strategy as well. There's quite a lot we need to do around this. There's a cost to councils and also to ratepayers as a result of landfill, and that's why we want to move to a much more sustainable way forward. And I have confidence we're going to do that because the people of Northern Ireland have made great progress in terms of reducing waste and recycling, and I'm very confident about the future.
Could you outline your plans to increase recycling of waste from business organisations? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. In terms of businesses, there's an awful lot that can be done, and the transposition of the circular economy package into domestic legislation amended by the Waste and Contaminated Land Northern Ireland Order 1997 introduced a range of targets including 65% municipal recycling rate by 2035. This legislation also extended the definition of municipal waste to include waste collected from sources other than households where this waste is similar in nature and composition. This means that around 57,000 businesses, public sector and third sector organisations are now in scope of this revised definition. Stakeholder engagement has been ongoing around this for some time now, and in the current consultation, rethinking our resources, measures for climate action and a circular economy, and includes several proposals for non-household municipal sector. I would like to see the recycling systems in businesses and organisations mirroring that for households. This will mean no matter where you are at work, home, at school or elsewhere in Northern Ireland, recycling will be the same, making it simple for everyone to understand and also to participate in.
Speaker. Mr.
I've listened to calls for reform of animal welfare in Northern Ireland and carefully considered what is needed to enhance protections for our animals. Whilst I'm determined to bring forward legislation on important animal welfare issues, I am cognizant of the time remaining in this mandate and what can be achieved within the resources available to my department. That being said, I can confirm that over the next 12 months it is my intention to bring forward legislation in several key areas. In terms of our companion animals, alongside the forthcoming public safety rules on XL bully-type dogs, I plan to introduce a ban on third-party sale of pups and kittens. In terms of our farmed animals, it is my intention to consult on the introduction of mandatory CCTV in slaughterhouses. Additionally, my officials have been working on the necessary preparations for a legislative consent motion to create specific offences for the abduction of cats and dogs to recognise they are not just merely property. It is my hope that the Assembly will be able to debate this motion later this month.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that reply and indeed the range of issues addressed in that reply. Can I ask him more specifically what plans has he, if any, with regard to the introduction of Lucy's Law in Northern Ireland?
Thank the member for his question. I'm conscious that Northern Ireland is the only part of the United Kingdom which is yet to ban the third-party sale of pups and kittens. My officials have been exploring options for regulation of the third-party sale of pups and kittens and are now working at pace on developing options for my consideration. I will carefully consider all options presented to me and then decide on the best option for appropriately regulating third-party sale of pups and kittens in Northern Ireland. Any proposals will, of course, be publicly consulted upon. I'd also like to say that this is not just where I want to end. I have strong ambitions over the time ahead, but I also want to do that in the process of co-design with the relevant stakeholders.
Mr. Allister.
Following the coming into force is the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations 2024, implementation of the requirements of official controls regulations in Northern Ireland, which includes documentary checks, is something that no longer sits within my ministerial responsibilities and now comes under the direction and control of the Secretary of State of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs.
We haven't time for a supplementary, unfortunately, so we move to questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, topical, and call Patsy Midlone.
Can I ask if the Minister is aware of the emergence of green algae on Loch Neagh, including about a foot beneath the surface of the water as well?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I am indeed, and that's why we need to move at pace in relation to the issues around Loch Neagh. I have been continuing to engage and will continue over the time ahead to engage with my executive colleagues on the adoption of an environmental improvement plan for Northern Ireland, because we need to take a strategic approach to this, but we also need to take actions on the ground. And whilst I will continue to want to engage with colleagues to agree this environmental improvement plan for Northern Ireland, there is an urgency around this issue, and I will be making announcements over the weeks ahead.
Mr. Midlone.
Okay, thank you, Minister, for that. Minister, can you advise if there's any allocated budget at this present stage for Loch Neagh recovery?
Minister.
So I bid for funding around that, resource and capital. I received 1.6 million of capital, but I didn't receive any resource. So the budget allocation to my department was disappointing, but I'm not going to just stop there. What I'm doing is engaging with officials to see how we can reallocate resources within the department so we can put the necessary resources into this area. It won't be all of what I want, because I'll be making significant bids within the monitoring round and also to transformation funding, because this is a key priority for me. We need to invest in turning around the situation around in Loch Neagh, but what I'm going to do within my department is see how we can reprioritise things to ensure that we can give a better future for the people, the users and businesses around Loch Neagh.
Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker. Minister, further to your recent meeting with the Earl of Shaftesbury, can you please update on his position as regards the future management and ownership of Loch Neagh? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. The future management and ownership of Loch Neagh is a long-term issue, and the focus is currently upon short and medium-term interventions, as Patsy McGlone has been questioning me about just recently. I welcome the recently announced engagement by the Loch Neagh Partnership in terms of the Loch Neagh Heritage Resilient Project. This is £244,000 of funding from the National Lottery Heritage Fund. Its envisaged completion date is November 2025. It's a 2-year project which will result in a 10-year plan and will be open to public review and feedback, which will also include an economic appraisal and business plan. The programme will additionally investigate the feasibility of acquiring and transferring ownership of the bed and soil to the public or community ownership. I want to state to this House that whilst I await the outcome of that, my own personal preference as Minister is for community ownership of the loch. I have a strong desire to visit examples of that in Scotland where that's been achieved, which is the Isle of Ulva in May, which was achieved in June 2018 following a community buyout, and it's something I think should be actively explored.
Ms Bradshaw.
Speaker, thank you, Minister. You'll be aware of concerns about the impact of sand extraction. What actions have you taken in response to these concerns? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. I'm very aware of the concerns in relation to the impact of sand extraction on Loch Neagh, and I recently met with officials concerning this issue. In response to that, I've asked for a scientific review to be undertaken in terms of the impact of sand extraction upon the environment. As Minister, I'll be guided by the science and evidence, and it's important that we look at this issue from a scientific perspective. Thank you.
Well, Jim Allister.
To the answer to question 12, in response to an AQW 8444, you told me that documentary checks lie under the control of HMRC. Since the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations do not give the Secretary of State power to direct HMRC, who is directing in respect of documentary checks?
Minister.
Not me.
Mr Allister.
Well, is that the best the Minister can do? Can he not tell us who is controlling documentary checks as opposed to physical checks, which are covered by the 2024 regulations, but not documentary checks? Surely we can't have this vacuum. If they haven't been removed from him or from HMRC, then is that where they still rest?
Minister.
I'm here to answer questions for areas under my ministerial responsibility.
Stephen Dunn.
Can the Minister give an update, please, on when the Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme will be open for applications?
Minister.
I'm very keen for it to open as soon as possible. I've been engaging with officials in terms of my budget. I'm very keen that there's an allocation around this, and we're able to launch this as soon as possible. I engaged with officials last week and also on the Thursday of the day of the budget, and I'll be doing it again this week, so I want to be able to make an announcement on this because I know there's a number of people wanting to see this to be rolled out.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answer. The Minister hopefully will be aware how important just this scheme is to rural communities, that is maybe the only available option for them. And it is usually released in October every year. But just can the Minister be more definitive on a timescale for actually getting this open?
Minister.
I'd like to be able to announce the way forward in relation to this by the beginning of June.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, and the Minister will be aware of the recent letter from the House of Lords Subcommittee on the Windsor Framework regarding the issue of animal veterinary medical supplies to Northern Ireland. And the letter emphasised the need for a swift solution between the UK and the EU in the interest of animal health, food supply chain and ultimately public health. So I know he touched on this earlier, but I wish to ask the Minister what efforts he and his officials are making to help contribute to the resolution of this matter, given that the grace period is due to expire at the end of next year.
Minister.
So I'm very aware of the concerns around this, and it's raised with me regularly. It doesn't fit within my area of responsibility. It's the UK government and their negotiations with the European Union around that. And we know the protocol in terms of the engagement with the European Union as set out by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. But I stepped forward and volunteered to get involved in the Veterinary Medicines Working Group because I understand the importance of this issue and the importance of resolution. I went to London for a meeting in relation to that. I've had also online meetings. I've engaged with ministers around this. It's important we get a resolution on this, but it has to be mutually agreed. So we need to find something that's durable and mutually agreed. My own personal preference is for a veterinary agreement and alignment between the UK and the EU in relation to this matter. I know others share that opinion as well, others don't. But what we need to do is we need to engage with people, we need to build trust and find solutions.
Kingston.
Well, I thank the Minister for his reply and for his attention to this matter. And the only other comment I would make is I'm sure that particularly those in rural communities would appreciate a written response in due course, perhaps to the DERA committee of his efforts in this matter.
Minister.
It would be difficult for me to provide a written response because it's not my responsibility. I'm happy to write back to the member in terms of what work I've done in relation to this, because I do consider it's important, and I think we need to focus in politics an awful lot upon solutions, and that's what I'm focused upon. Far too many people are focused upon exaggerating problems and not listening. We need to listen and we need to focus upon solutions, and that's what I'm doing day and daily, and I'm enjoying it.
All right.
Can I ask the Minister, regarding his position on the XL bullies and his breed-specific legislation, what work has the Minister and his department conducted to assuage the concerns of the USPCA and the NSPCA regarding his moves?
Sure.
So I'm aware of the concerns and engaged with the organisation, the USPCA, before I made the announcement here to the Chamber, and I recognise there probably will be a difference of opinion in relation to this. What I was presented with was a public safety issue, and the legislation is presented to me here today. I know what the calls are from the organisations you outlined, is that we should deal with the deed and not the breed, and I'm very keen to engage with them over the time ahead and for them to present proposals for me in terms of how we could legislate for that and how we could make that come into being. As I responded to John Blair, over the time ahead I want to go through a process of co-design in terms of future legislation, and part of that probably will elicit a bit more in terms of how we can actually move beyond what we have at the moment in terms of legislation. So there is a genuine desire to find solutions around this issue.
Mr. Free.
Given the Minister's answer, and I think his answers to this point, in that co-design, will that also include dog owners and dog lovers with regards to XL bullies? And has he and his department noticed any trends or adverse effects by his statement in that House that day?
Minister.
So there has been a continued increase in the number of dogs that have been registered and licensed as being XL bullies. I recognise that that is probably an underestimate in terms of that, because people have to identify voluntarily the breed and have to register it. We're unique here that we have a licensing system in Northern Ireland which allows us to identify that. So I'm aware that the scale of the issue may be vastly underrepresented around this. I would say that the overwhelming majority of people who have XL bullies, I understand, will recognise the public safety issues around this. They may not agree with what I've done around this, but that's why I've done it, for public safety. And we are a nation of dog lovers. We are a nation that cares for our animals, and what we want to do is find a way forward that we provide protection for them. And that's what I want to do in terms of animal welfare. This was a difficult decision. It was really, really hard for me to be able to bring this decision, but I was presented with the legislation I have with me, and you all know the statistics in terms of the amount of people who have been killed or seriously injured as a result of these animals, and that's really, really hard to see the examples of that. So I know that people may not disagree with, or may disagree with me on this, but hopefully they disagree with me from a point of respect in terms of the fact of the evidence that was presented in front of me.
Dan Dodds.
Speaker, and may I associate myself also with the remarks and the sad passing of Jennifer Fulton. I think we were all very shocked to hear of it. Can the Minister update us on the latest on the Forests for the Future programme?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her first part. The Department's reeling after this, and I think especially of Norman. He's grieving the loss, and it's just very, very hard to comprehend, to be honest, and I don't think life's ever going to be the same. In terms of the forest for the future, we're currently working through the budget, and I've been looking through what we can allocate towards that. That also aligns in terms of my own ambitions in terms of forestation and our obligations under the climate change. So I will be able to give a further update in relation to this because it's something I'm keen to do. There's also an issue in terms of tree planting. Where do we prioritise in relation to that? And my own personal preference is we should be prioritising in catchment areas, particularly relevant to this discussion we've had around Loch Neagh. I was down in Upper Bann, the catchment area on Friday around Kate's Bridge. I can't remember whose constituency that is, okay. And it was good to see the good work that's being done there with the Rivers Trust in terms of engagement with farmers. But if we encourage more of that tree planting in terms of those catchment areas, I think that's something that could have a real benefit.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your answer. I think that this is a really important programme and one where we can enhance the environment and really do something really quite special. Can the Minister update the House on how much it will cost his department over the next 5 years to meet the climate change targets that have been set by this House? And as the department responsible for the policy, has he had negotiations and conversations with his executive colleagues so that we understand how much this will cost across the whole of government?
Minister.
Thank the member for a question. So I do have lead responsibility for this legislation, but it falls to all ministers in terms of the overall responsibility around that. I'm engaged in a number of bilateral meetings with ministers. I met with the Infrastructure Minister last week around the obligations arising from the climate change legislation and the need to adopt a climate action plan and also carbon budgets. I'll be engaging with the Finance Minister tomorrow in relation to that. This is part of a scoping exercise in terms of what will be needed in terms of the first climate action plan, and that will also elicit the potential costs associated with this. What I would say is there's a cost of inaction around this, and that's where the representations that I will continue to make to the UK Government and any potential replacement for that about the need to make those investments, because by making those investments we can turn Northern Ireland around into be somewhere that can be an attraction for investment and for economic success here in Northern Ireland, but we need the capital and resource funding from the UK Government to allow us to be able to meet these obligations over the time ahead, and it's particularly relevant this week in the week of the Balmoral Show and in terms of future agricultural support, because that's relevant to these issues as well, and the UK Government need to come forward with the level of support we need to be able to support our farmers over the time ahead.
Claire Sugden.
Minister, in a previous answer you outlined your legislative priorities in relation to animal welfare. Have you considered any legislation in relation to improving the powers given to local council in terms of how they approach animal welfare?
Minister.
So just in terms of legislation, the Executive will shortly publish its legislative programme. That will be for this calendar year. So over the next number of years, I have a desire to do other legislation, and it will include primary legislation, hopefully in relation to animal welfare. I think we do need to look at the powers of government and to deal with these issues, and that's something I'm happy to include as part of that.
Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to hear that, because I think the biggest frustration with animal welfare is how limited councils are in approaching animal welfare cases that are brought to their attention. Is there anything that we can do in the meantime? Because unfortunately there's really horrific cases that are happening, and the answer is we simply can't do anything.
Minister.
So the legislation as it sits does give powers for action in relation to that. I'm going to encourage anyone who's aware of any instance of animal cruelty to report it, to allow for investigation around that, because it's absolutely key that we do that. We have fallen behind in a number of areas, and one we talked about just earlier was around Lucy's Law. That's something I want to bring up to scratch. But what I want to be clear is when we're bringing forward legislation, it's done in partnership with the district councils and with relevant stakeholder organisations, so it's fit for purpose, because what people may want as a policy, it's very difficult sometimes to translate it into legislation, and I don't want to enact legislation that doesn't actually have the teeth that is required.
There's no time for further questions, so we will draw to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister. We now return to the debate, and I call Matthew O'Toole to wind on the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be able to wind on the motion. It feels a little strange having had a break for questions in which we had a substantial discussion on the various priorities that ministers have, and indeed all members in this chamber have. I will reflect on a few, I will reflect on a few of the comments made by members, and I will move hopefully to securing support. I think we had broad cross-party support for our motion. I will say early on in my remarks that we don't have a particular difficulty with the DUP amendment. With the greatest of respect, I'm not entirely clear exactly what it adds to the text of the motion, but nor do I dispute that there is some indication that these are priorities among executive parties because they've been debated in the chamber. The substantive point about our motion is that that now needs to be converted into a plan for delivery, and that's the programme for government, which we wish to see delivered by the end, by the time we break up for the summer, and we do not believe that is unacceptable or unreasonable. We also think that if that particular document isn't deliverable, if the programme for government itself isn't deliverable, then there's no reason why we shouldn't have a list of key summary outcomes. Now, I did ask the Deputy First Minister. I think I got a diplomatically worded answer around as quickly as possible or shortly. I respect that without trying to create hostages to fortune, but I will say that if parties support our motion today, we as an opposition, and I think the public out there, will interpret that support as a commitment to abide by the terms of the motion, even though, as with all the other motions we've passed in the last couple of months, it is a non-binding motion. But I will take executive parties at their word that they agree with the fact that we will, by summer recess, i.e. by the first week in July, have either the programme for government itself or the key summary outcomes from the programme for government. So I'll just go through a few of the points. I think these winding comments are better if people respond to criticisms and points that are raised rather than simply summarise what others have said. Mr Kingston, actually it was Mr Harvey who moved the amendment and said, and Mr Harvey said the programmes for government are not a substitute for delivery. Well, of course that's true. He said that strategies can sit on a shelf. He's completely right. The strategies can sit on the shelf and not be delivered. This is about delivery, and there have been lots of programme for government. Well, there have been programme for governments that were in draft and then never agreed, and then there have been other strategies that have never been implemented. But the first most important thing is to actually have that strategy and to have it down on paper, because otherwise there's no way of judging the executive or the executive parties in terms of how they're delivering. It was interesting to hear Ms Bradshaw, the chair of the TO committee. I welcome the fact that that Alliance are also going to support this motion today. She said it's still rather dysfunctional in the executive office, and I think there is a key role for the opposition to play here in a way that we haven't seen historically in these institutions, which is to say that executive parties, even if they have different constitutional aspirations, even if they look in different directions in terms of left-right political orientation, they do have a responsibility to form a cohesive government and tell the public what they're delivering on their behalf, and not have government by improvisation. I'm aware that the Deputy First Minister objected to my use of that term. I'm not going to say it's like improvised comedy, because I don't think it's always that funny, but I do think there has been a degree of improvisation in the past and a reliance on PR and then staged fallings out. But I welcome the fact that executive parties, it looks like, are going to support this motion today. I would agree with several speakers who said that the stop-start nature of government here is completely inseparable from frustrations in the public and their frustrations about how we've performed. And that is the blunt truth, and we still do not have agreement from either Sinn Féin or the DUP that we should fundamentally reform these institutions to prevent one-party veto. We endeavoured to get that passed on our first opposition day, and those parties did not support it. That's just a blunt truth, and we do not have yet agreement from either the First or Deputy First Minister that they will decline to use their power to resign and collapse the institutions at some point. Those veto powers have never been given up, even rhetorically, let alone in substance. It's also worth just saying in passing, we were told at that point that the Assembly Executive and Review Committee was going to be the place where all this ambitious reform was going to be taken forward. I have yet to see the AERC taking that forward. I'm not sure if they are going to bring forward that ambitious plan of reform that we were discussing on that day back in February. One particular point was mentioned a couple of times by a couple of DUP speakers, which was that there's never been a programme for government in 100 in the first 100 days, and in a literal factual sense that is true. There's a couple of points that people were made. One was that if you go back to the initial executive, when Seamus Mallon and then Mark Durkan were Deputy First Minister, alongside David Trimble as First Minister, that they took longer to agree a programme for government. Of course, that's factually true. I mean, I think the context is a little bit different. That was 26 years ago. That was the first time we had a proper, durable, new power-sharing institution. So I think the comparison is a pretty trite one, and I don't think a lot of people will wear it. It's also, of course, true to say that we're now in the 50th, we're celebrating this year, or marking the 50th anniversary of the first attempt at substantive power-sharing administration in Northern Ireland. And of course, for a variety of reasons, we weren't able or weren't allowed to make that work, so people can draw their own historical conclusions from that. But I don't think that's a completely fair comparison. I would also say that the 100 days, today does mark 100 days since the institutions have been back. So it's an important landmark, an important milestone to say to people who hold office, where's the plan and what's happening? And I'll come on to a little bit of what the Deputy First Minister said as well. So 100 days is an important milestone. But it's not, you haven't been, through the chair, with respect, the executive parties have not simply been debating a programme for government for 100 days. As the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party put on the record himself in this debate, it's been debated since June 2022. That's getting on for 2 years. We were briefed on an opposition basis about the fact that there were ongoing programme for government meetings that were apparently substantial and substantive. And all 4 executive parties were in rooms, maybe with whiteboards, flip charts, post-it notes, talking about priorities. That was all convened by the head of the civil service. I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know. Other people in this room were there. Perhaps they can tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know what all those sessions were about. Perhaps maybe it was improvisation, maybe it was team building. But there have been nearly 2 years. People laugh, but there were 2 years of meetings. All we're asking for now in this motion are key outcomes and key targets to be published by the executive parties, and I don't think that is in any way unreasonable. There were a whole range of comments. Mr. Allister, in his particular way, made points about executive performance. I would come back and challenge Mr. Allister on one point that I fundamentally disagree with, which is his depiction of the phrase begging bowl politics. He believes, I think, from most of what he said, that Northern Ireland should stay in the United Kingdom. I obviously don't think that. The whole basis of the way this place operates is that we get a block grant from London. If that is a begging bowl, then I'm afraid, contrary to a lot of what he spends a lot of his time moaning about, then we really are in a situation where we're not equal citizens, because people in Belfast pay tax on exactly the same equal basis as people in Birmingham and Bristol. So to call it begging bowl politics, I will give way in a second, to simply pursue equitable finances is, I'm afraid, not acceptable. So I'll challenge that. I'll give way to him.
Well, politics is the beg and blame approach of Sinn Féin. It wouldn't matter how many billions were given, there'd never be enough to squander, because Northern Ireland can't be seen from their perspective to work. That's what the begging bowl politics is linked to, and that's what the DUP, sadly, has been playing a supporting role in.
Well, he's put his remarks on the record now. Mr. Speaker, what I would say in relation to that is we do need a better financial settlement from the UK government. I don't dispute that, and we've been on the record supporting the executive parties, but we also need a plan. We also need a plan. No one acknowledges that the executive isn't operating within constraints. An austerity-obsessed Tory government, yes, the challenges of mandatory coalition, the challenges of a period of high inflation, all of those things are challenges, but there needs to be a plan. The Deputy First Minister said in her response to me that lots of things had happened. I'm sure all those things individually, £1 million here and there, those are very important initiatives. But that, I'm afraid, is the everyday business of government. I don't think that can be called a programme for government or a serious strategic vision for this region with targets, outcomes, but when waiting lists are coming down, when there's going to be a meaningful childcare intervention which is going to help working families with costs, when we're going to see particular outcomes in terms of poverty. That's all we're asking for, is a plan. It's not unreasonable, it's not unfair, it's the bare minimum of government. So I hope today's motion is going to pass, and I hope it's going to be delivered upon. Wouldn't that be something? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Brian Kingston and Harry Harvey be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If members would take their ease, and we will move to the next item of business, which is a motion on the Independent Environmental Protection Agency.
The next item on the order paper is an opposition motion on an independent environmental protection agency. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly declares an ecological and biodiversity crisis, acknowledges the complex characteristics of biodiversity and ecological breakdown in Loch Neagh, which includes high concentrations of phosphates and nitrates from agricultural runoff, the durability of the wastewater infrastructure, the impact of invasive species, and the catalyst of higher temperatures caused by the climate crisis, notes the resolution of this Assembly to address management of the loch, and calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to address the ecological crisis by bringing forward legislation to establish an independent environmental protection agency by the end of this Assembly mandate.
Thank you. I call Patsy McGlone to move the motion.
Maid has that Frio Lashcombe.
Thank you, Deputy.
Okay, so the Business Committee, Patsy's agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer, yourself, will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Patsy, please move the motion.
It's with some disappointment that I bring forward this motion here today, not because of a lack of enthusiasm, not for the need to establish an independent environmental protection agency, nor for the urgency with which it is needed, but because we should have had an agency in place already. Like many necessary developments, it has been promised and delayed repeatedly by executive parties. This is one of the reasons why we cannot support the proposed amendment. The amendment seeks to introduce yet another delay, unfortunately, in implementing a commitment that had already been given in the New Decade New Approach Agreement of 2020. What's strange is the Ulster Unionist Party used to support an independent environmental protection agency, and I'm looking forward to some clarity around that after a while. The SDLP, along with the Green Party and Alliance, have supported an independent environmental protection agency since the 2002-2006 review of public administration, and we stated that support in our Assembly election manifesto for 2003. In 2007, following a review of environmental governance in Northern Ireland, the Assembly debated an Alliance Party motion calling on the Executive to establish an independent environmental protection agency for Northern Ireland, as recommended in the review's report, Foundations for the Future. The Ulster Unionist Party and Sinn Féin supported the motion. But while the Ulster Unionists supported our amendment in that debate to establish an independent environmental protection agency within the lifetime of that Assembly, Sinn Féin did not. Sinn Féin did, however, support a DUP amendment that called for more work to be undertaken, a repeat of déjà vu, before decisions can be taken. It was ever thus. By the way, the original motion was agreed by the Assembly unchanged in 2007. Then as now, the North was the only region in either Ireland or within Ireland or Britain that did not have an independent environmental protection agency. To quote the former leader of the Alliance Party, David Ford, in the 2007 debate, either they are all wrong or we are wrong. We know the answer to that question. I mention this to point out that the DUP have always opposed an independent environmental protection agency. They have always sought to delay any decision on its establishment, even though a commitment was given in the New Decade New Approach Agreement in 2020 for that very agency. The DUP minister responsible repeatedly ignored it, unfortunately. The New Decade New Approach commitment envisaged an independent environmental protection agency that would be able to oversee work on climate change and ensure that those necessary targets would be met. We eventually got a Climate Change Act in 2022, primarily because of individual members of the Assembly rather than the then Minister. But anyway, it was, if you like, a twin-track process, as any of us who were on the ERA committee at that time saw. We are still waiting for an independent environmental protection agency. After the Assembly motion 2007, there was some change. In 2008, under DUP Minister, the Environment and Heritage Service, an arm's-length agency of the then Department of the Environment, was essentially rebranded as the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. Then, in May 2016, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs was created, and again, under DUP Minister, the NIEA was brought fully into that department. So, we have had a review, and the executive, controlled by the same two parties as it is today, ignored the review and the Assembly, which is where we are today, having travelled in the opposite direction to that recommended by the Review of Environmental Governance in 2007. It is important, I believe, to note the finding of the Auditor General's recent report on water quality at this point. Since 2015, the water quality in our rivers and lakes has got worse, not better, and we will miss the 2027 EU targets for water quality standards. The Assembly debated the ecological crisis in Loch Neagh in February and called on the Executive to put in place a new management structure and plan for the loch, something which is very dear to myself, so that it can be managed, protected and promoted in the interests of all. I won't repeat all the arguments from that debate. The Minister and his department know well what the underlying problem is. It's the build-up of excessive levels of nutrients in the loch, the phosphorus and nitrogen. Other factors come into play, but this is the underlying issue which needs to be resolved. Since 2020, the loch has been in poor status. That is just one level above the lowest status of bad in terms of ecological and chemical conditions of the water. We have seen decreases in the number of all the main species in the loch, most notably with pollen. And on a wider note, last year's State of the Nature report showed a continuing decline in biodiversity, with 12% of Northern Irish species threatened with extinction. The Department's own figures tell us that over 60% of the phosphorus in our rivers and lakes originates from agriculture, with 24% from wastewater treatment facilities and 12% from septic tanks. There has been a recorded increase in the levels of phosphorus in Loch Neagh since 2015, and a steady and indeed sharp, as I've seen myself in the graph, in the levels of nitrates from 2017 to 2022. A recent report commissioned by Farmers for Action has attributed that particularly sharp increase to the ambitions of the Executive's Going for Growth strategy, which was introduced around that time. The report identified attempts at increased crop production, leading to a much increased use of nitrogen-based fertilisers as the reason behind that. The Auditor General's report on water quality noted that between 2017 and 2021, 373 pollution incidents linked to farming and 68 linked to NI water were deemed to be of high or medium severity. More than half, 53%, of all water pollution incidents linked to agriculture in 2022 happened in the Naban River Basin District. Most of those incidents were in the River Blackwater area, with farm effluent mixture, silage and cattle waste most frequently detected. Agriculture accounts for 77% of the total land area of Northern Ireland, but only about 1% of farms are currently inspected by Northern Ireland Environment Agency. And I have to put it on record now, most farmers are ecologically tuned in. They want to see the environment kept. They want to be the custodians of that environment. However, there are those who clearly don't. Perhaps the Minister would be able to update us today on the recommendations of the Cross-Departmental Task Force on Loch Neagh. We are facing into another summer of potentially toxic algae blooms, and I did mention earlier, people have been reporting to me those algae blooms are already starting to evolve beneath the surface and indeed are manifesting themselves at the surface level on Loch Neagh. With warnings issued to the public as well as the tourism industry, I would like to think that we are taking action before we reach that point this year again. The task force had identified 113 actions that statutory organisations and the wider public could take to address the problem in the loch. In addition to mitigating measures, they made several recommendations to specifically address the build-up of excessive levels of nutrients in the loch. Among the key actions they recommended were enforcing existing regulations, reductions of the level of phosphates in animal feeds, and development of a policy to eliminate the use of chemical phosphorus fertiliser in grassland, and of course to bring an updated nitrates policy. A cash injection of £131 million to NI Water was the estimated cost of upgrading 18 wastewater treatment works. As I mentioned, the Assembly had already called for the Executive to put in place a new management structure and a plan for Loch Neagh, but there have been attempts to improve the management of the loch. A stakeholder Loch Neagh partnership was formed in 2003. It is a partnership with its own defined role to play, but one that lacks the resources and the powers. However, a single overarching body that could have had the necessary resources and powers to manage and protect Loch Neagh was previously established. The leader of Sinn Féin in this Assembly was the Agriculture and Rural Development Minister responsible at the time. Following a Loch Neagh cross-departmental working group report in 2014, 10 years ago, when the ownership of the loch was previously a talking pond, there was support for a community-led approach to the ownership and management of the loch. The Loch Neagh Development Trust was established in early 2016 and an interim board appointed to lead the trust through membership recruitment and the election of a permanent board. Despite attempts by the Development Trust to secure funding to progress their work, successive ministers failed to commit the additional resources required. So I wish the Minister the best of luck in his negotiations with the Executive to empower an effective professional management body for Loch Neagh, hopefully with oversight from an independent EPA. But this Assembly should again make its ambition clear. It's not just the immediate response of the Minister and the Executive that's important. It is their commitment to follow through on the decisions they take and to properly fund the required response to the ongoing ecological crisis in our environment. Key to that response is the establishment of the independent EPA. Excuse me. As recommended by the Review of Environmental Government in 2007, as committed to in the New Decade New Approach Agreement of 2020. The Office of Environmental Protection will still have a crucial role to play, and an independent EPA will have to work closely with it. It has already demonstrated the importance of being an independent body. It was the threat of legal action from the OEP that actually forced the Department to change its approach in providing ammonia guidance to councils for planning decisions, something the non-independent Environment Agency was unable or unwilling to do. As an environment agency that still cannot take samples at wastewater treatment works without telling NI Water in advance. An independent environmental protection agency is a vital part of modern environmental governance. Excuse me. It is necessary to secure and maintain public trust in the ability of governments
Patsy, you're well over your time.
to protect and nurture that natural environment. Future generations will judge this Assembly on how we respond.
Thank you, Patsy. I call on Tom Elliott to move the amendment.
Moved. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Tom. You'll have 10 minutes to move your amendment and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Tom, would you like to move?
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and clearly I welcome, to be fair, the motion coming forward here today from the opposition benches. I have no difficulty with them bringing it forward, and I know that the previous speaker had a go at the Ulster Unionist Party, but I'm not going to do that with the SDLP or any other party because I want to do what's right for Northern Ireland. Principal Deputy Speaker, I did note and I accept their principle of Loch Neagh, which has been quite a part of their motion. But blue-green algae is in a lot of other areas, not just Loch Neagh. We have it in Loch Earn in County Fermanagh. It's widespread actually in England, Scotland. There are parts. I noticed Waterways Ireland were warning some time ago about it in areas of the Republic of Ireland. And they have an independent environmental protection agency. and it hasn't stopped it. In England, they have an environmental agency that's linked to the, it's a non-departmental public body sponsored by DEFRA. I don't know whether you call that independent or not, but that's what they have in England. So I'm not so sure that every region has an independent environmental protection agency, but by the way, I have no major difficulty with it. I have to say, the previous speaker, Mr Malone, suggested we had changed our position. Nowhere have we said that we have changed our position, but what we don't want, Madam Deputy Speaker, Principal Deputy Speaker, is a plethora of agencies and organisations that oversee the environment, and nobody knows it. It'll end up like Loch Neagh or Loch Earn, that nobody knows where their responsibilities lie. And that is the difficulty we have. What do? Do you add just another agency to the environment aspect, and the Minister all of a sudden is lumped with another agency that he has to pay for, maybe, or at least the department pay for, or the executive? But the real responsibility is that one blames the other. So what I want to see is a proper review. That doesn't have to take ages, Principal Deputy Speaker. That could be done quite quickly, and I'm sure the Minister and others would have in their mind exactly what they want to do, because we have the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, who have a couple of separate organisations within it. We have shared environmental services, which I accept as a council body, but it still is an oversight of environmental issues. We have the Office of Environmental Protection. Soon we're probably going to have a Climate Change Commissioner. We have councils and environmental health overseeing some of this. We have Waterways Ireland. We have Public Health Agency. All I'm asking is that we have a proper organised and structured review ASAP to we see what agencies we maybe don't need, how we can change their powers or responsibilities, and then, if that requires an independent environmental protection agency, then let's do it, if that's the right way to go. But I can tell you, it'll not just stop the blue-green algae. It's going to take a lot more than an independent environmental protection agency to stop that process, because that's a much wider issue than just putting in place an independent environmental protection agency, or indeed getting the sale of the loch or Loch Neagh from private owner into the government. Loch Earn, I'll give you an example, is probably owned publicly. There is no private ownership of it, but nobody can accept who is responsibility. Waterways Ireland are there. Rivers Agency have some responsibility. Council have some responsibility, I assume. Maybe even indeed NI Water. I'm sure DAERA themselves have some responsibility. So we need to curtail and be exact about who has responsibility for what. Otherwise, people and organisations are going to blame each other, no matter what element you find yourself in this particular situation. So I would like to see an overall structure. Waterways Ireland, for example, have no responsibility whatsoever for Loch Neagh. Why is that? Whatever regime or deal was made at the time didn't put Loch Neagh within Waterways Ireland structure. Is there anything to stop us now? And I don't know the answer to this. Is there anything to stop us putting overall responsibility to Waterways Ireland? I don't know. But there are a huge amount of questions that need resolved, and it's not just as simple as some members here may outline, that you put an independent environmental protection agency in place, you get the loch under public control again, and all will be rosy in the garden. I can tell you it won't. It's going to take a lot more than that to make this better. I did note, and these figures have been muted on quite a number of occasions, these figures that 62% of the Northern Ireland water environment, that 62% of the phosphorus entering it comes from agriculture, 24% from wastewater treatment, and 12% from septic tanks. I do note that has been mentioned on a number of occasions in the past in here and also in other places, and I'm sure that the Minister will want to raise this issue. These figures appear to come from a 2020 AFBI report that specifically deals with phosphorus. Now, can I tell you that some of the quotations in that report says there is an important gap in the knowledge as to the current state of phosphorus within UK agriculture. the wider food system and the natural environment. Now, that's saying there's a huge knowledge gap, but it doesn't give any methodology in that particular report that I can see, and I apologise if it does. Somebody can put me right if it does. There is no indication of methodology as to how those figures were reached. Is it an estimate? Is it some sort of methodology that's not there in that report because I can't see it? Or how were those figures came about? Because obviously people will question those figures. I'm questioning them. I'm not saying they're wrong. I merely want to know how they have come about. And that is now, in fairness, in wider Northern Ireland waterways, I understand, and not just Loch Neagh. But there are a huge amount of questions that are without answers in this respect. Northern Ireland already has environmental governance in place with a complex overlapping structures of organisations that have responsibility for our environment, such as Northern Ireland Environment Agency, the Office of Environmental Protection, and as I said, Shared Environmental Services, and indeed we might soon have a Climate Change Commissioner. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency has established 5 key priorities: working towards a fully compliant regulated industry, delivering freshwater environment as good status, tackling waste sector crime, supporting good habitat, earth science and landscape quality, and enhancing species abundance and diversity, and the promotion of environmentally sustainable development, infrastructure and access to quality green and blue spaces. Can anybody argue against any of those? I certainly can't, and I commend them for having those principles or priorities. I assume the difficulty is maybe they're not all being implemented. I'm not sure. But those priorities, to me, actually factor in what we want in Northern Ireland. So is an independent environment agency going to have the very same thing? They may do. But that's why I'm asking for an immediate review, first of all, so that the Minister and his department and the Executive aren't paying for a plethora of more organisations and agencies on top of what we already have, and nobody eventually taking responsibility. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll leave it there, and I commend the amendment.
Thank you, Tom. I call Linda Dillon.
I had a privilege to Corlia, and I raise to speak in support of the motion and thank the proposers of the motion for bringing this to the floor today. There is no doubt we are in the midst of an ecological and biodiversity crisis. Ireland has among the worst biodiversity decline in Europe. The curlew and the great yellow bumblebee are on the verge of extinction. Entire species gone forever. And I would like to acknowledge that the hard work that is ongoing by Loch Neagh Partnership, but also by many individuals and community groups along the Loch Shore in protecting both of these. Things are no better in our waters, where iconic fish such as the Atlantic salmon, European eel and angel shark have suffered catastrophic population declines, and the freshwater pearl mussel, Ireland's longest living animal, is facing extinction. But the loss of these species is more than just a pity. Declines in biodiversity are intrinsically linked to climate change, falls in food production, and even our ability to fend off infectious diseases. The OECD has stated that safeguarding biodiversity is vital for avoiding the next pandemic. In addition to the declaration of an ecological and biodiversity crisis, we need to see the urgent development of an all-Ireland biodiversity strategy to help us halt and reverse the decline of our island's unique flora and fauna. Perhaps the most visible example of the ecological disaster we face is Loch Neagh, and maybe like Mr McGlone, I'm being a wee bit parochial and ignoring Loch Earn, but parochial I am. The presence of toxic blue-green algae has been caused by a perfect storm of increased temperatures, invasive species and man-made pollution. The cultural, historical, environmental and economic and public health importance of the loch cannot be overstated, and every effort must be made to restore and preserve it. While it is true that the loch cannot be fixed overnight, there are things that we can do now to aid its recovery. We need to see the creation of a new management authority that is multi-agency and cross-departmental in nature, and crucially involves local stakeholders, communities and fishermen at every level. And I'll declare an interest as the wife of a fly fisherman who has my heart broke on this issue. For that body to be able to work effectively and efficiently, it is also vital that the entirety of the loch, including its bed and shore, be brought into public ownership. We can save Loch Neagh, but it will require all of us to work together. Loch Neagh is a treasured gem of Ireland's natural landscape, and it's facing significant challenges. Pollution, invasive species and the impacts of climate change have all taken their toll on its once vibrant ecosystem. But amidst these challenges, there lies an opportunity for us to come together and protect the heart of our community. Establishing an independent environmental protection agency is not just a necessity, it's the right thing to do. The agency would serve as a guardian of the loch, ensuring that its health and vitality are safeguarded for generations to come. It would provide the oversight and accountability needed to hold those who harm our environment accountable and drive positive change. And I agree with Mr McGlone that most farmers are very much responsible and they love the land and they want to look after it. And I think that we need to acknowledge that as well. Any IEPA must be fully independent and equipped with powers necessary to take on major polluters. While we appreciate the work of individuals on the OEP have done, it is simply not fit for purpose as an environmental watchdog here. The North needs a bespoke body that will focus entirely on matters here and work in tandem with the EPA and other agencies in the rest of Ireland to protect and preserve our shared environment. In closing, let's remember the words of Oscar Wilde. The things of nature do not really belong to us. We should leave them to our children as we receive them. Let's honour this sentiment by acting as responsible stewards of our environment and ensuring a brighter, more sustainable future for all.
Thank you, Linda. I call Michelle McIlvaine.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the amendment. I do believe that appropriate environmental oversight is extremely important. Unfortunately, this motion does not fully cover the appropriate outcomes or steps to reach those outcomes which are needed to be effective. There is no acknowledgement of the lessons that should have been learned in terms of the establishment of bodies being tasked to carry out certain roles. It's important, first of all, to point out Northern Ireland Water's role in polluting our waters. And while the motion mentions the durability of wastewater infrastructure, this underplays what has happened and what continues to occur. Since 2005 until 2022, the last date that we have figures for, Northern Ireland Water was responsible for 3,576 pollution incidents. Over 18% of all pollution incidents come from one body. Between 2017 and the end of 2021, 591 pollution incidents were linked to the operations of Northern Ireland Water, with 28 warning letters and £150,000 handed out in fines. But this did not deter more incidents from occurring. Northern Ireland Water is a body wholly owned by the Department for Infrastructure, yet disappointingly that department feels that figures around the discharge of sewage into our watercourses is, and I quote, an operational matter for Northern Ireland Water. This should be a matter of priority for the Department for Infrastructure. Of course, what Northern Ireland Water needs is an adequate funding model and perhaps restructuring to allow it to borrow to invest, but this does not appear to be on the department's agenda either. Here we have the example of a fully owned public body which is inadequately funded and absorbs the fines because it simply can't afford to address the problem. The mere establishment of another body is not going to address that problem. The department and the executive needs to address that problem. And yes, there is a clear need for Northern Ireland to be properly funded by Treasury, but that should not preclude us from taking what steps as are necessary to address the problems in Northern Ireland Water, whether that includes additional funding or reform of the structure. As the proposer of the amendment has said, we have already established bodies such as the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and the Office for Environmental Protection. And while these have distinct roles, they suffer from a lack of adequate funding. I asked the Minister in written questions about the funding of the Office for Environmental Protection and was told that because it's new, they haven't found the right balance of funding yet. Each year, the OEP has not received the funding level it has asked for. As we know, any independent environment agency will, of course, be dependent on funding from a sponsor. And I do note that Friends of the Earth's view is that any independent environment agency should be well funded and staffed. So I'd like to see that in our existing bodies too, and for us to see the results of that. This is why I feel that the amendment is important. Before we add another body on top of what we have, we need to have a proper review of our environmental governance. Let us assess what works and what does not, and what is needed to make it more effective in delivering on our aims. Only then can we make a determination on where the gaps are and how those can best be filled. The blind creation of another body to take resources out of a limited pot is not the right thing to do. I'm not saying that from the perspective of ruling out an independent body, but from the point of view of a sensible, pragmatic approach. We have a history of creating layers and layers of governance, but less and less in terms of deliverability. And it's time for better outcomes rather than more and more process. It's also important that an environmental improvement plan for Northern Ireland is brought forward by the Minister, and one which can command cross-party support. While Loch Neagh is hugely important, accounting for almost 40% of our drinking water, there's a wider environmental issue which needs to be looked at as well. Any such plan needs to be balanced and to be deliverable. We've seen in other jurisdictions where targets have been imposed to satisfy idealists and then have to be rolled back on because they're either not achievable or the damage caused to the economy and people's livelihoods is disproportionate. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, given the importance of environmental governance, what is in place needs to be reviewed as a whole before we add yet another layer. Also, let us have a balanced, sustainable environmental plan that we can unite behind, and let us implement measures that will address the single largest polluter in this country and provide it with either the funding or the ability to raise its own capital. Thank you.
Thank you. I call John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I say at the outset that I think we should consider everything before us today and all of our comments in both a global and a local context, because our basic human needs, such as access to food, shelter and clean air, are threatened as the climate struggles to cope with the strain, and it must be put as bluntly as that. Last summer, we witnessed a season full of intensive heat waves, floods, gorse fires locally, wildfires more generally as well across the globe. The winter also began with prolonged periods of rain and extreme flooding in many parts of Northern Ireland. In recent months, our farmers battled further weather challenges that threatened our food security. I have no doubt that we will face similar or indeed even worse situations in the coming months. Principal Deputy Speaker, in addition, we have been and we continue to be tackling our own ecological crisis at Loch Neagh and across other areas within Northern Ireland as blue-green algal blooms threaten species, the lives of those who live along the loch shore, traders there and recreational opportunities there. The environmental crisis is simply something we can no longer brush under the carpet for future consideration, as the consequences of our inaction are being felt now and will without a doubt continue to escalate. Indeed, the lack of government and subsequently governance in Northern Ireland for 2 years has only made delivering environmental protection initiatives much more difficult. We have missed many of the deadlines already published and urgently required on robust environmental and biodiversity strategies. For example, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs was to publish an environmental improvement plan by July 2023. However, this was not possible due to the absence of a minister. Now, with a minister in place, and I'm glad to say already active on these issues, we can and we must make progress. The environmental improvement plan that I have referenced is key to delivering and also to measuring progress. We know that the Minister is keen to secure executive agreement on this plan, and I hope that this plan can be commenced as soon as possible. Alliance did attempt, Principal Deputy Speaker, to amend the motion to reflect the urgent need for approval of this plan, but I've chosen to address it in the speech instead. Principal Deputy Speaker, we are content to support the motion, though it could be argued that an opportunity to link a meaningful environmental improvement plan to enforcement through an Environmental Protection Agency has been missed. A reminder, perhaps, that we should reflect our frequent calls to eradicate silo thinking into how we do our business here on the floor of the House. It is clear to us that a properly funded and truly independent Environmental Protection Agency is vital in tackling the climate crisis as well as environmental challenges. This is something which Alliance has long since called for and was previously, as members referenced earlier, New Decade, New Approach Agreement commitment. I was reminded today that when the opportunity arose to include the office that we're talking about in the Climate Change Act of 2022, it was voted down. And I have to point out that the party who brought the motion today didn't vote on the Alliance amendment to the bill at that time to establish an independent Environmental Protection Agency. We have also said already and often that every policy and every practice which impacts Loch Neagh environmentally should be and must be reviewed. This should include, for example, the sand dredging authorised by the previous SDLP Infrastructure Minister, another example of interdepartmental responsibility in relation to required environmental improvement and action. To date, Northern Ireland remains the only part of the UK and Ireland without an independent Environmental Protection Agency. A new agency should also act to increase cross-border and cross-regional cooperation, which is essential in fighting to protect one single biogeographical unit, irrespective of borders and boundaries. In 2022, the OEP protections remit was extended to include Northern Ireland, meaning it can now hold our government and public bodies to account. But some problems and challenges remain regarding resources. For example, the Office of Environmental Protection has no enforcement powers over private businesses and citizens. This reinforces the need for a bespoke Northern Ireland Environmental Protection Agency. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I will reiterate Alliance support for action. Yes, I'll give way.
Thanks very much indeed to the member for taking intervention. I appreciate the points that he's making about oversight and enforcement. But will the member also accept too that, just in relation to Mr Elliott's point, that there will be a range of scientific interventions required if we're to actually address the algae bloom on Loch Neagh? And I do appreciate that the Minister has suggested, or has probably a lot of work done on the SBRI to initiate this work.
Yeah, very quickly, John. Interventions are meant to be brief. Patsy.
Okay, and I don't know, Principal Deputy Speaker. I think I'm getting an extra minute as well. Am I? Yeah. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, some of the points there I'm about to address anyway. I support the call for action on environment, driven by my colleague, the Dear Minister, supported by the Executive and delivered through every level of government. As I said, we support the motion. I can't, although I would like to support the amendment for a number of reasons. First of all, I think it considerably weakens the original motion. Secondly, it calls for a review of environmental governance already commenced by the Minister. And to be frank, the moving of the amendment today sounded something in between pollution scepticism and actually we'll just sit and wait a while and see what happens. So I want to thank those who brought the motion. Look forward to hearing more from the Minister on these matters. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
I call Declan McAleer, ERA Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion on behalf of the committee. The committee has already been taking evidence on and discussing the range of matters highlighted in this motion. However, it does not have a committee position at present on an independent environmental protection agency. I'd like to take this opportunity to share some of the issues that have been considered by us and reassure the House that the committee has started and will continue to support and scrutinise the Minister and Department in dealing with these issues. At a recent strategic meeting on the 25th of April, we were reminded in a raised briefing that the issue of environmental governance under the AEPA has been discussed for over a decade. More recently, in March 2024, the committee are aware that the new DAERA Minister stated that he is considering best options for environmental governance, including the benefits and costs of an AEPA. Minister Moore briefed the committee on the 22nd of February on his key challenges, and it came as no surprise that among them were advancing an action plan to address the cause of algal bloom in Loch Neagh, the draft climate action plan and the environmental improvement plan. At that meeting, it was acknowledged by the committee that the problems in Loch Neagh were long-standing. We requested the Minister start to look at them for some short-term to medium-term solutions that may start to make a difference. In addition, the committee highlighted that the environmental improvement plan should be an urgent priority, along with the climate action plans, and that an increased focus on scientific solutions going forward and the work of AFBI and other research projects will be important. In fact, we highlighted to the Minister the soil sampling programme as a good example of the science at work. The committee are also keen to consider the potential of anaerobic digesters for slurry management and plan to see these in action on a site visit soon. On the 21st of March, the committee had a briefing session with the Office of Environmental Protection, which was created by the Environment Act 2021 and is a body with a distinct role to play in holding government and other public authorities to account. Its work covers here and in England, and they expressed to the committee their dedication to fulfilling this role in this meaningful way. The committee looks forward to working with them. The OEP highlighted some of the priority work, including the Environmental Improvement Plan and the blueprint for how the NI government plans to protect and improve our environment. The committee wishes to see a high-quality EIP published as soon as possible. The OEP also highlighted to the committee the range of missed deadlines for environmental legislation. And like the OEP, the committee also wished to see urgency in delivery of these, including the Nutrient Action Plan, River Basin Management Plans, Nature Recovery Strategy and the Climate Change Act. In terms of nutrient enrichment of aquatic and terrestrial habitats, the OEP advises that this is one of the biggest environmental issues here, and that the situation that we are witnessing at Loch Neagh is symptomatic of a wider issue. In a recent briefing from the Ulster Farmers Union, they highlighted to the committee that it has a vision of a productive, profitable and progressive farming sector which can deliver for the environment, for the consumer and for the economy. The UFU is continuing to work with DAERA on the Farming with Nature scheme, seeking a flexible agri-environment scheme that pays farmers on environmental results that they deliver as well as actions taken. The committee is mindful of the support that the agriculture sector will need in terms of information and incentives to be able to implement technologies to deal with the environmental issues that the sector is keen to play their part in tackling. The committee has concerns around the budget for OEP, as DAERA and DAERA must between them provide funding for the enable OEP to carry out its functions. Also, at our meeting on the 21st of March, we were briefed by the Northern Ireland Environment Link. They highlighted to the committee that they believe the illegal dumping of waste at the Maid site is a clear example of failings of the current environmental enforcement, monitoring and regulatory system. In their view, it makes the case for the need for an independent environmental protection agency. The committee accepts that there are many factors that contribute to the situation in Maboy, and we have also been briefed by PCI Consulting, who represent some of those affected residents and businesses. We are continuing to engage with the Department to further explore the issue in the coming weeks. Having started to delve into these issues in the the committee, NIEL is also keen to see a climate action plan and the establishment of a Just Transition Commission. Having started to delve into these issues in the early months of the mandate, at our strategic meeting on the 25th of April, the committee was keen to consider a balanced forward work plan across its remit of agriculture, environment and rural affairs. We were supported by our Assembly researchers, who provided a substantial briefing paper for this meeting and assisted us in exploring a range of issues, including the issues of Loch Neagh regarding the impacts on agriculture nutrients and animal and human sewage. The research also briefing noted the significant cross-cutting range of departmental responsibilities for Loch Neagh, including responsibilities for DAERA, DFC, DFI and DFE. The committee will seek to support and assist the Minister as he produces a plan to tackle blue-green algae with evidence-based recommendations and secure long-term water quality improvements. At our planning meeting, the committee also discussed. Thank you, Fiscal. Look forward to the Minister's statement tomorrow, which might shed some light on some of the plans going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Declan. I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Northern Ireland is one of the most beautiful natural environments of which Loch Neagh forms a part, which is the envy of many other countries around the world. And therefore we must endeavour to do all that we can do to ensure that this natural environment and this habitat is protected. It is also to be welcomed that the United Kingdom is, according to the Environmental Performance Index, which is monitored by the universities at Yale and Columbia, ranked second in the world for environmental protection, with Denmark being the only other country to have greater environmental protection levels. It is important to bear this in mind when we hear a call going out for an independent environmental protection agency. However, we just simply cannot rest on those reports, but we must continue to strive for greater environmental improvements. We are all witnesses to the blue-green algae blooms last summer, which not only affected Loch Neagh but travelled along the lower band to the north coast, affecting our beaches at Port Stewart, Castle Rock, Benone and Portrush,
and therefore action must be taken to bear on this environmental problem with effective and efficient solutions to resolve it. And as has already been stated, the blue-green algae not only affects Loch Neagh, but has affected many other places right across Northern Ireland. In tackling this issue, it is essential to look at the root of the problem. And the motion does make reference to the agriculture runoff, the durability of wastewater infrastructure, the impact of invasive species, and the catalyst of high temperatures. The pollution linked to Northern Ireland Water's operations, who, while having responsibility for maintaining water quality, was responsible for 24% of pollution into Loch, which provides 40% of Northern Ireland's drinking water. It is also a startling revelation that over the past 10 years, NI Water has released an average of 70 million tonnes of sewage into our local rivers and lakes, equating to 7 million tonnes per year. Now that bears repetition perhaps. That's 7 million tonnes per year of pollution that NI Water is putting into our waterways. Surely urgent action must be taken by NI Water under the remit of the Minister for Infrastructure to curb this colossal amount of pollution they are distributing into our waterways. And while measures have been taken by the farming industry and continue to be put in place to curb runoff from their land to help improve the environment, it is disappointing. And it is unacceptable that NI Water have shown little signs of action taken on their part to curb pollution from their quarters. The motion also calls for legislation to establish an independent environmental protection agency by the end of the mandate. But I have to question what that agency is going to do over and above the Office for Environmental Protection, which is already in existence. Is this another layer of bureaucracy that isn't required? I believe the Minister would be better placed in reviewing the effectiveness of the current structures and the operation of the Office for Environmental Protection, its effectiveness and role that it plays in Northern Ireland, rather than establishing another agency which may neither be necessary or appropriate. The proposer of the amendment has outlined a number of environmental agencies that are already in place, and therefore what is this going to do over and above what has already been done? So there is a bit of work that needs to be done prior to the establishing of an independent environmental protection agency. Yeah.
I just wanted to refer back to something the member said earlier. We said that the UK is second in the world when it comes to environmental protection, but Northern Ireland is the only part of the UK that doesn't have an independent environmental agency. I'm just wondering, is there any connection there, do you think?
The member's an extra minute.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think whenever we look at the status of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom, that is ranking second within the performance index, then I think that is something to be welcomed. It's something that we can be proud of, and it raises the question as perhaps as to why there is this other agency that is required. Of course, we're not saying that it's not, maybe that it shouldn't be brought in at some stage, but there needs to be a lot of work done as to why it is required, what role it's going to play over and above all the other agencies that are in place and the work that they are doing. And that is why, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I cannot give my support to the motion, but we can support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. As this is Andrew McMurray's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I would remind the House that it is convention that a first speech is made without interruption. I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And yes, this is my maiden speech, so I might go off topic. My grandparents lived in Massey Park, just round the corner. And as a child, I remember a classically snowy winter's day here, sledging in the 80s. And when I referred to my father what went on in this grand and imposing building, I was told not much. And even without a concept as to why the context was that not much went on, it still felt an awful shame to a child already in awe of these surroundings. So a child of the Troubles, a teenager of the peace process, and a young adult during devolution and apparent during power sharing or not sharing, as the case has been on occasion. Stroman's timeline has mirrored my own by way of seminal chapters, so to say that it is humbling, both humbling and an honour to be here is an understatement. I hope I can contribute to this institution in ways that will benefit my constituents of South Down, as well as benefit all those in our society, as it is in the shelter of each other in which the people live. I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, Patrick Brown, for all the work he has done. I wish to thank my constituency and party colleagues for entrusting me to perform this role, and to everyone who sent a message of congratulations or offered a prayer. Thank you very much. Finally, my wife, children, parents and wider family. I want to thank them for their support and love at this time. To the motion at hand, my former career job was an outdoor pursuits instructor, and this stemmed from my passion for activities in the outdoor environment: surfing, climbing, mountain biking, but kayaking on rivers was my gateway into this lifestyle. As Ratty said to Mole, believe me, my young friend, there's nothing, absolutely nothing, half so much worth doing as simply messing about on rivers and boats. And I've been lucky enough to travel the world to mess about on many's a river in a boat. And while it's true there's nowhere like home, in the case of our rivers, this is usually in the form of an effluenty smell. There's been a demonstrable deterioration in the water quality of our rivers over the last 10 years. Our rivers, our lakes and our river estuaries cannot even be deemed to be of good overall status. They're merely moderate. This marks a deterioration as proof that we are failing to protect them and the habitats that they provide. All of this is extremely concerning and indicative of the ecological breakdown which we are facing. We are simply not making any inroads in this issue. And when we compare ourselves to our nearest neighbours, we see that improving the status of our rivers is possible. 50% of the rivers in the Republic are of good or high ecological health. And it is worth noting they have an Environmental Protection Agency which is independent from the government. Onward, it was a love for the outdoors which led me to set my roots in South Down and Castlewellan. Superb coastline consisting of strands, rocky shores, tidal lochs, areas of ancient woodland and open hillside, from rolling drumlins to crags on high hills, all areas I've taken a great pleasure and satisfaction in exploring, but all areas whose habitats are under threat. The fire on the slopes of Slieve Donard in April 21 is the most stark of these events, but the truth is that the habitat loss was going on before that and will continue to go unabated without cross-departmental action and legislative support from this Assembly. We also need to be cognizant there's not a silver bullet that will reverse this loss of habitat. Our upland environment, especially during COVID, saw upwards of 300 to 400% increase of users accessing the hills. And while it's great to see people getting outside, the impact that we are having on our uplands is drastic. Quite simply, other jurisdictions have more levers by which to pull and more resources by which to invest in their wild spaces than we do in Northern Ireland. It is not just one department's role to reverse the stresses to which our natural environment is suffering. The problem has been decades in the making and has not been helped by the start-stop nature of this institution. Our natural environment needs both support and time by which to heal. But I want to finish on schemes that have proved that biodiversity can be protected and with some help can be successful and strive. The Mourne Heritage Trust has piloted healthy heathlands in which natural materials have been used to reprofile peat hags for them to retain water and sediment which prevents them from washing out. The National Trust, with the Deer-funded wildlife recovery projects and path buildings on the side of Slieve Donard. Landowners in South Down have seen the benefit of tree planting on both small parcels of land through the whole hillsides, all of which increase the biodiversity of an area. The RSPB's Red Kite scheme has seen the introduction of this majestic bird in the South Down, and indeed the red squirrel has seen its numbers increase due to conservation schemes. These successes are worthy and of noting. However, there is no consistent approach or indeed funding to these projects when compared to other parts of the UK. As such, they are admittedly piecemeal due to the time-limited nature of their funding. In conclusion, therefore, while the motion and element of an independent environmental protection agency is welcome, if we're serious about our environmental and biodiversity status, a truly cross-cutting and integrated approach from this Assembly will be required if we ever to improve long-term. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, and I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The motion before us resonates deeply, not only with me, but for all of those who cherish beauty and ecological significance of Loch Neagh, those who live and work and have built their communities on its shores. I've said before in this chamber, though I now represent Northampton, up until last year when I swapped my view of Rams Island for Rathlin Island, my connection to the loch was through generations of my father's family who lived by and worked on the loch. My own father made his living fishing for eels. There's not many able to say that anymore, and more is the pity. Loch Neagh, as we know, is the largest freshwater lake in these islands, but it's not merely a body of water, it is a lifeline for biodiversity, tourism, recreation, fishing and culture. Its significance simply can't be overstated, not least because of the fact that it provides over 40% of Northern Ireland's drinking water and serves as a sanctuary for countless species of flora and fauna. Yet despite its importance, we find ourselves yet again facing another summer of ecological and biodiversity crisis. The truth is, and it's been said before, this did not happen on a whim. It has been decades in the making, and it will take decades and concentrated commitment and investment to control. High concentrations of phosphates and nitrates from agriculture runoff, inadequacies of our wastewater infrastructure, the relentless growth of invasive species, and the looming spectre of climate change-induced higher temperatures. All of these factors have conspired to push Loch Neagh to the brink. We knew that it wouldn't be fixed overnight, so we are on the brink of another summer of a blighted loch. But there are solutions and there are actions that we can focus on, but they must involve many stakeholders. The motion put forward today underscores our collective commitment to address the management of Loch Neagh. Central to those efforts has to be a fully independent environmental protection agency, something my party, as my colleague John Blair has mentioned, we've been calling for many, many years, ensuring comprehensive independent oversight of Northern Ireland's environmental performance. Such an agency, given the authority and autonomy to enforce environmental laws, rather than adding to money-wasting layers of bureaucracy, as a previous member has indicated. In fact, we believe this will serve as a foundation against further degradation of our precious natural resources. Since Brexit, Northern Ireland has been without the oversight of the European Commission. The Office of Environmental Protection, although established in November 2021 to act as an oversight body across England and Northern Ireland. However, in response to the member across the chamber, who was concerned about what difference an independent EPA would make, the biggest thing is that it will not replace, and it did not replace, all of the functions that the European Commission previously held. Most importantly, that one to the power to levy fines. We have to do all we can to sanction those who repeatedly pollute our loch, increasing fines and imposing harsher sanctions and penalties for repeat polluters, sending a message that environmental transgressions simply won't be tolerated. We know that investing in wastewater infrastructure is paramount, as is supporting nature-friendly farming practices that prioritise sustainability and biodiversity conservation. But for me, and for my party perhaps, the most crucial of all is the imperative to foster cooperation amongst all stakeholders, as my colleague John Blair has referenced, to get rid of the silos, transcending departmental boundaries and embracing a holistic approach to the protection and preservation of Loch Neagh. By creating a legislative duty to cooperate, we can forge a path forward that honours our collective responsibility to safeguard this invaluable asset for generations to come. So we want to see that multifaceted environmental improvement plan, something I know my colleague Minister Muir has been actively seeking agreement from the Executive on since March. That plan could be used to address a wide range of environmental criteria, many of which could be directly relevant to the situation in Loch Neagh, and I hope that following the motion today, that will come through as a matter of urgency with full executive approval. We know that we need less dust-gathering strategies and more cooperative action, and I know that in this chamber, members from all benches have expressed their concern about the biodiversity crisis, although some continue to disagree with some of the actions needed to make positive change. Whilst I'm not Pollyanna enough to believe that we will return to a time when hundreds of fishing boats will leave quays all along the shore at 4 a.m. every morning from the 1st of May, I do hope that we can put in place a multi-layered plan that would see the loch return to its delicate balance in the decades to come.
Thank you. Sean, I call Cara Hunter.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, at the heart of Ulster lies Loch Neagh, the banks of which grace 5 counties, and with Ireland's largest lake comes a rich, mythological, stunning natural beauty, and a body of water which once supported a vibrant ecosystem and a legacy of fishing and work life that has tied families of generations together. Today, however, much of Loch Neagh sits covered in algae, polluted and stagnant, similar and symbolic of the stagnation that has characterised the feelings of this chamber for far too long. What should be a rich, thriving, ecological haven at the heart of this place, a loch capable of supporting communities, livelihoods, and a diverse, flourishing array of marine and bird life, is instead a murky pool with dwindling fish stocks, 100,000 fewer wintering birds, and water so polluted that pet dogs have sadly died as a result. What should be recognised as a shared ecological jewel, a lake cherished and celebrated, is now devastated and has instead been neglected by this House. Its purity sullied by the actions of industry and the livelihoods of those who once depended on it for environmental integrity, now left jobless and bereft. And I'd just like to reference to two fantastic businesses within my own constituency when the algae first became apparent. It was based on the River Bann. It was called the Age Water Sports and the Cran Activity Centre. And this fantastic centre that provided the opportunity for so many to engage in water sports. It had disability access. It was a thriving local family business. It started in 1996. And the owners of it, two wonderful people, hope to pass it down to their children, but sadly as a direct result of the presence of the algae, they were told people cannot go into the water. If they go into the water and they get sick, it's essentially on you. And when they reached out at that time when the Assembly was down, there was absolutely no guidance whatsoever from departments, no financial support, and as a direct result, sadly, those two family-owned businesses collapsed and closed. So I think it's really important that we raise that here today to show the connections of not only the environmental, ecological crisis that we face, but the real-life impact, financial negative impact that this algae and the ruining of this lake has created, specifically for businesses around the River Bann as well in my constituency. It's high time this chamber took action to protect Loch Neagh, to grapple with challenging decisions that must be made to truly prioritise our environment and to safeguard the source of 40% of our drinking water for generations to come. And regrettably, we haven't been doing that. And the largest wetlands on these islands, this Assembly has been found derelict of its duty. Yep.
Would you agree with me that it's slightly surprising and really disappointing that some people in this chamber are kind of trying to almost downplay or deflect the seriousness of the crisis we face and calling for more reviews with two things. One, as she said, crisis in one of the biggest freshwater lakes in Europe, and number two, one of the biggest environmental crimes in Europe at Maboy. And the idea that we don't now need serious environmental enforcement is frankly unthinkable.
Members, enact a minute.
Thank you. I thank the member for his intervention. Yeah, I think we have a moral and a professional duty to protect our environment, not only for ourselves and for our generation, but our children and their children. And that today is an opportunity to have that discussion about what we can do and what steps that we can take. With only a pitiful 14% of our rivers and lakes having received a good ecological status in 2021, our rivers and our lakes remain blighted by runoff from agriculture, animal slurry, chemical fertilisers and human sewage. And while our environment continues to suffer, our wildlife diminishing in its numbers and quality, and the people dependent on the lake for their work continue to be shafted. The Earl of Shaftesbury, much like an absentee landlord of the 19th century, continues to collect royalties. So I think it's high time we take matters into our own hands, take seriously our responsibility to restore nature and its sacred importance, and to act swiftly and fulfil what the SDLP has consistently called for, and finally establish an independent environmental watchdog. And just to close, Minister, I really respect that you've been in this position now for a few weeks, and hopefully in the coming weeks you will use your new position to find an answer, to find a resolve. And that's why it was so deeply regrettable that when we had a recall motion, the Alliance Party didn't sign it. So in your wind, I would like to hear a little bit more about why that was. Yep.
So in a recall motion, the ability to be able to take action in relation to this wasn't there. This is where the ability, this is where the restored institutions are, that we can actually debate these motions, and we have ministers in post, and we have the ability to progress legislation. That's what we wanted to achieve. I think that's what we all wanted to achieve.
I thank the member for his intervention. I think given that time, civil servants needed to understand where the political sway was, and I think that the recall motion would have provided us a very solid and open opportunity to communicate our wants, our needs, and our fears and concerns about Loch Neagh. So, especially given that Alliance did in the Belfast Council, just days previous, supported a motion alongside the SDLP and the Greens. That's why it was so confusing. But Minister, I wish you the best of luck, and I really hope that members across this House will vote for this motion. Thank you.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Just today, Deputy Speaker, environmental campaigners gathered outside this building to demand immediate action to tackle the environmental crisis at Loch Neagh. They gathered because this crisis is urgent, the loss of biodiversity is rapid and catastrophic, and because the poisoning of our drinking water has continued unabated since the restoration of this Assembly. And anyone who's been awake during the last 3 months will remember the promises the executive parties did make about addressing the crisis at Loch Neagh. And since February, the executive website and the media have been awash with grand statements from ministers who have expressed their supposed willingness to deal with this environmental disaster. And unfortunately for the rest of us, glossy PR photos of ministers wearing water boots by the Loch shore will not fix these problems. The First and Deputy First Minister promised immediate action over Loch Neagh, and the Dairy Minister promised urgent action as well. And after all the pledges and alleged priorities, this executive has failed to take the most basic of steps, and a paltry £1.6 million is the price they have pledged to deal with the dying loch. And on Thursday, a Deputy Speaker, the Save Loch Neagh campaign, which I'm a part of, met the Minister, the Dairy Minister, to put forward some proposals that could save the loch, including establishing an independent EPA. And I'm not convinced that there is an urgent plan to save the loch. Previously, the Minister has spoke about needing years or decades to fix the loch. I'm afraid the loch does not have years or decades. It does not have the luxury of time, and we do not have the luxury of time either. We're told that there is an environmental plan, probably sitting in some drawer or other, that will be brought before the executive, and I will call for that plan to be brought forward with urgency and for a commitment to establish an independent environmental protection agency to be included in it. The fact that 12% of local species are threatened with extinction, and that we're one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, cannot be separated from the crisis at Loch Neagh, nor can it be understood without reference to the fact that the North is the only place in these islands that does not have a separate and independent statutory nature conservation body. The reason we need an independent environmental protection agency is simple. People do not trust Stormont to hold those poison Loch Neagh and elsewhere to account. And why should they? The parties who today say they want to protect Loch Neagh are the same parties whose poisonous policies have led to its destruction. The DUP, Sinn Féin Alliance, UUP and SDLP have all played their part. It was the Executive's Going for Growth initiative which incentivised the creation of industrial, factory-style farms which have been spilling their poison into waterways for over a decade. A lack of infrastructure for dealing with the waste was no obstacle for parties here to sign off on that plan. An independent environmental protection agency is needed to deal with the polluters who had their fines reduced by the then DUP Dairy Minister, Edwin Poots. There is also a certain irony, Deputy Speaker, in the fact that the SDLP are taking up the demand for an independent EPA. It was their Infrastructure Minister, Nicola Mallon, who granted licences for the destructive sand dredging that is stirring up the nutrients in Loch Neagh and choking its flora and fauna and fueling the toxic algae growth. That said, Deputy Speaker, the responsibility of this new executive, it's on this new executive to address the Loch Neagh crisis. This government continues to allow pig farmers and other industrial giants to spill their poisonous dung into Loch Neagh and its tributaries. It may be said that there is a similar whiff of manure emanating from this executive with all the talk of broken promises and excuses. The Tory exchequer cannot be allowed to dictate whether Loch Neagh lives or dies. The executive cannot strike a balance between our drinking water and its conservative economic agenda. Saving Loch Neagh requires urgent action and funding, and the Dairy Minister should start by establishing an independent EPA which is free from ministerial interference, sufficiently funded and staffed.
You referred to pig farmers spewing their slurry into the rivers. How many reports have you put to the NIA regarding that?
The member's an extra minute.
I didn't hear the member's question. Happy to go away again.
During your remarks, you made the point that pig farmers are putting slurry into rivers, obviously going into Loch Neagh. Can you confirm to the House how many reports you've put to the NIA affecting that statement?
I'll ask the member the same question. I imagine on his end it's probably zero. Happy to be corrected. And just to continue the points, what the Minister should be doing is to sufficiently fund and staff a EPA, independent EPA, for it to have inspection and enforcement powers, is responsible for both land and sea, and has the authority to bring prosecutions where appropriate. These are the demands, Deputy Speaker. This is what the public and Loch Neagh deserve, and we also deserve to have the loch taken back into public ownership, to end commercial dredging, and to have proper research and recovery plan to be enacted with urgent effect. And frankly, I don't believe the executive, left to its own devices, is capable or willing to do any of this. It will be the environmentalists, the swimmers, the fisher folk, the surfers, the workers who have taken up the fight to save Loch Neagh. They will be key to protecting our environment and putting an end to the system that allows a wealthy minority to profit from its destruction. And I stand with all of those people every single step of the way. Thank you.
I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to respond to debate. And Minister, you will have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to all who have contributed to the debate here today. I have quite a lot to cover in this response, so the amount of interventions I can take will be limited, but I think it's important I do respond to this in detail. The motion we are debating today has essentially three specific components. Firstly, a call to declare an ecological and biodiversity crisis. Secondly, an acknowledgement of the complexity of the issues facing Loch Neagh. And finally, a commitment to bring forward the relevant legislation to create an independent environmental protection agency before the end of the current mandate. I recall that more than 3 years ago, on the 3rd of February 2020, a date I fondly remember as the day I gave my maiden speech to this House, the Assembly agreed a similar motion, albeit with a focus on the declaration of a climate emergency. Since that motion back on the 3rd of February 2020, we have seen the passing of two incredibly important pieces of environmental legislation: the Environment Act 2021 in Westminster and the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022 by this House. It will come as no surprise to anyone who knows me that I support the motion and agree what is needed is appropriate action to address both the acute and chronic issues facing the environment, not only in Northern Ireland, but across these islands and indeed more generally globally. We clearly have an ecological and biodiversity crisis, and it is only through sustained action that we can begin to address all the issues contributing to it. Those issues are many: climate change, biodiversity loss, water quality, degradation of peatlands, air quality, single-use plastics, to name just a few. Properly addressing them will require political will, a strategic approach and significant investment, an investment that I believe that the environment and the people of Northern Ireland clearly deserve. Whilst my remit and that of this Assembly is restricted to Northern Ireland, we must remember that our actions or inactions contribute to wider issues created by the climate and the environmental emergencies facing our climate and our planet. I am Minister responsible for the environment, a responsibility that I take very seriously, but addressing the environmental issues that affect Northern Ireland does not come down to the actions of one Minister or just one department. It is for us collectively, as an Assembly and an Executive, to take the necessary actions to deliver the strategic environmental outcomes that my draft Environmental Improvement Plan will seek to achieve. I am continuing to work with Executive colleagues to finalise and agree this. The plan, known as the Environmental Improvement Plan, will be Northern Ireland's first environmental strategy. The 6 strategic environmental outcomes of the strategy are: 1. Excellent air, water and land quality. 2. Healthy and accessible environment and landscapes everyone can connect with and enjoy. 3. Thriving, resilient and connected nature and wildlife. 4. Sustainable production and consumption on land and at sea. 5. Zero waste and highly developed circular economy. And 6. Net zero greenhouse gas emissions, improved climate resilience and adaptability. Once the environmental strategy is approved by the Executive, it is my intention to adopt it as soon as practical as Northern Ireland's first Environmental Improvement Plan, satisfying a statutory obligation of the Environment Act. Satisfying that statutory duty is important as a matter of law, but even more important is the potential to improve our environment before it's too late. The motion before us today highlights the issues surrounding the state of Loch Neagh. It would not be an exaggeration to state that Loch Neagh is the single highest profile environmental issue for the Northern Ireland public. It is an extraordinarily complex issue that has been there for many years in the making and will take many years to solve. There is no single cause. It is a combination of issues that have conspired to create a perfect storm, including climate change, invasive species, agricultural runoff and wastewater discharges. My officials are fully focused on developing a report with recommendations of short, medium and long-term measures to address the fundamental issues that have created the images that we have all seen in the media over the last number of years, months, weeks and days. That report should be finalised shortly and will support the actions relevant to improving water quality across Northern Ireland as part of the Environmental Improvement Plan. There is no getting away from the fact that addressing the issues affecting Loch Neagh will require significant investment, not only in the short but also in the long term. Whilst the budget settlement was disappointing, I am now working with officials on how we can reprioritise funding into environmental protection. This will, however, mean that stuff cannot be done or rolled out and other matters will have to be scaled back. Such is the tough financial settlement I have to work within. Turning to environmental governance, it is important to realise environmental governance is more than about just creation of an independent environmental protection agency. As a long-time advocate of an independent agency in Northern Ireland, I am most certainly not diminishing the importance of establishing such a body, but good environmental governance is more than a single issue. To me, good environmental governance means taking a strategic, whole-system approach. Not only will that make our overarching approach better, but also make an independent environmental protection agency more fit for purpose and more effective. To that end, one of my first actions when I became Dairy Minister was to ask officials to provide me with a scoping paper on strengthening environmental governance in Northern Ireland. That work is now done, and I am currently considering that paper and discussing next steps with my officials. I will announce those steps in due course. There are, I believe, many benefits associated with the establishment of an independent agency, and I am not the only one who says that. Environmental stakeholders, and indeed many members of the public, have made clear their desire for an independent agency. For example, responses to a discussion document published by a previous Environment Minister in 2015 indicated that only 6% of the respondents did not support an independent agency in some form. But it is important that we consider properly what that independent agency might look like, what its roles and responsibilities should be, and how it should be funded. We also, of course, have to consider the changes in environmental governance that have taken place recently and further changes that are on their way. It may not be as simple as, for example, just making the current Northern Ireland Environment Agency an independent body, although, of course, that will be an option. I have looked at NEA's counterpart organisations across these islands, all of which have a degree of independence from government. No two are exactly the same, whether it be in terms of remit, degree of independence or resources, and none are as successful as others would like to be. We also have the Office of Environmental Protection, the OEP. Sadly, its role is not well understood by many. The OEP was established as an independent environmental oversight body under the Environment Act 2021 as close to close the environmental governance gap created by the UK leaving the EU. And I don't believe that that gap has entirely been closed, just to be correct. It performs the extremely important role of holding public authorities to account for the proper implementation of environmental law in Northern Ireland. Its role is a vital component of environmental governance landscape in the post-Brexit era, but its role is almost completely separate from the NEA's. It's not a replacement for it, nor can it ever be. I remain committed to strengthening environmental governance, both administratively and through the introduction of new legislation, where that is necessary, following full engagement and consultation. And I look forward to the support of both my executive colleagues and the official opposition as they seek to address the mistakes of the past and create a brighter environmental future for Northern Ireland.
Robbie Butler. Sorry, Robbie, you're going to wind up on the amendment. 5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Before I start, I'd like to welcome Andrew McMurray, who made his maiden speech. I was going to say you have big boots to fill, but you have big long legs to try and fill in the former MLA Paddy Brown, so good luck, and I enjoyed your speech. Forgive me for not including more contributions, Principal Deputy Speaker, and Declan McAleer, you spoke too fast for me to write anything down, but I know you made really good points. I thought I spoke fast, my goodness. West of the Ban, even better. So members, before us lies an opportunity not just to address the immediate crisis at hand, but at hand, but to enact systemic changes that could fortify our environmental governance for years to come. And I rise to advocate for an essential amendment to the motion moved by my colleague, Mr Tom Elliott, and I welcome the Minister's forward there in recognition of what he has done. But I think the inclusion of the amendment will just offer that level of scrutiny to this chamber as to what that review that he has carried out will actually amount to, and where the powers will reside within those agencies that have been indeed reviewed. But contrary to some of the comments from members here today, we also do see the value and need for an independent environmental agency, but we simply seek to ensure that in the scrutiny and in the construction and delivery of such a body, that it's clearly focused, resourced and has the requisite support and powers, and that this is well known right across the gambit of the stakeholders who will be involved. The motion was moved by Mr Patsy McGlone, and it's certainly most worthy of debate. But as he actually accurately orated, we have debated this motion many times over many years. Whilst the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency would be a commendable step, we must also acknowledge that it alone may not suffice in tackling the multifaceted challenges posed by the ecological and biodiversity crisis that we find ourselves in. We need to take a holistic approach, one that scrutinises our existing governance structures, identifies their shortcomings and explores avenues for improvement. But we all need to be involved in that, and it should not just be a single department's purview, because the environment belongs to us all, and as the Minister has pointed out, this is a cross-departmental exercise. Linda Dillons spoke earlier, and she spoke about being parochial, and I know she's not here. I think it was an excellent message, actually, because I think if every single one of us in Northern Ireland was parochial about the environment, we would all play our part, and we could all make that difference. But by incorporating a review of environmental governance into the motion, we signal our commitment to not only addressing the symptoms, but also diagnosing the root causes of environmental degradation. Such a review would also allow us to assess the effectiveness of the current regulatory mechanisms. I have someone else's teeth in today. Identify gaps in enforcement and explore best practice from other jurisdictions. And this was a point referred to by a number of other members. Furthermore, it provides an opportunity to engage stakeholders from other sectors, and this is really important, to involve civil society organisations, the general public, industry representatives and academic experts. Their insights and expertise, if you're brief.
I'm very grateful, Principal Deputy Speaker, for the member giving way, and I'm asking this question. I want to assure the member to be helpful, but does the member understand my reservations that calling for an environmental governance review, which the Minister has already undertaken and has also outlined to the House today, seems to me to be counterproductive and also repetitive, and that is one of the issues I have with the amendment?
I hope to give the member confidence just in my answer. I think it's the understanding, and it's a brief amendment to be made to try and be helpful. It wasn't just maybe and I'm not saying it was narrow in terms of the review that has taken part, but I'm speaking to the wider consultation process. And actually, I think what we're talking to is what would happen if we were doing legislation here. There would be absolutely. Don't be taking on the time.
Principal Deputy Speaker, it would have been quite helpful if the Minister had have told us this beforehand, that he had undertaken a significant review, if it is a significant review.
I thank the member for his intervention. I'm going to get on here, guys. It genuinely is meant to be helpful, and also in terms of the scope, as I've already orated to the Minister, in terms of that governance piece, I think it's inclusive of academic experts, the wider public and civil society as well. I'm just going to move on now. So, Michelle McIlveen referenced and pointed to the need for funding and resources, which is absolutely crucial if we're actually going to see that marked difference. But moreover, by explicitly including their exploration of potential enhancements to our environmental governance, we demonstrate a willingness to innovate and adapt in the face of evolving challenges, and I think that's very key. This could involve considerations such as greater transparency and public participation, which is my main point, stronger regulatory enforcement mechanisms and enhanced coordination. Sorry, can you get an extra minute? Oh man.
Yeah, you don't get an extra minute when you're winding. The Deputy Speaker would do that. I'm just saying. Anyway, I call Mark Durkin to wind on the motion, and Mark, you have 10 minutes.
I'd like to thank the Minister and members for their contributions. I'd also like to congratulate Mr McMurray on his maiden speech. Now that he's in here, he can judge for himself whether or not much happens in here, but he will see there's still a fair bit of sledging. We've heard today of the frightening, quite frankly apocalyptic warning calls from our natural environment. Calls have been repeated and gone unheeded for far too long. The formation of an independent, adequately resourced Environment Protection Agency has been a long-established policy position of the SDLP, deeply rooted in our values and environmental ethos. As stated, this was a commitment contained within NDA, and like many of those commitments, it has been neither delivered nor advanced. The SDLP, on the other hand, has been engaging with the environmental sector NGOs to draft and develop strong ecological and biodiversity targets, and are currently considering a private members' bill to further strengthen nature preservation and recovery. A decade ago, as Environment Minister, I consulted on and attempted to forward proposals for an independent EPA, but was unable to garner the required political support to get it through the executive. At that time, I worked closely with the environmental NGOs, and I vividly and fondly remembered the contribution of Dr. Jennifer Fulton, CEO of Ulster Wildlife Trust. Sadly, as we heard earlier, Jennifer passed away just last week. Our thoughts are with Norman, her family and friends, and I think it's important that we don't just record our sympathy and sadness at her passing, but strive to achieve the environmental improvements that she did so much to drive forward, with rousing passion, realistic pragmatism and remarkable patience. She was a real force of nature and force for nature. Collectively, our generation has taken the natural environment here for granted, but the reality of its decline is becoming more apparent. From the butterflies, once a constant symbol of summer days, now on the edge of extinction, to the resigned acceptance of yearly flood damage. We're on the precipice of an ecological crisis. Loch Neagh is the apex of that crisis. Its glowing green algae, visible, tangible proof of climate and biodiversity breakdown. The disaster has put Northern Ireland on the world stage for all the wrong reasons. But rather than serving as the clarion call it should have been, we had no executive in place to act. That was despite pleas and attempts from an SDLP opposition for political leaders to set aside political differences and work together in the interests of people and the environment. In today's debate, Tom Elliott has pondered whether Waterways Ireland could take or should take a role in Loch Neagh, while also cautioning against the creation of an independent EPA on the grounds that might be something else to pay for. Waterways Ireland is currently funded, I think, up to 15% by the Northern Ireland Executive. If Loch Neagh was to be included in their portfolio, you could expect our contribution to increase by mega multi-millions pounds per year. The health of biodiversity and natural habitats across the north is in rapid decline. As has already been highlighted, the north has now one of the most nature-depleted areas in the world, and the water quality in our rivers and lakes is deteriorating. A legacy of chronic underfunding, inaction and failing infrastructure has taken a huge toll, posing serious environmental and public health risks. NI Water admit that overspill into the natural environment is a daily reality due to insufficient capacity of wastewater infrastructure, and Ms McElveen correctly pointed out further failings of Northern Ireland Water, but neglected to say what steps she'd taken to address these failings when she was the Minister responsible. Biodiversity, people and businesses are living out the once forewarned consequences of climate disaster, and just yesterday we saw devastation wrought by increased instances of flash flooding, sadly a trend that will inevitably continue as the climate crisis deepens. Tackling the crisis before us requires a robust environmental governance framework, one that can work hand in hand with current structures like the OEP. The establishment of an independent EPA for Northern Ireland is a promise to the future. A body free from political interference is necessary to ensure decisions are made on a scientific basis, not short-term interests. It would ensure that environmental regulations are based and enforced in the best interests of both public health and environmental protection. I'm sorry, I won't have time to do so. On the issue of the staffing of such an EPA, I think it's important to reiterate that this motion is not an attack or even a question on or criticism of the highly qualified and committed NIA workforce. If anything, it's about freeing them from the constraints of conflicting government policies and objectives. Friends of the Earth, as we've heard, have said that any new agency should be well funded and well staffed, which begs the question, is the current NIA either? Ms McElveen said that we can't set up another agency just to satisfy idealists, and I'll join Ms Dillon today in quoting or paraphrasing Oscar Wilde and saying, while all of us are in the gutter, some of us are looking at the stars. Linda, cross-border collaboration and coordination is vital and must be a requirement across all climate policy in recognition of our shared challenges. Linda Dillon spoke of the need for an all-island biodiversity plan, and yes, we should build on the success of the All-Ireland Pollinator Plan. Furthermore, we've seen the cost, both ecologically and to the public purse, of environmental crime as a result of failures to properly address and enforce penalties against perpetrators, and nowhere has that been more evident than Maboy. In order to safeguard our environment effectively, it's vital that any EPA has strong enforcement powers and the authority to bring forward prosecutions. The power to take immediate and decisive action on these issues will serve as a deterrent and uphold accountability in the protection of our natural resources. The glaring failures in this area to date are unequivocal proof that current structures just aren't working. We can't afford a paper tiger approach to the ecological crisis. The inertia and delays of leadership has served to exacerbate the climate crisis. As such, the urgency to deliver on the executive commitment to establish an independent Environment Protection Agency can't be overstated. Merely opting for a review rather than a concrete legislative commitment just doesn't cut it. We can't afford added delays or half-hearted measures. Before we know it, it will be next decade, same old approach. So it will come as no surprise that we can't support today's amendment. The Executive must meet its obligation to legislate for an independent EPA within the current mandate and ensure that its functions are underpinned by law. I do have a wee bit of time now to turn to maybe Mr. Certainly, Minister.
Would the member agree with me that none of us want to set up something which is going to be ineffective or massively costly? We want to set up something that's going to do the job, and that's what the focus is. And it's right that now I've the scoping done in terms of environmental governance, we now move to the next stage in terms of looking for the way forward and potentially consulting on an independent environmental protection agency.
I thank the Minister for his intervention and indeed his action taken and action proposed on this issue, and we can assure him of our full support as he does so. I just wanted to call out comments from Jerry Carroll in his usual attack on everyone. He pointed at the regulation of sand dredging. I'm sure he would agree that after a century of completely unrestricted and unregulated activity on the loch, that the regulation and restriction of both the area and volume in which dredging can take place and hundreds of jobs can be supported is, well, no less ironic than the proudly anti-war PBP remaining silent on Ministry of Defence contracts in Harland for Wolf. What we do or don't do now will have major implications for our immediate future and generations to come. Go.
Well, I remind the member, I wasn't expecting to give him away, but thankfully did. Remind the member we've actually submitted leaflets to workers in Harlem. We've said we're for the workers' skills to be used in the just transition for green energy and away from warfare.
That's nothing to do. It's nothing to do with the motion. Mark, you've 15
We have a
seconds.
moral obligation to tackle environmental degradation head-on, mindful of our children and subsequent generations who will inherit the consequences of our actions and inactions. It's imperative that we can confront the crisis before us and use every tool at our disposal to do so.
Thank you, Mark. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Tom Elliott, Doug Beattie and Robbie Butler be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Will you please resume your seats? Order, members. The amendment standing in the name of Tom Elliott, Doug Beattie and Robbie Butler be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Do we have tellers? Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Mike Nesbitt and Robbie Butler. Tellers for the noes are Sinead McLaughlin and Mark Durkin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Everybody. So, Clerk, could you please read the result?
69 members voted, 28 members voted aye, 41 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
The amendment falls. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members take their ease for a moment.
Members, order, members. Members, as the business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 p.m, in accordance with Standing Order 10.3, I will allow business to continue until 7 p.m. or until the business is completed. The next item on the order paper is an opposition motion on devolution of VAT for hospitality, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the pressures facing hospitality and tourism businesses across Northern Ireland, notes the impact of additional rates bills on top of energy and other cost increases, further notes the impact of inflation caused by the chaotic fiscal interventions of successive Conservative Party governments, notes the vital importance of tourism and hospitality businesses to local economic development, and calls on the Minister of Finance and the Minister for the Economy to bring forward a package of costed interventions to support the sector, including options for the devolution of VAT for hospitality to fortify this important sector and create conditions for jobs growth.
Thank you, and I call on Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Okay, Speaker, the SDLP is proposing this motion today not only to advocate the specific measures around VAT and hospitality, but also to support our tourism and hospitality sectors more broadly. Firstly, our tourism sector is a critical driver for our economy, and there is no doubt that it is one of the biggest success stories of the peace process. Across this island, the tourism industry has gone from strength to strength in the last 26 years, and our part of the island is absolutely no exception. It is an industry that is now worth more than £1 billion each and every year for the North and supports 330,000 jobs across this island. From the walls of Derry, steeped in history and recently immortalised by the comedy of Lisa McGee, to the wooded forests that captured imaginations in the Game of Thrones, and in thousands of attractions, businesses and establishments across our counties. Tourism is one of the major selling points of this region, and an industry we should shout out about from our rooftops every chance we get. The industry has driven higher employment, economic productivity and better health and life outcomes for so many people. It has helped to change our reputation both at home and around the world as somewhere to come, stay, work and to visit. The same could be said for our hospitality industry, which plays a huge role supporting our economy each and every single day. These are the establishments and the workers that represent the lifeblood of a thriving economy, generating and driving wealth in each of our cities and our towns. Of course, we know things have been enormously difficult for both sectors over the last few years, with the impact of COVID, particularly acutely felt by those businesses which rely on a steady stream of visitors and punters. The inflation crisis, has been said many times, wasn't just about the cost of living, but also about the cost of doing business as well. The last few years has been extremely difficult for the tourism and hospitality sectors. Optimism fell to just 13% in January of this year, although levels have recovered since and huge challenges still remain. The impact of the pandemic, twinned with the uncertainty of Brexit, as well as the inflation crisis, have created a perfect storm for businesses. These costs are simply out of control, and they have forced many of our businesses to shut their doors for good. And there are many areas of the industries where they are crying out for the relevant skills, and the Department really needs to step up to the mark in developing a pipeline for these businesses. Now that the institutions have finally been restored, we need to do better by the private sector so that they continue to be the major drivers for our economy as they are today. That includes using every lever at our disposal and advocating for those that need to be devolved in order to maximise the benefit of tourism and hospitality and the growth industries. No, sorry, I have a lot to get through, sorry. I thought I had 10 minutes. No single measure will work in isolation, and we also need to see a strategic approach through a new tourism strategy and action plan. That strategy must contain the investment we need to see in these industries, and it also must commit concrete measures and targets to expand our all-island offering, including a defined timeline on the extension of the Wild Atlantic Way at long last into the north, which our party has been advocating for many, many years. It also must recognise the reality across the island that 70% of our international visitors from Northern Ireland arrive via Dublin, and 72% of our tourism revenue from Northern Ireland comes from our out-of-state visitors. That is why it is so important that when considering interventions to support both the tourism and hospitality sector, that we are looking at things in an all-island context within which we exist. The tourism industry has also been crystal clear about making its pleas to the government regarding the electronic travel authorisation. It is not only unworkable but unacceptable, and the government needs to listen to industry to find a solution to finally mitigate the impacts of this scheme. We need to see a funded and regionally balanced strategy and action plan published without delay that can bring together all of the interventions, and we also need to look very, very closely at making sure that we look at the VAT. I'm never going to get through all of this. The Republic of Ireland's tourism and hospitality market is 8 times the size of Northern Ireland's, even though its population is just 3 times our size. That is no accident. It has been the intentional policy of the Republic of Ireland to put in place measures that boost hospitality and government and seize the enormous potential of the island, including in VAT. Huge differential of VAT charge creates an imbalance north and south. Oxford Economics has calculated that a 1% reduction in VAT has equated to 1.2% increased employment. My colleague Matthew O'Toole will take this further as we go through the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Owen Tennyson to move the amendment.
Moved, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind on the amendment. All other speakers will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The hospitality sector is a vital part of our economy. Hospitality UK estimates that our local hospitality sector employs 74,000 people and contributes in the region of 1.9 billion to our local economy. And yet those businesses are at the thin edge of an economic wedge which is not of their making. Having weathered the COVID-19 pandemic, they now face labour shortages as a result of Brexit and are contending with the double-edged cost of living and cost of doing business crisis, with customers cutting back on discretionary spend whilst high energy costs simultaneously eat away at their bottom line. The pandemic, however, proved the resilience and agility of our pubs, restaurants and accommodation businesses, but also the ability of government to act quickly in the face of crisis through temporary cuts to VAT and the rollout of Eat Out to Help Out. Internationally, it is important to note that VAT on accommodation is lower in countries such as Austria and Belgium than it is in the UK, and for restaurants is lower in places like Croatia and Italy, and so there is an argument that the UK is taxing these sectors more in many instances than comparable European countries. As a member of the Finance Committee, I am acutely aware of the constraints on budgets right across the public sector. I am, however, in favour of additional support, because I recognise that the cost to the public purse of losing otherwise sustainable and viable businesses will far outweigh the cost of upfront intervention. It is important, however, to note that there is a live debate about what that support looks like and the best approach going forward. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the motion calls for the devolution of VAT powers to the Executive in order to achieve its aim. As someone who is in favour of greater fiscal devolution and fiscal autonomy for this place, I have no principled objection to that aspiration. Practically, however, there are a number of factors that we may be cognisant of. The Fiscal Commission highlighted the potential complexity of the devolution of VAT, meaning that any process of devolution would likely be time-consuming. That is time that these businesses do not have. As such, it would be preferable for the UK Government to take action in the first instance, and indeed the Alliance Party has called on it to do so. Making the case for increased fiscal devolution will require reform of these institutions to ensure that they are stable, but also evidence that the Executive is using the powers already at its disposal well. In this context, we cannot ignore the other policy levers available to us, including the vital role of rates over which the Executive already has direct control. That is what our amendment seeks to achieve in calling for an independent and holistic review of the non-domestic rate relief system. An independent review is a crucial first step in ensuring our rating system is progressive, fair and supports economic growth, as well as being aligned with the Executive's economic priorities. It is also key to examining inequalities within the rating system, such as the situation whereby relatively small businesses face enormous bills, like the No. 7 cafe in my own constituency, which faced an eye-watering £70,000 rates bill, whilst other larger online businesses pay proportionally less. The Finance Minister has previously said in this chamber that the rating system has been reviewed numerous times, but such examples like this are evidence that those reviews have clearly not been adequate. I remain entirely unconvinced that previous reviews have enjoyed the levels of independence or the breadth of scope necessary to bring about much-needed change. Many also predate the pandemic, which has fundamentally reshaped the economic environment, and predates the reformation of this Executive when the Economy Minister set out a renewed economic vision. Ultimately, a comprehensive, holistic and independent review of rates, which is inclusive of businesses, trade unions, trade bodies, professionals, ratepayers and councils, is essential if we are to support our hospitality sector and move the economic climate in Northern Ireland forward. And so I would ask all members to support the amendment and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Philip McGuigan.
As an MLA for North Antrim, I'm acutely aware of how important tourism and the tourism and hospitality sector is to the economy and life of my constituents. It could be the attractions such as the Giant's Causeway, the Carrigareed Rope Bridge, the dark hedges or the stunning coastal scenery or luscious glens of Antrim that brings visitors in their tens of thousands to North Antrim each year. Or it might be a day trip to Rathlin Island or the ability to play golf on a top course and stay in one of the luxurious hotels in Ballycastle or Ballymena. There might even be events like the North West this weekend that thousands of fans travel through North Antrim and stop in Ballymoney to visit the shrines to Joey and Robert Dunlop. Whatever the reason for the visit, to the hospitality and tourism sector in places like Ballycastle, Bushmills, Ballymena, Ballymoney and many villages depend on the number of visitors that can be attracted, and that can be helped by good government policy and support. Tourism across the north is a key economic driver and one that is yet to be maximised. Our tourism sector is bouncing back in the aftermath of COVID, but I acknowledge that it is a sector facing many challenges, not least the impact of Brexit and the pandemic. Rising costs and overheads such as energy and food prices, the challenges with recruitment and retention of staff, and the potential negative impact of the British Government electronic travel authorisation policy, which is undoubtedly going to turn tour operators and tourists away from visiting the north. We unfortunately are seeing many pubs, restaurants, cafes having to close or reduce their opening hours. So the sector does need help and support. I am delighted that Minister Murphy has recognised this and stated that he is putting together a tourism implementation group to work on issues that will support tourism and hospitality. He also plans to create a tourism partnership board to help develop and oversee the implementation of an action plan to support the sector. He and others have called on the British Government to abandon its electronic travel authorisation policy, and he is also considering the potential of setting up skills academies for the tourist sector. I wish Conor well and hope to see him back in this chamber soon after a speedy and full recovery, but in his absence I have no doubt that Minister Hargey will carry on that good work. I support the call, and Sinn Féin supports the call for the devolution of VAT for tourism. This Assembly should be granted the ability to tailor tax policy to suit the needs of people and sectors here. It makes sense that VAT rates are set which are comparable with the economic conditions of this region. And Sinn Féin obviously want to see VAT rates harmonised across the island, and we want to build a more inclusive and sustainable economy for all, which supports small local businesses, promotes regional balance and creates good quality jobs. We believe that the hospitality and tourism sector are a key element of this, and therefore supporting them in any and whatever way we can is vital.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the DUP fully recognises the importance of our local hospitality sector and its importance for realising the Northern Ireland's tourism potential and boosting our high street economy, with hospitality our fourth largest private sector employer, with some 57,000 jobs in the accommodation and food services alone. And as a party, we are committed to ensuring that the businesses and employers have the tools and the right support to thrive and grow in what are challenging economic times. In particular, we believe that cutting tourism and hospitality VAT is crucial going forward. We have said consistently that the difference in hospitality VAT between the Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic in particular is an impediment to create a more competitive environment locally and building on the sector's standing as an engine for growth and job creation. This is especially a concern in constituencies near the border like my own in South Down. Hospitality was one of the worst affected sectors during COVID, and DUP ministers prioritised the sector as part of the Executive's economic recovery plan. And prior to the rate of VAT returning to 20% after the COVID response in March 2022, the all-party Parliamentary Group for Hospitality and Tourism endorsed calls for a lower rate of VAT applicable across the United Kingdom. Following from this and its recommendations, it's clearly not a question of whether we should act, but how we should act to support this vital industry. In response, we do not believe that the necessary capacity exists to devolve these additional fiscal powers at the present time. We do not support the devolution of the additional fiscal powers for setting VAT here, but we recognise that this motion only calls for consideration of options to support the sector, which we do support, and this motion is not stating support for the devolution of VAT powers, so we can support it today. Our view is based on a number of pragmatic considerations. The Fiscal Commission report highlighted, quote, uncertainty regarding the significant additional compliance and administration burdens, unquote, associated with devolving VAT to the Executive and Assembly. The Fiscal Commission did not recommend this course of action. The Fiscal Commission also pointed to the fact that agreement to assign a proportion of VAT revenues to Scotland has been beset by years of delays, because information on how revenues break down between regions simply isn't available. If that had been the evidence for reforms that don't grapple with the issue of powers or rates, what hope is there that the wholesale devolution of VAT to Northern Ireland could take place in a timely way? We would question whether devolving these powers would bring timely benefits for affected firms. There are other actions that ministers can collectively take to ease pressures and promote a more resilient and competitive landscape for our hospitality and tourism sector. And my colleagues will take forward further points. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Mike Nesbitt.
So, the opposition wants to cut taxes without telling us who's paying for it. Who knew, Deputy Speaker? Who knew? Although I'm sympathetic to the pressures that the sector is under, Hospitality Ulster often talk about having to explain why a pint of beer in a bar in the centre of Belfast is the same as a pint in central London. And they say there are a number of reasons. Northern Ireland has the highest business rates, with higher energy costs, highest in the UK, no relief on staffing costs, they're just the same. And because so many of our pubs are small independents, they don't have the purchasing power of the big chains who have hundreds and hundreds of pubs. But having said that, I wonder if the party opposite, the opposition, will explain their reaction to the fact that the Northern Ireland Committee of the Irish Congress of Trades Unions say it is, quote, the wrong policy. A policy that, if it affects in a beneficial way any customers, will be customers with the highest income bracket. So I will leave it open to the member if he wishes.
Member for giving me the opportunity. He will note our motion is careful. It doesn't say we should definitely cut this tax, because as an opposition we have been consistent in, unlike the executive parties, providing costings and details, but it does say that there should be a look at whether devolving VAT for hospitality, not for everything, would help. I hope that helps him.
Terribly responsible, thank you so
The
much.
member has an extra minute.
But there is another 5% VAT rate that has applied, so there's an evidence base on this. And this is the Isle of Man in the year 2000. They got a derogation endorsed by the European Union to lower the VAT rate on the repair, maintenance and improvement of existing dwellings to 5% because of the crisis within the construction industry. And over the next 10 years, there were 2 reviews, formal reviews in 2003 and 2008 into the impact of this 5% rate on repair, maintenance and improvement. And the sort of benefits that were identified were stimulating the industry, retaining skills, creating new permanent jobs, including apprenticeships, offering citizens an affordable way to improve their dwelling when they couldn't afford or were too scared to move, regenerating the existing housing stock, and helping government achieve its target of reducing carbon emissions, plus reducing the viability of the black or shadow market. Very few people were going to the black market because they could afford to go otherwise. Also, there was an increase in business, an increase in the number of employees, hard work. They were undertaking work they would not have done at that time. They were less inclined to request cash deals and were happier to look at small firms as a viable alternative to bigger ones. And in terms of what it generated, if it had been UK-wide, the reports estimate that the lost revenue to the Treasury could have been between 102 and 508 million pounds. A lot of money, you will agree, I'm sure, Deputy Speaker. But as a whole, there would have been an impetus to the economy generating 1.4 billion pounds, more than double the lost revenue, and those, of course, are 2010 figures. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I like the amendment, and the party will be happy to support that. And if the amendment is carried, we will support the motion as amended.
Thank you. I call Paul Frew.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to echo what my colleague Diane Forsyth says up to this point. And of course, coming from Northampton, as my colleague there from Northampton has already demonstrated, he walked you through how important tourism and hospitality is to Northampton. So you'll excuse me, Mr. Speaker, and this House, if we feel a wee bit more qualified with regards to our tourism offer here in Northern Ireland. And you're also looking at a party that has worked very well over the last 4 to 5 years in supporting businesses. Not only did we produce the High Street Voucher Scheme, which helped not only consumers, but actually businesses get people through the door. We also advocated for the sensible opening of businesses when all of the other parties around here wanted to keep them closed or to close them. And I've yet to see any justification for that. But it shouldn't just be hospitality and tourism. If it's our high street offer, that also takes in retail and it also takes in services on our high streets. Because there should be a collective here, a big picture. And if I can drill down into the detail of what does it actually mean to reduce VAT for hospitality, what do the proposers of the motion actually mean? Is that on hotel admissions? Is it in entrance fees for some cultural events or tourist events? You know, what does it actually mean? And what will it be applied on? Now, members will know it's no secret, I'm not a great lover of more fiscal devolution in this part. Yeah, well, give way, yeah.
Of information, the general definition, I think the one used by Hospitality Ulster, is that it applies to accommodation and food. So it wouldn't apply to, food, to alcohol-only pubs, for example.
Member has an extra minute.
I think the member for that, and of course the Leader of the Opposition has a bit of skin in this game because he did in the last term propose changing the licensing requirements for pubs, which sent shockwaves and horror through our industry at that time. And I don't know where that is now in the whole scheme of things for the opposition. Or maybe being a responsible opposition, they've dropped that altogether, I don't know. But these are very important issues, and a tweak here and a twist here can have massive ramifications for our industry. And that's why I don't support and would not support the devolution of VAT here in Northern Ireland without UK wholesale, because the differential that would create and the ramifications that would create for our businesses and our tax base and our Barnett formula and everything else that goes with it would be enormous, and it could be catastrophic. With regards to the review of the rates relief measures, which is what the wording is, again, what was a game changer during lockdown philosophy was the issue where we could remove rates for businesses, which was an absolute godsend. So is it a review on rates relief packages, or is it a review of rates? Because we have had countless reviews of rates, and of course all that does is make one street more expensive than the other and reduce one street compared to the other. The base stays the same. So it's interesting to see, even when we see text, when you tease out the detail of that, what does it actually mean? And I think there's going to have to be a lot more work done in this regard, Mr. Speaker, before we can come into any concrete decisions around fiscal powers coming here to this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the members for bringing the motion today to have this conversation. I know those who work in our hospitality and tourism industries are absolutely on their knees at this point in time, and what they're going to want to hear from us this afternoon is for people in this building to give them solutions, to give them the tools to help to make their lives better. Just a little brief synopsis of where we are. So this is the land of 100,000 welcomes. Caid Míle Fáilte. We are people who love people. We sell stories. That's what this island is about. Can you imagine Timmy Mallet cycling around on his bike and nowhere to go? And yet that's the real prospect that we actually face if we don't listen to these people who are out there selling the stories, having the crack agus ceol, having that experience for people who come to this island. Many of these businesses that have had to close their doors in recent months are long-established, successful businesses. They have loyal customers, but yet the costs have been simply too much to bear.
Places like Clenaghan's and Ahally in myself and David's constituency of Lagan Valley, and indeed the Owl and the Pussycat in Hillsborough. I think the motion today importantly talks about both economy and finance working together, and that's exactly what we need here, collaborative working. We've heard so much in the past about no more silos, and this is where the rubber hits the road, because you can't look at hospitality, tourism, skills, all of those things in just one department. Collaboration really will be key here. As my colleagues have already outlined, businesses here are grappling with one of the highest hospitality VAT rates in Western Europe and limited targeted rates relief. Indeed, they're looking across the water with envy at the support that others have been able to benefit from and they haven't. Our Alliance amendment today notes specifically the need for an independent review of non-domestic rate relief. Our hospitality businesses look at others, as I've said, in envy, but this is something within our powers to undertake now. We simply have too much to lose if things carry on the way they are. Indeed, hospitality and tourism is crucial to the vibrancy of local areas and our wider economy. It's about place making and place shaping. Indeed, we have a proud tradition on this island and in Northern Ireland of who we are, our localities, and somebody mentioned earlier parochialism. Well, sure, isn't that what we've bottled and sold on the international stage? And fair play to us. Many enter the sector, find their passion, and indeed create jobs and livelihoods for others. And that's the choice that we have before us today, to get behind those people, to put our shoulder to the wheel to help those people. And I sincerely hope that we all take this opportunity to listen to those, and indeed I thank those for bringing the motion, and indeed hope that others support our helpful amendment. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We now have Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the opposition for bringing forward this motion here today. I just wonder if I had brought forward this uncosted motion in my name, would I have ended up as another SDLP graphic condemning me for doing so? But I note within their motion they've asked for the ministers to bring it forward, and happily these parties will do the job of the opposition for them once again. This is my first opportunity to speak in this House since Minister Murphy has temporarily stood aside, and can I associate myself with best wishes to him and my party, and can I pay tribute and wish Minister Hargy very well in her new role. She'll be missed temporarily from the Finance Committee. She is a formidable and very capable politician. I'm sure she'll do an excellent job in her current role. Mr Deputy Speaker, I now get to speak about two of my favourite subjects, North Belfast and pints, something which probably most DUP people on backbenches may not have previously spoken about. But as someone who is very proud to have the Cathedral Quarter in their constituency, this is a prime example of how hospitality, tourism and our pub sector can really be a game changer for our city and for our region. The Cathedral Quarter has transformed that part of North Belfast, bringing away dereliction, attracting five-star hotel accommodation, the Duke of York, but there are other bars, and many other pubs and restaurants in that area. Sitting right beside it is the so-called Tribeca site, and this is the example of whenever we don't support the sector, how our city and how our hospitality sector can be undermined. We have this blight in the part of our city which has sat for years, and we haven't been able to date to get to grips with how we change that. But can you imagine if we continue to transform the city by supporting the hospitality sector, how that part of the city could be attractive to so many new businesses? We will be supporting the Alliance amendment, and I think it actually brings forward a number of important points in which we could look at. We've obviously have successfully targeted rates relief for non-domestic properties previously. The small business rates relief scheme is of huge support. The industrial derating scheme, again, one of huge support, and I actually think that's where the focus should be, on targeted relief rather than looking at the devolution of further powers at this stage. But I do pay tribute to all members who want to support that vital sector. It does have an important role to play, and I hope that the Minister can maybe look at some options in terms of what she could do around rates relief. There are ones that are maybe not so successful.
Member's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and I am just going to quickly make a few remarks. I wasn't intending to speak on this, and any suggestion that my remarks look like the ones that Sinead didn't get the chance to make are entirely scurrilous remarks. And I appreciate being able to take part. One of the best things I think about taking part in this debate is that nearly half of those that have contributed have actually, dare I say, slagged off the opposition for bringing this, and then ended their contributions by saying, but we're entirely up for supporting it because we think it's such a good idea. I think if you're going to dismiss the opportunity for us to make the motion that we have, I think then you should have the courage not to vote and then go back and tell all of your hospitality and tourist industry and your constituencies that you're not supporting. But I think, and I'm quite confident that we will look forward to full support for our motion. But I wanted to make just a contribution about the differential in VAT and how that creates that imbalance that's both north and south, and to give a contribution from a few of the sectors, where Colin Neal from Hospitality Ulster, whom we will all know, has said that we're not only suffering from having one of the highest hospitality VAT rates in Western Europe, but the proximity of the Republic, which we share a border, creates a significant disadvantage on our doorstep. And similarly, the Federation for Small Businesses made the extension of the reduced rate of VAT one of its key asks to the Treasury. And parties from across this House have made calls for the reduction of VAT here today in this debate, with many pointing towards how a reduction in VAT in the north could level the playing field between businesses north and south. And I echo my constituency colleague remarks earlier, where if you are and do have businesses that are close to the border, it does make sense that there's a level playing field in terms of the outgoings of those businesses. And I know that the cost of this intervention will be debated, and our motion calls for options to be brought forward alongside a wider tourism and hospitality support package. But we do know that harmonising VAT levels across the island would provide that boost to businesses that they need, and particularly those businesses in hospitality and tourism sectors that have been hammered, absolutely and utterly hammered, by the cost increases that there has been over the last number of years. In fact, Joe Dolan, I think the other one, the Chief Executive of the Irish Hotel Federation, called the South's reduction in VAT the single biggest job creation strategy since the foundation of the state. So we're not talking about something here that is going to have a minimal impact. So, Deputy Speaker, if we're going to really support these crucial businesses within our constituencies, then we need to think big here in the north as well. We would argue that starts by bringing forward a costed package of interventions, including on the devolution of VAT on hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Finance Minister to respond, and Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Margaret Lascan Corlia, and I welcome the opportunity to speak about this important issue. Tourism provides jobs for 75,000 people in the north, with 70% of these outside of Belfast. The sector is therefore key to delivering regionally balanced economic development, one of the key priorities for the Economy Minister, and supports jobs right across the north. Hospitality is a crucial sector and also plays a significant role in the success and growth of the tourism sector. Over a third of visitor spend in 2019 was on food and drink. Hospitality and tourism businesses have faced many challenges in recent years. They were severely impacted by the COVID pandemic when they faced significant periods of closure and restrictions on how they could operate. More recently, they have faced a new set of pressures presented by the cost of living and the cost of doing business crises. We have seen large fluctuations in energy prices driven by our continued reliance on importing fossil fuels. In addition, VAT for hospitality here is set by the British Government at 20% compared to 13.5% in the south. This rate significantly impacts the hospitality sector's cost base, and as others have said, this impact is further emphasised in border counties, especially when customers come to make significant purchasing decisions, such as selecting venues to host events. VAT has previously been reduced to support the sectors during the pandemic. My officials continue to highlight the adverse impacts of the VAT rate in their regular meetings with Treasury counterparts. They will continue to emphasise the economic importance of a reduction in VAT for the sector to help struggling businesses and safeguard jobs here. and stressed the impact of the relatively high rate in the north compared to the south. And as my colleague Philip McGuigan said, Sinn Féin wants to see the harmonisation of VAT across the island and maximum devolution of fiscal powers. The Fiscal Commission published their final report on the 19th of May 2022. It included a comprehensive suite of recommendations to progress fiscal devolution here. However, the devolution of VAT was not a recommendation made by the Fiscal Commission, with recommendation that other taxes should be prioritised, and I will be considering responses to the Fiscal Commission consultation and bringing proposals to the Executive in respect of fiscal powers. So currently the focus remains on making the case to the British Government to reduce the VAT rate here. As members will be aware, in setting the recent budget for 2024-25, demands for funding outstripped the funding available many times over. Any interventions have to be delivered within this difficult budgetary context. And as Saoirse Eastwood also said, addressing the challenges of rising costs cuts across several areas of government, including the Department for Communities, the Department for Economy, my own department and our local councils. The Department for the Economy is taking steps to support businesses through delivery of the Executive's Path to Net Zero Energy strategy, a key objective being to ensure that all businesses have access to essential and affordable energy. Invest NI launched the Energy Resource Efficiency Scheme on the 8th of May. The 5-year programme is now open for applications. It will offer businesses grants of up to £150,000 for investments in areas such as lighting, heating and cooling equipment, motors and drives, compressed air systems and on-site renewable energy generation. The grant will help companies invest in technologies that reduce energy consumption and carbon emissions, which will help lower costs. Tourism NI provides a suite of advisory supports to help tourism and hospitality businesses reduce costs, improve productivity and be more sustainable, including leaner and greener and innovative tourism. Tourism NI's initiatives include the Make It Here campaign to boost recruitment and retention within the tourism and hospitality sectors. A comprehensive plan was to further develop food and drink tourism over the next 5 years. High-profile and high-impact marketing campaigns to continue to drive awareness of what we have to offer, tailored courses to encourage new people into the sector, such as Get Into Tourism, engaging with young people on tourism and hospitality as a career option, which is an ongoing area of important work, including partnering with the educational charity Springboard to deliver schools programmes. Tourism NI also provides funding and support to the Hospitality and Tourism Skills Network, known as HATS, which delivers a range of collaborative activity to attract and retain people in the sector, as well as working closely with Hospitality Ulster and other organisations on skills and recruitment issues in the sector. Invest NI supports capital investment in tourism accommodation outside the Greater Belfast area through its Tourism Development Scheme. Invest NI works with around 52 hotels and guest accommodation providers, giving them advice and support towards investment in skills development, innovation, management information systems and energy efficiency. Turning to rates, last year 65% of the hospitality sector was supported through my department's Small Business Rate Relief Scheme, which provides businesses with a reduction of between 20 and 50% on their rates. This was recently extended into 2024-25 by my department. There have been calls to match the additional support provided for those in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors in England. Locally, rates are a devolved matter, and due to the differences in tax bases, we are unable to afford to provide the level of support provided in England to such an extensive range of businesses across retail, hospitality and leisure. These properties make up a core base of our tax base. Likewise, neither Scotland nor Wales have been able to replicate the level of relief provided in England for 2024-25. The whole system of business rates has been subject to public consultation, review, reform and revision repeatedly over the past 2 decades, in 2007, 2012, 2016, 2017, 2019 and most recently this year in 2023-24. My department is undertaking a strategic assessment of business rates reliefs following the consultation which closed in February. Over 1,400 people responded to this consultation, and I want to take time to consider their views. In addition, the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre is undertaking independent academic research on the impact of current business rate pointage differentials. I am open to working with external bodies to obtain an independent view on how the system may be recalibrated. During the pandemic, the rating system was deemed modern and robust enough to be fully repurposed as the vehicle to rapidly deliver £1.3 billion of financial assistance to businesses through the targeted rates holidays and several different grant schemes, much of which supported many in the hospitality and tourism sectors. The issue for the executive as regards the hospitality sector's interaction with the rating system is whether the executive should provide that sector with additional support in addition to its share of the existing £21.5 million small business rate relief, currently awarded to 65% of the hospitality sector. I have already met with representatives of the hospitality industry on a number of occasions since taking up office to discuss both the challenges for the sector and Reval 2026, and I am also meeting with Hospitality Ulster later this week to continue my engagement with the sector. Along with my colleague, the Minister for Economy, and her predecessor, I've been hugely impressed with the optimism, energy and ambition of both hospitality and tourism businesses. Minister Hargey sees her department's role as enabling these industries to continue to grow and to grow in a way that aligns with an economic vision of a productive, regionally balanced, net zero economy with good jobs. In fulfilling this role, she will be bringing forward a tourism vision and action plan which will set out a range of actions to support the growth of the tourism sector. To deliver that work, the Economy Minister intends to establish a tourism partnership board made up of representatives from tourism and hospitality, executive departments and local government. It will help develop and oversee an action plan that will be co-designed and co-delivered with the industry. The action plan will also be informed by the public and tourism industry-wide consultation that took place between November 2023 and February 2024. Like everyone here, I value hospitality and tourism businesses immensely. They deliver value to the economy across all of our constituencies, and they are an important part of the fabric of our communities. I am very aware of the challenges that all businesses are facing. This is why I and my executive colleagues are determined to continue to offer a range of supports to hospitality and tourism businesses, especially through the vital work of Tourism NI and Invest NI. In addition, my officials will continue to lobby the British Government on reducing VAT levels, given the very damaging impact it is having on the sector.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call David Honeyford to wind on the amendment, and Mr Honeyford, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Approximately 4 weeks ago, I stood up in this chamber and raised issues around the closure of Clenahan's restaurant in Ackley and the Island Pussycat in Hillsborough, as referenced by Saoirse. And since then, I've raised that at Economy Committee and a question time, and I thank the Minister for meeting with the Colin Neal and the sector. And I've had so many messages from right across Northern Ireland asking me to keep speaking up on this issue. We are unique in the demographic of the hospitality businesses that we have, where most operators are local and don't have the national chains trading in the region, and that was referenced by Mike. And as most businesses are small and in turnover and in job numbers, it means taxation, VAT and business rates burdens falls heavily on our local community, and our local hospitality business don't have access to the economies of scale that larger chains do. Yet in England, with the larger chains, they have rates relief which has been applied at 75% for 3 years in a row for all of their hospitality, retail and leisure businesses. And that has not been replicated here, and so frankly we are losing businesses unnecessarily. And our Alliance amendment focuses on reviewing our rating structure as a much more practical way for this Assembly to help. And Alliance is calling for an independent review of the non-domestic rate relief, including small business rate relief, and no one's detailed that, because this Assembly lacks the ability to be able to easily target economic support and target economic growth through tax mechanisms. And that is something that Alliance believes that we need to be able to do to address moving forward. To grow our economy, we need to understand how any relief could be better targeted at sectors that need support the most, and given this Assembly the ability to target and support and encourage further economic growth and create more jobs. And Alliance believes that all taxation should be progressive, and Owen has gone through bits of that. And this review must also prioritise creating the fairest system that builds growth. It simply cannot be fair that our local businesses in our towns and villages and our cities carry a higher burden of percentage tax than others do in other areas. And that needs to be reviewed and looked at in the whole. And we are the only UK region that doesn't have a rural rate relief scheme, and that we would support, to support the rural community and view the businesses there, the retail businesses or the village pub, as a community facility as well as a business. And this would help support the rural communities. And Alliance would support a review of that rural rate relief. Hopefully not quickly, 3 minutes, I've cut this to shreds, sums up our position where we are, and I support the amendment and the motion. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Matthew O'Toole to wind up the debate on the motion. Mr O'Toole, you have up to 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you everyone who participated in this afternoon's debate. It's been thought-provoking and colourful, which is always fun. I've never experienced a situation, clearly in opposition, we are winning friends and influencing people when a succession of people get up to slag us off and then say they're going to agree with our proposal. So we're making some progress. I'll just reflect on a few of the comments today. I think there's broad consensus that hospitality and tourism is a disproportionately important economic driver for this region. That's obvious. We all know that for Ireland as a whole, our tourism offer is unique, special, something we're deeply proud of, tied into very deep cultural but also communal things that we cherish. But it's also the case that we haven't been providing enough support, certainly in more recent years, for some of particularly the smaller family-owned hospitality businesses as they struggle with increased costs. And there are obviously associated social benefits with these that aren't simply about inward tourism to Northern Ireland, but the societal and communal benefits. So I want to touch on a few of the comments. It's important to say, just before I do touch on those comments, obviously a few people commented on the fact that we were calling for the devolution of VAT for hospitality, and therefore implying that would necessarily mean it would definitely be devolved and the VAT would definitely be lowered. I think those are definitely things that we need to look at, and we think there are strong arguments for them, but our motion is very careful not to simply call, unlike some other executive party motions I could say, there isn't a specific proposal in here that would cost X amount of money. But since Mr Nesbitt, I will give away in 1 second, since Mr Nesbitt and Mr Brett both raised it, recent studies would have suggested that the cost of lowering VAT to 5%, hospitality VAT to 5%, could be about £16 million annually. That's 1/6. That would obviously be significantly less if it were simply to equalise it with the lower rate in the Republic, which is about 13.5%. So it would be probably closer to the single figure millions. But that would all be subject to policy implementation. We aren't saying that should definitely happen. We're saying it should be brought forward. But I'll give way briefly to Mr Nesbitt.
I'm grateful to the Leader of Opposition for giving way, Deputy Speaker. I'm just seeking clarification here. I go back then to the Northern Ireland Committee of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions and say, I supported the motion. Don't worry. They're only asking the Minister to look at this bad policy.
You quoted the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, and they are welcome, and obviously we maintain a close and positive relationship with the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. On this particular occasion, we do think there are strong arguments for examining this policy, and obviously interest groups will occasionally disagree with particular policy proposals. This is a specific one that we think should be examined, but we aren't definitively saying, as he has acknowledged. But I do think there's strong arguments for it. Just want to touch on some of them. Paul Farrou mentioned some of my work previously on licensing. I brought forward some amendments which were passed on licensing, and it's true to say 1 or 2 people registered concern. These were relatively cautious amendments that have just reviewed how the licensing system works. But intriguing to hear Mr Farrou criticise them, because he may not be aware, because we were doing proxy voting at the time, he voted for my amendments. So we're all. As Peter Cook said, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been distorted, lied about, and worst of all, I've been quoted accurately. And on that note, I'm tempted to quote a certain Mr. Ian Paisley Jr., whom I don't quote that often, another North Antrim representative along with Mr. McGuigan and Mr. Frew, who wants, quote, to remove VAT. Mr. Paisley Jr. says he wants to remove VAT in hospitality so that we can compete fairly with our land border neighbour. I wouldn't necessarily talk about competing with our land border neighbour. I would completely say that we have inevitably, and I think rightly and positively, in all our integrated All Ireland tourism offer, 70% of our visitors come via Dublin Airport. That's why Tourism Ireland exists. That's why we support extending the Wild Atlantic Way and indeed Ireland's ancient east. So I think this motion today is about asking the Minister to go away and look at potential devolution of VAT. It's also important to say that we talked about Dublin Airport and competing with our land on the land border. There is an example of very bad taxation of devolution. I see some of my colleagues across the chamber rolling their eyes at this. But it is true to say that policy, which was to devolve long-haul APD to Northern Ireland, has generated precisely 0 long-haul flights out of Belfast International Airport, but we pay the princely sum of £2.5 million a year. If we were to move that £2.5 million a year, we pay for phantom, non-existent flights and use it to either pay in direct grants or to pay for VAT reduction for hospitality businesses. I think that would be much more impactful than paying for non-existent flights. But look, as I say, we think hospitality is completely critical. There is clearly an argument for harmonisation, but more broadly an argument for support. Our motion simply calls for a package of support to be examined, and I commend it to the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Owen Tennyson and David Honeyford be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, item 5 on the order, item 5 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.